don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
Sunrise on the horizon. Sky is blue.
Good morning, rebels.
News with Skyjack Morgan.
Good morning, rebels.
Every headline, every story. Give your morning some glory. Stay informed, stay tuned as the day greets new blue. Good morning headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling. With coffee in your cup, used to fill you right up. Cleansing weather on the go. One show you need to know. Join us on this day.
Good morning, rebels. Welcome to the show. Thank you for being here. Happy Memorial Day.
Feel the vibe. Sky will keep you well supplied. Good morning headlines.
With Skyjack Morgan.
Start your day just fine. Information for you, darling.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, rebels. Good morning, rebels. There we go. That's a good background today. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the show. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Thank you for having your coffee with me today. Oh, my gosh. 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 Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Cut it. Good morning, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Thank you so much for having your coffee with me this morning. I am having real coffee this morning, not just Nescafe or some. I'm actually having the cheapest beans I could find, the Trader Joe's, 14 ounces, $6.99. A year and a half ago now, they cost $4.49, and now they cost $6.99. Because Donald Trump hates America. But hey, it's Memorial Day, and a lot of people have died for this country, and we're supposed to remember them today. I hope you will remember them today. A lot of people died for our this empire. A lot of people died for this, and I hope you like and subscribe. I don't know what to say about that. Most people don't care about all that, right? They just want to have their barbecues. They want to chop up some animals and eat them. That's what a lot of this is now these days. There isn't really much of a Memorial Day, like, oh yes, the solemn act of sacrificing yourself for this country. No one really pays attention to that. I think it's kind of sad. I think a lot of people answered the call, and it's a bummer. Most people answered the call because of the draft. Most of the people who died for this country were forced to die for this country, and they should be remembered. They should be remembered. Most of the people who died for this country were forced to die for this country. It's not like they had much of a choice. You know what I'm saying? They were told. They got a letter that said you better come in or you're going to go to jail. So they went. That's mostly how that works. It's unfortunate. Memorial Day, that fat turd is going to say something about America, Americans, and make us all wonder, WTF, does this have to do with person? Yeah, I mean, that's what's kind of sad, right? I mean, I think Memorial Day is important because we're supposed to be remembering the people who died. And I think mostly they died under false pretenses. I think mostly they died for rich people. I think mostly they died for reasons that they didn't know or didn't believe in, and that they were, and I know for a fact that they were forced to die for those things. We like to think of people like World War II, and they answered the call. Oh my gosh, and everyone, I saw what happened on Pearl Harbor. I just joined up and I had to. That's the myth that they like to give you. I saw Pearl Harbor And I heard about it on the air. I heard about it there on the radio. They used to talk like that, right? I heard about it on the radio there, see? So I joined up, see? That's how they used to talk. But that's not how it actually happened. They didn't hear about it on the radio and then join up. They heard about it on the radio, and then they got telegrams and letters, and people came to their town saying, it's time to go to the army, son. And so they went. They were drafted. Yes. Only draft was Vietnam? What percentage of people in World War II, soldiers in America, were drafted? Approximately 61% of all American servicemen and servicewomen in World War II were drafted, with the remaining 39% being volunteers. Out of over 16 million Americans who served, more than 10 million were inducted through the selective service system. 16 million Americans served, 10 million were inducted through the draft. Thank you very much. Never believe a magger. I'm guessing that Semper Princess is another princess. Are you a magger? It's always these maggers that come in and want to say, nuh-uh. 61% of the people who went. Should I look up how many people who died? How many Americans who died in World War II were drafted? 269,000 people, men mostly, of the 407,000, so way over 50%, we're talking about almost 65, 70%, Americans who died in World War II were draftees, while conscripted personnel made up 61% of all the U.S. armed forces. They accounted for 66% of all U.S. military fatalities during the conflict. I'm pretty proud of my math there because I was an English major, but I said between 65 and 70. So 66% of the people who died in World War II died because of the draft. Thank you very much for playing. Thank you, Vero. The only draft was Vietnam. This is how stupid Americans are. They think that history started in World War II and they all were volunteers. Almost 70% of the people who died in World War II died because they were conscripted. Let that sink in. Imagine Elon Musk with the sink. Let that sink in at Twitter. Remember that? That whole thing. They were forced to fight in World War II. Now, it might have been a just cause. It might have been an unjust cause. I mean, you can call it what you will. You can think about World War II. Enough people have written books about World War II, and I've even read a ton of them. But at the end of the day, these were not volunteers. They were forced, and I think that's what Memorial Day is about, is remembering how governments are violent. Governments own you, and if they think that they can make a penny with your blood overseas, they will take it. They will take your blood and they will sell it overseas for a penny. That's what they do. That's what governments do. Memorial Day is a day to remember that. The draft. And if you think it can't come back, you're ridiculous. It could definitely come back. Every day you hear about them complaining about how they don't have enough people or they got to have more drones or blah, blah, blah. Don't worry. They could draft you and then they could force you to put one of those Neuralinks in your head. They'll just force you to do it. You're owned by them. Yes. They also pump you full of drugs. That's true. They do pump people full of drugs. I was just about to say something about that, about how they vaccinated people and pumped them full of drugs and did experiments on them. They experimented the microwave on them. They experimented all sorts of crazy stuff on these boys. And they did it without consent. Yes. Indeed. To make you perform harder. Indeed. They put methamphetamines in them, all sorts of stuff like that. Good morning, Frankie Berry. How you doing? Yeah, 250,000. Yeah. Kind of wild, huh? 250,000. Actually, it's more than a quarter. It was 269,000 men and women, mostly men, were killed in World War II, Americans, and they were draftees. 407,316 Americans died in World War II. 269,000 were draftees, about 66% of all U.S. military fatalities during the conflict. Pretty wild, huh? There were 11,535,000 draftees. Only 6 million were volunteers. Almost half were volunteers. Thank you, everybody, for joining. Wrecked my grandfather's mind. I mean, that's the big thing, too, right? I mean, there's something about baby boomers were raised by people who had gone off to war, seen horrible things, and then they came back and raised children. How could a baby boomer generation not be messed up? They were raised by traumatized men who, distant fathers who saw the horrors of war. I mean, I don't know if you ever read Slaughterhouse-Five, but, opioids. Yeah. Be happy you're not speaking German right now. Aber ich kann Deutsch. Natürlich kann ich Deutsch sprechen. Alle Personen, die ein bisschen Philosophie lesen wollen, müssen ein bisschen Deutsch lernen auch, oder? Ich denke schon. Ich denke, dass du Deutsch lernen musst. The Germans also were drafted into the war. They didn't volunteer for that. The government forced them to fight. They were never probably going to come here to have us speak German. I guess I'm glad I'm not speaking Japanese, because I would have gone. But they didn't force the French to speak German. I don't know why people always say this thing about they would have forced you to speak German. I don't know what you're talking about. They didn't force the Italians to speak German or the Japanese, so I don't know. Here, maybe I would be speaking Japanese probably. Nihongo ga wakarimasu. Skoshi nihongo ga wakarimasu. Thank you so much. You lived in Hamburg, Germany for a few years also? Aber sehr schön. Was für eine schöne Stadt. Yeah, Hamburg is a beautiful town. Indeed. Yeah, like here, 33% deplorable. It's a thing, man. Happy Benzo Day. Yeah, I mean, happy Benzo Day for the soldiers. Yeah, I mean, it is unfortunate. It's a whole thing. Skyflex. I don't know. I speak a bunch of different languages, and people are like, well, be thankful you don't speak German. I do speak German. Everyone should learn a couple languages. Hate to tell you, Americans are the only ones going like, it's too hard for my brain to have two languages. It's too hard. I can't do it. Every American, they're such little pussies these days. I mean, that's one thing I guess we should remember about World War II. At least they were made of sterner stuff than we are today. But never forget, Memorial Day is the day that we remember the 269,000 draftees who died in World War II. More than almost 70% of the people who died as soldiers died without consent. They were forced to die. They were sent to kill Nazis. And here we are. Thank you all very much. Das war ein Steiner, ein Befehl. Ein Steiner, ein Befehl. That was an order, I told you. That was an order, Herr Steiner. I think that's what you're trying to say. There you go. A little Cyrillic alphabet. I love seeing it. Keep trying to hide that accent. Yes, sir. I'm trying to hide it. Happy Memorial Day, Papa Jack. Hey, happy Memorial Day to you too. I was just talking about how we need to remember the fallen soldiers who were forced. That's the thing that we're supposed to be remembering today, is how the governments are inherently violent. They force us. They sell our blood overseas for their interests. You don't have a choice. You're going. 66% of everyone who died in World War II were forced. American. Just the Americans. I don't know about the Russians, but I'm guessing they had similar. They probably were worse. Probably 90% of them were forced into war. But hey, 66% of our boys were sent over there against their will. Maybe we should have some pray for peace, everybody. Pray for peace. In the meantime, Donald Trump is still ripping you off. He is chimping out, as they say these days. I had to look up to make sure that wasn't, if I was allowed to say it, And since Donald Trump looks like an orangutan, I think it's okay. I think it's okay to say Trump is chimping out. Trump always chimps out. I think that's what TACO actually stands for. Trump always chimps out.
I think he is a more mature, more disciplined version of himself than he was in his first term.
Bezos. I think he's way more mature than he used to be. Trump always chimps out. Hey, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. If you think the Democrats and Republicans are just part of a unitard party and you don't want any part of it, and you think that it's bullshit that people are being drafted to go overseas to die, and that 13 people have died in a war that means nothing, we've spent almost $100 billion now bombing Iranian school children, please like and subscribe.
That's what Jeff Bezos said about President Trump this week. I'm puzzled by this statement from an obviously intelligent and accomplished businessman. I look at Trump's second term and I see
obviously intelligent and accomplished. Dude, these guys are born rich, they get richer. I don't know why people keep on calling them so. If you gave me $1 million right now, and I didn't have to worry about rent or anything like that, just gave me $1 million, I could turn that into $1 billion. I am totally confident that I could turn that into $1 billion. $1 million? Most of these guys start out with way high, and a few connections. Shit, $1 million, I definitely can turn it into at least into several $1 million. I think I could do it.
the ham-handed efforts to annex Greenland and Canada, massive tariff hikes on most of the world, a cruel immigration crackdown that was both lawless and
Yeah, I know everyone's noticing that Jeff Bezos during this interview looks a little different than he used to. He's had a lot of work done. He's got his trainer. He's getting buff again. I know, more power to him, though. You know, poor guy. He's got to have a lot of all these billionaires got to have a lot of gender-affirming care. I don't know. That's their whole thing.
ineffective, and the sudden launching of a war without UN sanction, congressional.
There is no draft. There is a draft. Of course, we've just gone over this. Maybe you should rewind the tape, but selective service has been a thing for a very long time. 70%, almost 66% of the people who died in World War II were conscripted through selective service, the draft. We call it the draft. We all have to sign up. Even I am part of selective service. Now, I'm old now, so I'm just a hair outside of draftable age. Just a hair. So I could probably still be drafted. I don't think they'd want me, though. But they could. They could send me out there to die. I mean, it's their choice at the end of the day. I had to sign a piece of paper when I turned 18, that selective service. I didn't want to go to jail. And then, you know what's funny? I put the wrong Social Security down because I just said, fuck them. And then when I went to college, they made me reapply for selective service in order to go to college in this country. I wasn't allowed to go to college until I got clear and corrected my Social Security number with selective service. That's a true story. We have the draft.
Consultation or any clear strategy. If this is maturity, I would shudder to think what Trump's immature phase would look like. The opposite is actually close.
Let's look it up. Someone just asked me how old I was. I think I want to say that it's 26. I think it used to be between 18 and 28, but now I think they raised the selective service to 46. Let me see. What age range are they accepting into the military these days? 17 to 18. The upper limit, is 42 right now. Coast Guard is 41. Marine Corps, you can't join the Marine after 28. Marine Corps, you have to be young. You have to be young for the Marine Corps, but Air Force 42, Space Force 42, Army 42, Navy, Coast Guard 41. So I'm safe-ish from being drafted. Can I join the military at 55? No, you have to be 42 or under, between 17 and 42 in order to join the military. So usually that's the age range when they draft people. But yeah, you thought so, 43. Yeah, so I'm just a hair outside. I think that if you're under 50, once I hit 50, I'm going to say hey, let's go to war, everybody. No, I'm just joking. But people under 50, I think, are not safe. If we go to war, if you're under 50, you might have to go. Shit, if there's a real war, like a real deal war where hundreds of thousands of people are dead, then, they'll pump it up to 50 for sure. 42 is still too young these days, especially since Americans aren't having kids, Papa Jack in the Middle Ages, kings and queens joined the armies and battle on the front lines. Yeah, but they were just kids, right? I mean, yeah, in the Middle Ages, they did that. That's true. The soldiers. But you know what's also not on the front lines, but even in the Civil War, Like, I'm reading a book right now about about a guy who was in the Civil War. And he says he saw like General Lee, and like he's talking about how like on the battlefield you could look over your shoulder and see like General Lee's white beard. You could see it; he's way back there, but he's there, and you could see him while you're fighting the while you're fighting the Union soldiers or whatever. You could see Ulysses S. Grant standing back there while you're in the thick of it. In the shit.
So to the truth, Trump's first term was disciplined, more disciplined not because he was disciplined, but because he was constrained. He often deferred, however grudgingly, to the Republican establishment and national security elites. His early legislative agenda was shaped by Speaker Paul Ryan and executed by Chief of Staff Reince Priebus. Top economic advisor Gary Cohn repeatedly talked him out of the global tariff hikes he had long wanted. The generals whom he surrounded himself with urged caution on Iran, support for NATO, and arms for Ukraine.
I wonder if you say people keep on saying draft Barron. I wonder if Barron is 19 or 20, right? Did Barron Trump sign up for selective service? I think by law he has to. I think so. Barron Trump is required to register for selective service like all male United States citizens aged 18 to 25. While he is of draft age, there's currently no active military draft in the United States. Yeah, so he is over the 18, so he is mandated. He has to. But who knows? Who knows if he actually did it? I mean, Donald Trump had bone spurs in his heels, and that's why he didn't go to Vietnam. He dodged the draft. Dodged it. War sounds like population control and probably why some of the ingredients are not banned for food. Yeah, like a great culling, of course. I mean, a war does seem like a great culling carried out by oligarchs, doesn't it? It seems like that's what it seems like to me. But they've got other bigger projects, I think. War is just something that they're accustomed to when they have disagreements with other rich people. Like at the end of the day, our right-wing crazy dictator is having an argument with a right-wing crazy dictator in Iran right now. So I guess some of our people are going to have to die. I mean, isn't that always the case? Yeah. We got to die for them. Again, this is what Memorial Day is about, is remembering the times, remembering the people who died for unjust wars and unethical governments. And all governments are unethical.
What Trump drew from that first term, however, was not that expertise mattered. It was that experts were not loyal enough. After the January 6th attack, you see, many of his senior officials distanced themselves from him. Some denounced him. So this time, he has surrounded himself with people whose chief qualification is fealty. The less distinguished the resume, the better. Such people owe everything to him. Process has given way to impulse, procedure to instinct, government to gut. But the starkest difference between Trump 1.0 and Trump 2.0 is not policy. It is enrichment. Its scale, its brazenness, its open contempt for restraint. The day before Bezos made his remarks, the acting Attorney General of the United States announced that the Justice Department would grant Trump, his family, and his businesses immunity from all audits and investigations for any past tax-related misconduct, and the announcement claimed it would last forever. The week before, Trump disclosed that his stock portfolio had executed around 3,700 trades in the first quarter alone, a staggering number, many following a suspiciously convenient pattern. A stock bought shortly before government action or statement that benefited it. On January 6th of this year, for example, the Trump portfolio bought $500,000 of NVIDIA stock. A week later, NVIDIA received U.S. clearance to sell its H200 chips to China.
Like, that shit is so disgusting. NVIDIA, first of all, why are we allowing China to buy chips from NVIDIA? The whole point was to not allow them so that we can stay in the AI game longer than them and have a head up and, have a leg up on the competition. But no, Donald Trump says NVIDIA should go to China right after he bought $500,000 of NVIDIA stock. I wish I had that opportunity, right? I wish I'd known. I would have put $100 on NVIDIA if I knew that NVIDIA was going to hit. Motherfuckers at the roulette table knowing which numbers are going to hit because he's spinning the wheel and he's got a magnet under the ball. Like this guy's cheating and all of you guys are just suckers getting reamed at the stock market. You guys all get fucked and Mr. Trump gets to walk away with all the money. Your money. Man goes in a cage. Cage goes in the water. Sharks in the water. Our shark.
That was not all. The Commerce Department this week announced an investment in a quantum computing company in which a member of the Trump family holds interests. And don't forget the 500...
They all do that. Who's they all? Who's they all do that? No one. 3,700 trades in the first quarter of his presidency. They do not all do that. That is not something they all do. We're way past that shit. They all do that. We're way past that shit, guys. We're way past this idea. Like, well, they all, come on, Sky. They all lie. Sure, they all lie. They don't all plan on escape. They don't all plan on stealing Jair Bolsonaro in order for him to escape arrest in Brazil because he was bribed by the same company Donald Trump was bribed by. They don't do that. They don't all kidnap heads of state. They don't all bomb schools full of children. They don't all do that.
Million UAE investment in a Trump family crypto venture, the $2 billion UAE investment using that company's stablecoin, the flurry of new Trump organization real estate deals, or the drone company in which the Trump family invested, and that later...
The stablecoin that he just kind of glossed over really quickly, the stablecoin really is, to me, one of the most disgusting thing that Trump is doing, because the stablecoin is just a crypto coin tied to the dollar. It's basically just a counterfeit dollar that you could turn back into real dollars. And you could buy it. Donald Trump makes a percentage every time you buy it. But the only reason to buy stablecoin is to use it in the transfer of, let's say, illicit goods and services, and to, bribe people. So Donald Trump and also his friend Howard Lutnick. Howard Lutnick owns Tethercoin, and Donald Trump owns USD1. Two stable coins. We have two people in the cabinet who own stable coins. Like, that shit is blatantly criminal. Nobody seems to, because it's hard to understand, I guess. So everyone just doesn't even think about it.
Miraculously received a Pentagon contract. One number says it all. Reuters calculates that from the first half of 2024 to the first half of 2025, the Trump organization's income rose from $51 million to...
You're coming out with Jizz coin like Ghislaine Maxwell? Nice. Do it. Come out with a coin. Yes, do it. You can't pretend it hasn't been like this. Maybe this is your first time here, Gorbs. But no, it has not been like this. This is just the last step. You could say others have led to this, that Barack Obama and George W. Bush and Joe Biden have paved the way for Donald Trump, sure, and that they've done nothing to slow this down or to keep something like Donald Trump from happening. I'll give you that. You can also say that they're all war criminals. Yeah, sure. I hate presidents. They're all horrible people. They're just top cop in a horrible system where we are all part of the criminal justice system, walking around with 3 felonies on our head. We're all just unconvicted felons. Sure. All of that. Yeah, and they're all surveilling us, and they're all, yep. They all abuse their war powers. Yep. This is another giant leap. It's like where since Reagan, they've all been taking little steps towards something like fascism, towards Donald Trump, and Donald Trump just jumped 10 steps, and we're now in the shit. We are in the thick of it, and it's far worse than anything we've seen before. It's far worse than I used to compare Donald Trump to Ulysses S. Grant, actually, because he was so into cronyism, appointed his friends to everything, and his friends made a bunch of money, but Ulysses S. Grant was just kind of dumb and drunk and loyal to his friends, and he didn't really know what he was doing. And so, a lot of the corruption laid at his feet, but he didn't seem to be the corrupt one. Most historians think that Ulysses S. Grant wasn't the corrupt guy, that all the people around him were, and he was just kind of not smart enough to, or didn't have the will to do anything about it, and he died pretty poor. Meanwhile, he died poor, but he wrote a book about his life, and so his family was rich after he died. Crazy, right? But Donald Trump, on the other hand, is corrupt. He's evil. He's enriching himself. He's doing things he's the corrupt one. It's very different.
$864 million. This does suggest discipline, a relentless discipline devoted to monetizing the presidency. But somehow I doubt that is what Jeff Bezos had in mind. The Trump organization has maintained that Trump himself, his family, and the organization don't have any role in directing or influencing specific investments. The deeper question is, why is this possible? And why has it produced so little resistance? Scholars of corruption have long assumed that in advanced democracies, graft becomes subtle and institutional. Oh,
interesting. Cap for life. Cap, I know you're kind of all right, so funding Ukraine. Of course, the gas prices in the Biden years were mostly because of Donald Trump's fumbling of the pandemic and the ensuing supply chain problems that caused all of the prices to go up, including gasoline. And a lot of that was artificial from the companies, blah, blah, blah. But really, I mean, he kind of inherited that problem. So the gas thing also not so bad. He also fixed it. He also fixed the gas problem. It went way down in his last 2 years. But hey, you don't like to think about that, do you? The first 2 years they were high because of Donald Trump. Second 2 years, he got them back down. But the Ukraine thing, don't forget that America promised Ukraine to defend them if Russia ever attacked in order to convince the Ukrainians to give up their nuclear arsenal. Because when they split from Russia, the USSR had stored and staged a lot of their missiles in the Ukraine. So when the Ukraine won independence, they had a buttload of nuclear arms. Most of them they couldn't use right away, but they had that enriched uranium, that good stuff, that yellow cake. And so we told Ukraine, hey, please just give the yellow cake to Russia, give it back to USSR, give it back to it wasn't USSR at that point, but give it back to Russia because we don't want you having it. We don't want everyone having nuclear weapons and this yellow cake, and we don't want them having the uranium. And so they said, but if we do that, Russia's going to attack. And we said, don't worry about it, Ukraine. We will sign a paper with you saying that we're going to defend you if Russia ever attacks. But America is a bunch of dishonorable liars, and that's why we're in the situation we're in. You can't believe anything that America says, even if it puts it on paper. Ask the American Indians if America keeps their side of the contract.
Nations, lobbying networks, consulting contracts. Trump has taken the elaborate machinery of an advanced industrial state and used it to accelerate something far cruder, old-fashioned personal grift. The public may be troubled, but his MAGA base doesn't seem to be, and that is the only constituency that could restrain him. In a hyperpolarized country, corruption is no longer judged as an objective moral failing. It is filtered through tribe. If our side does it, it's either fake news, clever politics, or totally justified revenge. This reveals a deeper weakness in the American system. The Founding Fathers built a magnificent constitutional framework, but it rested on an assumption that they did not spell out.
Nobody has forgotten the last 6 years. Nobody. Shit, we're still talking about Barack Obama. Why do you think anyone has forgotten the last 6 years? No one's forgotten. We talk about Joe Biden every day. I talk about Joe Biden from when I was 9 years old. I talk about all the politics. No one's forgotten shit. I guess it's funny that you've forgotten the first 4 years of Donald Trump when he ran this country into the ground. Ran it into the fucking ground. This country was falling apart at the end of Donald Trump. We had the worst economy. We were getting slaughtered. We had shutdowns. We allowed a virus to come to this country and kill Americans the first time in recorded in modern history anyway. I know that people were scared during the Spanish flu, but this was just a failure of policy. Failure. And we're still failing. We're backing out of the WHO and not funding overseas research, not trying to contain Ebola where Ebola is so it doesn't come here. We're not doing the shit that we used to do. And that's because of Donald Trump. Donald Trump decided that. That's why we had COVID here. It's not just something that happened. COVID came to America. We saw it coming and we did nothing. It goes magically down. It magically goes down in April. It magically goes down. Remember that? It magically goes down. And then March 19th or March 17th, the whole country shut down. In April, it all goes down. It'll go away. It'll go away. Don't worry. This is what he thought. It just goes away by magic. I don't have to do anything. And by doing nothing, 1 million Americans died.
That public officials would retain some shared commitment to unwritten civil.
Yes, COVID hit everybody. Yes, COVID hit everybody. So did SARS, but not America. SARS almost hit everybody. MERS almost hit everybody. Ebola has hit many countries, but not America. Because the way the world turns, we're very fortunate, and we have these big giant oceans, and we actually can do shit in order to prevent diseases from coming here. We've successfully done it in the past. And the way it's done is you attack the diseases when there's an outbreak. You hear, oh, there's an outbreak somewhere. Go over there, fix it, and don't let anybody travel outside, and don't let them come to this country. We'll fix it right now. We're going to send a shitload of money and doctors and scientists. We're going to fix it over there. That's how it works. There's literally a board game called Pandemic that teaches children this. But Donald Trump can't understand that, and he decided to do nothing. And guess what happened? Where's my... That's what happened. Obama thought SARS was going to hit us. Yeah, and he fixed it. He threw a bunch of money at it so it didn't hit us. Obama thought SARS was good. That's a good point. Obama thought SARS was going to hit us, and he also thought Ebola was going to hit us. And so what he did, in order to prevent that from happening, was send a bunch of doctors, send a bunch of money, send a bunch of scientists to fix it so it doesn't come here. Shut down travel from those places where there's an Ebola outbreak. Shut down where there's a SARS outbreak. So, yeah, SARS actually was before Obama. SARS was during... SARS was like 2000. That might have been George W. Bush at that point. That might have been George W. Bush. That was a long time ago. But Ebola, he thought Ebola was coming here, so he took action. Donald Trump thought that COVID would never come here. It's just magic. It'll magically go down. And so he did nothing. And that's why we had high gas prices in the first year of Joe Biden. And that's why we had all those damn issues. That's why we had lockdowns. That's why we had all this shit. It's also why 1 million Americans died. It's because Donald Trump decided to do nothing while the whole world was doing something. The whole world was freaking out, and Donald Trump's like, not going to happen here. It never happens here. Yeah, it never happens here because people do something about it. Because we have money, scientists, doctors, and power. Donald Trump used none of those things, and that's why 1 million Americans died. Thanks.
Norms. Madison's design, ambition must be made to counteract ambition, assumed that Congress would jealously guard its powers against the executive. He did not imagine a political party that would surrender its institutional ambition to the personality cult of one man. The legal guardrails are weaker than most Americans realize. The president is largely exempt from standard federal conflict of interest laws. Many of the actions I've described would expose even the senior-most cabinet secretary to grave legal peril. For a president, the Supreme Court has decided that the only remedy for official acts is impeachment, and 2/3 of the Senate voting for conviction, which in our partisan age requires a civic miracle. The mature response to these travesties is not revenge, but a restoration of the rule of law. After Trump, the urgent task for the American Republic will be to turn norms into statutes, curtail the ethical immunities of the
Yes, more laws. That's what we need. More laws and more guns. That's always the solution in America. What we need is more laws and more guns. Yes, more surveillance. That's what we need. You think they're going to do that for the powerful? Fareed? I don't think so. Fareed Zakaria is dreaming, and this idea that we need a return to the rule of law, as if these guys ever had the rule of law. How about we return to a time when presidents actually liked this country? Why don't we do that? No? How about we have return to a time when power actually rested in the Congress so that the will of the people was expressed in our representation? No, we're not going to do that. Okay, so let's just scrap it. It's not going to work out. America doesn't work anymore. It doesn't work. Congress has no power. The president has all the power. And as long as the courts support him, there's nothing Congress can do because they've let all of the power of the people rest in the hands of the president of the United States. And that's not just Donald Trump's fault. That is Barack Obama's fault. That's Bill Clinton's fault. That is Reagan's fault. George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush, and Joe Biden. It's all their fault that is the case. They handed too much power into the presidency. Now the president has too much power, and he's going to use it. What do you know? All those times when presidents did creepy shit like kill American citizens with drones overseas or extrajudiciously kill Osama bin Laden without a trial, that type of shit. And everybody said, this is not a good precedent. That means that any president can do that. Any president could just murder you overseas. If you let Obama do it, the next guy's going to do it too. And you might not like it. And everyone said, don't worry. Barack Obama's not a bad guy. We like him. The next guy's not going to be so nice. He's going to kill people overseas indiscriminately. He's going to kidnap presidents. Don't worry about it. That'll never happen. They warned us. People warned us. And that's how it was. Yep. Elon Musk, man, I love when people say this. I know the billionaires always want to look like me. They want to try to look like real men. So they have, this is their template, gentlemen, apparently, that if you're the richest man in the world, you want to look like me. And so you'll pay millions of dollars to try to look like me. I am flattered. Thank you. I appreciate that. The richest man in the world spending millions of dollars to have a big schlong like me and teeth like me and a jaw like me and hair like me. Man, this is, I'm flattered. I'm touched.
Eddie Glaude is back with me, and we are joined by MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin. Lisa, when you think things can't get any worse, somehow it somehow surprises you. One of the prosecutors actually delivered a form of a mea culpa. Yes. What exactly happened here? Well, there was sort of
this is where Donald Trump chimps out, man. They just, the judges just decided that all the people that were protesting against ICE, like Kat Abagazela, they just let them go. They said, you're innocent, actually. We're not going to let you, and with prejudice, which means they can't be tried again.
Number of irregularities before the grand jury. You alluded to some of them. So the first one was one of the prosecutors basically put her personal credibility and trustworthiness on the line in support of the charges. It's that sort of like, trust me, you can trust me, I'm a prosecutor. That is.
Yes, I know. Everyone wants to say, Manny De Silva, I know you think that Donald Trump is the biggest traitor to our country in history. And he is. Like, he's the biggest traitor to our country. The man hates America. He hates Jesus. He hates life. He hates art. He hates the Kennedys. He hates the red, white, and blue. He hates all the stuff that makes America America. He hates it. He loves himself. He puts his picture on our passports, on our national parks pass, on the wall of the DOJ, on the wall of the DOD, puts a big banner of himself on the sides of walls like he's Kim Jong-un. He's building a giant arch for himself at Arlington Cemetery, a place that he would never be buried because he's never served. Kennedy served there. Kennedy served and he's buried at Arlington. But, Donald Trump couldn't stomach serving. Donald Trump would never serve. Donald Trump wouldn't even serve when they tried to force him because he is a traitor to this country. They even drafted Donald Trump, and he lied and dodged the draft. He's a draft-dodging traitor. And on Memorial Day, we should remember all of the people who died. 269 draftees, 269,000 draftees. Almost 70% of the people who died, the Americans who died in World War II, were draftees. How many people who were draftees died in Vietnam? On the American side, a total of 17,725 American draftees died during the Vietnam War. That was 30% of the total in-theater combat deaths suffered by the United States, who lost 58,000 people. 58,000 people died in an unjust war. Donald Trump left them hanging. He left them high and dry. He dodged the draft. When America called, Donald Trump refused to answer. And now you want to tell me that he's got America's interest at heart? He says himself he doesn't consider your financial situation. He thinks that your gas prices is peanuts. It's peanuts. Man, you might hate Joe Biden as much as I do. I hate Joe Biden, but Joe Biden never said, what affordability? Go fuck yourself. What gas prices? Go fuck yourself. Joe Biden didn't say that shit. Donald Trump does, because he doesn't give a shit about you. He doesn't care about America. He hates America and what America stands for. Traitor.
Something that no prosecutor, state or federal, is ever supposed to do with a grand jury. Second thing is they talked to the grand jurors outside of the grand jury room. The third is that they excused grand jurors who disagreed with the government's case from further deliberations when they went to bring a new indictment after a no true bill. That's when the grand jurors say, we're not going to vote to indict this person. They just got rid of the people that they didn't think agreed with them. And then the fourth problem was the one that the judge found the most problematic, which you also alluded to, which is that all of this was redacted from the grand jury transcript. So I'm going to read to you from some of this transcript. She says, frankly, it is that I find the most problematic. Mistakes happen. They happen to all of us. But as I tell my children, you own it. You admit to it. You apologize it, and you apologize for it, and you move on. What you do not do is hide it.
This is all these guys in Illinois. I don't know if they're going to show the shot of ICE agents just walking up to Kat Abigazela and just throwing her on the ground for no reason. That was pretty brutal.
Now, the U.S. attorney for this.
It used to be, in other countries, if you beat up on their women, they go out and they kill all the cops. But not here. We let the cops beat our women. America hates women. I don't know why. I think women are great. America hates women, man. They'll let cops shoot women in the face and laugh about it. It's insane, man. Why do you hate women, America?
District and Northern District of Illinois, Andrew Boutros showed up in court yesterday, and he did take it on the chin. He said that a number of the things that happened here were irregular and wrong, and at the same time said that the conduct.
That's true. Donald Trump called them losers. He also called John McCain, who was shot down in Vietnam and taken as a POW and had his arms broken again and again. You ever notice that John McCain couldn't really move his arms very well? He was kind of like doing this. He couldn't really move his arms. That was because of the torture that he endured in a POW camp in Vietnam. And Donald Trump thought it was funny to call him not a hero. He said, heroes don't get shot down. That's what Donald Trump said. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. Happy Memorial Day. Muslims hate women? I don't know. The Muslims I know don't hate women. If Muslims hate women, then why is America doing business with all those Muslim countries like Qatar? Qatar just gave Donald Trump a $400 million jet. So Donald Trump hates women then, I guess, is what we already know that. I don't think it has much to do with the Muslim stuff, but, Qatar just gave him a $400 million jet that cost American taxpayers another $100 million just to retrofit so he could use it. It's pretty rad jet, right? What about Saudi Arabia? Mohammed bin Salman was at the Oval Office and Donald Trump was defending him to our journalists, was running interference when they tried to ask about why Mohammed bin Salman murdered Khashoggi, murdered a Wall Street Journal journalist, a Washington Post journalist, I forget, an American journalist for an American paper, murdered. Donald Trump stuck up for Mohammed bin Salman. So I guess you're just speaking, yeah. Well, McCain was a loser? Was he a loser because he served his country? I thought that McCain would have been okay, but he went, I don't know, he listened too much to his stupid party. The Republicans are so stupid. He should have won the election if you think about it. But instead he put, what was her name? Sarah Palin. Sarah Palin, what an idiot. My God. Chose the wrong running. I think McCain would have won if it wasn't for Sarah Palin. But that's alternate universe shit, man.
The four defendants whose charges he dismissed was still completely unacceptable. That did not go over well with this particular judge who said, your mea culpa is essentially undermined by the fact that you continue to attack the conduct of the very people who you can no longer prosecute because of these irregularities.
One of these protesters said he is a former congressional candidate. I want to play what was said on Morning Joe today.
This isn't justice. This case shouldn't have come in the first place. And all of us, we're just normal people. This is a suburban dad.
Jay Stewart, I'm telling you, it's over for Trump. MAGA's turning on him. Anyone with half a brain in MAGA, they're turning on Donald Trump. They're starting to wake up. It's just kind of like the 3%ers and these guys. Sometimes they wake up and they realize, like, oh, I just hate the government. I'm not really a right-wing racist. You find it a lot. Like, a lot of times, especially in, like, anarchist outreach, anarchists will go to, like, gun shows and they'll be like, hey, do you hate the government? Great, me too. Do you hate black people? No, I don't hate black people, they say, but I just joined the 3%ers or these other organizations because I hate the government, and I'll just accept the racist stuff because I want to be part of an anti-government club. And they're like, yeah, you're an anarchist. You're just getting hijacked by racist right-wing Nazis. And they go, oh, shit. Happens a lot. They wake up. They're like, oh, shit, I've been hijacked by Nazis. I think a lot of people are realizing that they're being hijacked by Nazis. And that's kind of sad, right? It's kind of sad. It's kind of sad that people get hijacked by Nazis. It sucks, right? Yeah. They should have learned from his first presidency. They should have, but people are stupid, man. And they love pedophiles and hate women. I mean, this is the thing. America hates women. They hate women. Hate them. I mean, Donald Trump has only beaten women in the elections. He's never beaten a man in an election. And that's because America hates women. Holy shit, America's a misogynist country. Way worse than like America's basically the Taliban. Okay, we don't make our women wear the whole burqa thing and all that, but it ain't good, man. There's Kat. There's Kat Abigazela. Abigazela. Abigazale? Abigazela. I like Abigazela. I don't know how to say her last name. Kat. She's a former congressional candidate, but she's exonerated today.
Hired sports fan, a woman that just had a bowling birthday party, a musician, one of my best friends who's devoted his life to helping the homeless, and myself. We're all just normal people, and we're hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal debt, which is the point. We were facing up to 10 years in prison for most of the last 6 months. This is about psychological and financial torture.
If that's the case,
It's true. I mean, every time that I've been arrested, I'll tell you it is a lot more than people think. People think, oh, well, you were arrested and they let you go, and then the judge said the cop was wrong. Where's the problem? Yeah, well, during that time, I was freaking the fuck out because they were threatening me with 10 years in prison. I was scared. I had a lawyer. I had to deal with all this shit because the cops violated my rights. People think like, oh, well, you got your rights violated, but now you're off the hook. It's like, yeah, I'm off the hook, but you tortured me.
said the administration get what it wanted, inflicting cruelty, inflicting financial harm, and sending a message to other people who might do the same.
It did exactly that. So if you step out there and you take a risk to exercise your First Amendment rights, if you want to protest, if you want to call attention to the federal government overstepping its bounds, the rights of everyday ordinary folk, you need to understand the risk. And the risk could be just this. And if it wasn't for these Keystone prosecutors.
Keystone Cops. Did anybody get the Keystone Cops reference?
What would have happened? What could have happened? That more money could have
No
been
one
spent.
gets the
But here we
Keystone
are.
Cops reference anymore.
Defense attorneys also who are pushing for the grand jury transcripts, which ordinarily are not.
So you're a criminal. See how stupid people, this is how stupid people are. So you're a criminal. What did I just say? I've been arrested many times, and every time the judge lets me go. Every single time. That doesn't make me a criminal. That makes me someone who's been falsely prosecuted over and over again for having my freedom of speech. Because we don't actually have freedom of speech anymore. The cops don't recognize your freedom of speech. Martin Luther King Jr. was arrested 30 times. Mr. Nonviolent just wants to talk, gets arrested. I've been arrested in protest situations many times. I've been arrested many times for various activist activities. And every time I go scot-free. Every time. No fine. No prosecution, no conviction, every time. But morons will be like, oh, so if you're arrested, you must be a criminal. No. Donald Trump's a criminal, you see. He has been actually convicted by a jury of his peers. He has been adjudicated by a jury of his peers. In multiple cases, Donald Trump is a convicted felon. In multiple cases, he's an adjudicated, well, he is an adjudicated rapist. He's been convicted of those things. I have not. That's the difference between a criminal and a citizen. Thank you.
Given to defendants, but they had a feeling that something went wrong, Chris, and they asked the judge to give them access to it. That's when these redactions were discovered. But for that, we would not know of the misconduct here. I want to say one other thing, if I can. That congressional candidate, Kat Abigazale, I believe her name is, she might be well informed to look at that settlement agreement that was just created in the anti-weaponization fund.
Look at her. Look at her. That's fucking bold. Look at this. This little girl, it poses such a threat to this policeman, and he beat the shit out of her. There's video of them just picking her up and slamming her on the ground like it's WWE, except it's asphalt. It's just disgusting what these people do.
If it stays in effect, despite all of the hubbub around it, the way that the terms lawfare and weaponization are defined in the settlement agreement in the fine print suggests that someone like her might have a claim as well. And so these 6 defendants may themselves find themselves to be, in the definition in the settlement agreement, victims of
Oh, yeah, they need to get that $1.8 billion.
lawfare and weaponization that allow them to recover from this U.S. government.
What do you think the chances are, Eddie, if these folks who the judge clearly said were targets of a crooked prosecution actually try to get redress from this fund?
I'm sorry. The chances? Oh, well, the sky will be red tomorrow. Those are the odds, it seems to me.
The chances of these folks getting part of that $1.8 billion, the $2 billion that Donald stole from Americans to give to his friends, the sky will be red tomorrow. That's the official opinion. I love it. Yeah, I mean, 47, the Republicans, the truth is, if you are a Trump supporter on the 25th of May, 2026, you are aiding and abetting a child predator. You are an accomplice after the fact of Jeffrey Epstein. That's who you are now. You're aiding and abetting a criminal, a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not saying that if you voted for Donald Trump, you're a very bad person. I think you got hoodwinked. But if on May 25th, 2026, if you're still falling for this shit, you are a criminal. You are an accomplice to crimes against children. Why do you hate children and women? Why do you hate women? Why do you hate women and children, maggers? I don't get it. All you Republicans, I don't get why you hate them so much. Your president is a chomo, and you're supporting the chomocracy, a country run by child predators. Way to go, MAGA. You really showed those libtards. You really showed them.
A Massachusetts McDonald's employee is facing criminal charges after a viral video.
Bro, remember when we reported on this? When we talked about this story, this is so crazy. The lady, she put McDonald's French fries in her mouth, and I said, well, why are you going to McDonald's? Do you know what else is in those fries? There's all sorts of disgusting stuff in those French fries. Bruh, don't eat McDonald's French fries, you disgusting animal, you disgusting piece of garbage. What is wrong with you, garbage human? Stop going to McDonald's. This year so far, I've seen McDonald's having worms in their ice cubes going into the drinks. I've seen a woman putting the fries in her mouth and back in. What was the other thing about McDonald's we saw? It's just too much. I do the news every day, and I've seen so many things about how McDonald's is killing us. People still line up. Even though there's a red and yellow danger sign on the door, people still line up around the block. Around the block. They love it. Can't get enough of that Mickey D's, huh?
Video showed her stuffing French fries in her mouth before allegedly serving them to a customer. NBC 10's Brianna Borghi is live in Southbridge. Brianna, when this video hit social media, it rattled so many people. I'm glad you can add some context to it all tonight.
It really did, Glenn. And we did learn today that employee was actually a manager at this.
She was a manager, man. I could tell by her uniform. Liberals continue to show their... I know liberals are so ignorant. They allow people like Donald Trump to have a voice. I totally agree with you. Donald Trump is a product of liberals. Liberals made Donald Trump possible. Liberals are why Donald Trump exists. I totally agree. Liberals completely ignorant. They're almost as ignorant as the MAGers. MAGers pretty much are liberal, like, oh, well, he has the right to speak, let the Nazis speak. We love Nazis in America, and let him speak because he has the right to. I mean, we don't have the right to. Martin Luther King Jr., no, put him in jail. The Nazi, though, we need to hear him out. Come on, give him a chance. Give him a chance. One more time, give him a chance. Capitalism's great. The marketplace of ideas. Put that Martin Luther King Jr., put him in jail. Put him in jail. That's the liberal. That's the MAGer. They're very similar. So I totally agree. Thank you so much, Tyson Bailey, for reminding us all that liberals are stupid and they are part of the same club as MAGA. MAGA is a liberal movement. It's disgusting. Liberals are disgusting. I totally agree with you. Thank you, everybody. Liberals suck. And if you feel like you are a political orphan and that Republicans and Democrats are just completely out of their minds because they think that capitalism is A-okay and that the rich should get richer while you can't afford to pot to piss in, well, you've come to the right place. I'm an anarchist. I realize that the red and blue door that we're presented with every 4 years leads to the same gas chamber. If you're tired of picking between red door and blue door and you'd rather not go into the gas chamber at all, then hey, like and subscribe. Thank you all for being here.
McDonald's. She also allegedly spit in that fry carton before actually putting the fries in it. And now we do have the video that's at the center of this investigation.
Let's see it. Do
This
it.
is the video
Do
that
it.
sparked a police
Yeah,
investigation at
in her
McDonald's
mouth.
in Southbridge. The employee, identified in court documents as Kaylee Marie Santos, is seen stuffing French fries into her mouth and then putting them in a fry carton as a coworker laughs along.
It's very concerning because we all know this is the only McDonald's here.
It appears
It's the only McDonald's. Yeah, and you're still gonna line up. You're still gonna do it. Fire that person. Fire that worker. It's the worker's fault. It's nothing to do with the culture of McDonald's and American culture. I love that people are waking up to the fact that, guess what? People who are working for you in these stupid places, they're being abused and they hate their jobs. And the only reason they're doing it is by fear of starvation, by threat of violence.
Video was posted on Santos' private Snapchat story and then recorded using another phone. It's now racked up hundreds of thousands of views online.
A bunch of the people I work with, we went to that McDonald's, and no, nobody goes there because it's really nasty.
According to court documents.
Perfect. Don't worry, you'll forget about it. Just like they forgot about Chipotle killing all those people with E. coli. Yeah, or what about Jack in the Box killing all those people with E. coli? It's funny, these people keep on putting poop in the food, and you keep on going to fast food. Learn how to cook yourself. Be your own person, for God's sakes. Food tampering is a felony. Yeah, look out. Guess what? I worked in food and beverage for 28 years, and I've seen my share of crazy shit for sure. But I think it's funny that you guys just trust everyone on the other side of that wall to wash their hands and do everything right, huh? Yeah, you do, huh? Cool. No one's fucking in the walk-in either. No one ever does anything bad at McDonald's. No one ever comes to work drunk. Never. Oh, look, at the flag is at half-mast. Why do you think the flag is at half-mast? Is it for Memorial Day?
Santos was working as the night manager when she allegedly served the contaminated fries to her ex-girlfriend, who also claims Santos had been harassing her and her new partner.
Oh, she gave it to her ex-girlfriend. Well, there you go. Ex-girlfriends, don't go to McDonald's if your ex-girlfriend's the manager of McDonald's. Don't go to that McDonald's.
Is now charged with distributing food.
But also, don't go to McDonald's, you stupid garbage human. Are you stupid? Are you crazy? Don't you realize that every McDonald's hamburger is a mother cow that's been ground up after she's been raped multiple times and she can't have babies anymore, so they don't need to use her for milk production. So rather than kill her babies and get her pregnant again, they get her pregnant one last time and they sell her because, well, she's heavier with a baby inside, and they slaughter her while she's still got a baby inside of her, and then they turn her into, with hundreds of other cows, into a McDonald's hamburger, and they take whatever's left of her and they crush it up into powder and they put it on the French fries, because American French fries at McDonald's has beef powder in it. So yeah, it's a disgusting place to go. Why are you going there? Why? They treat their people like shit, they treat you like shit, they treat animals like shit, and you still go to McDonald's. You stupid assholes. They're killing Americans. You still go. I tell you what, McDonald's is far worse for America than anything going on in Iran. McDonald's has killed way more Americans than any Iranian nuclear potential might.
Containing a harmful substance. Both she and her coworker have since been fired. The franchise operator saying in a statement, the actions of these individuals are unacceptable and do not reflect our organization's food safety standards or values. Going on to say, the well-being and safety of our Southbridge community remains our top priority.
If you think these can't happen at any place you eat, whether it's a McDonald's or the finest restaurant in the world.
My ideal of liberalism is wrong? I don't think so. Your both sides argument is spurned by someone who obviously worked in that disgusting industry for... Disgusting industry! How dare you call that industry disgusting? My industry provides a level of service and luxury at a high pressure, from a high pressure environment. I did high volume, high quality my whole life. What did you do? What the fuck did you do? Sell insurance? Go fuck yourself. For 28 years, man, I worked hard. I worked hard for my money. What were you doing? I worked through the pandemic as an essential employee. What were you doing? Eating cupcakes, getting fat, playing Call of Duty? Go fuck yourself. Fucking people don't work a day in their lives, and they want to denigrate people who work in the industry. People who work in an industry that's one of the largest industries in America. Everywhere you go, there's a McDonald's. And you hate those people working at them. What's that say about you? Every city you go to, there's multiple McDonald's, and you hate all the people who work there, and you denigrate them, and you call them names. All you maggers. I had a beer with a magger a couple weeks ago, and he's talking about how, well, they shouldn't be paid a living wage. What do you mean they shouldn't be paid a living wage? Well, they're only working fast food. Yeah, you need workers, right? Yeah. And you need them to work 40 hours a week, right? Yeah. So you don't think they should be able to survive working 40 hours a week? The fuck are you talking about? You need people who dig ditches and lay bricks and serve food. But you denigrate those people because you hate the worker. You hate the worker. You should not get the Labor Day off. You should not get Labor Day off. Horrible people. Horrible humans in America. You hate the worker. You hate women. You hate children. It really is sad. It's terrifying in America, seeing how you treat the worker.
Don't think it, because things can happen behind closed doors. So, but I think the person, I think they're going to get a heck of a lesson out of it.
In court paperwork, police did say they've dealt with Santos before. We did try to reach out to both Santos and the alleged victim, but didn't hear back from either.
The alleged victim. It's so funny. What do you think is in the fries before she put them in her mouth? Way worse. Go to the slaughterhouse, see how clean it is. I've been to lots of slaughterhouses, and let me tell you, they're not clean. They smell like death and piss and shit and rot. They're not clean places, and you eat that. So please tell me once again how gross it is, how gross the worker is, how horrible they are. It's such an embarrassment in America. You think that these people have a choice, like they want to work at McDonald's. We'll get a job somewhere else. Get a job somewhere else, and you'll make more money. Where? Bumfuck somewhere outside of Boston. Where's that person going to get a job? Nowhere now. She's just going to starve. Commie? Oh, no. You hate commies? Commie Fuchs? I'm not a commie. I'm not even a communist. You know what? Even in the Communist Manifesto, it talks about how idiots who disagree with someone politically will immediately call them a communist, not knowing what communism is. Like this moron, Barzy, doesn't know what a communist is, never read the Communist Manifesto. But anyone they disagree with, they'll call a communist. Because why? They're morons.
I've been knocking on the door here at the Social Security office, but no one's answering. What you're looking at is a Social Security office in Iowa, in one of the most rapidly aging states in the country. The office has been closed for months now, and no one knows if or when it will reopen.
Go to McDonald's. That's where the old people are. Look, he went straight to McDonald's. I can't find anybody at the Social Security office. Let me go to McDonald's and meet some old people. But you hate the McDonald's worker. The McDonald's worker is who's taking care of Grandpa.
Electing the older people.
Kind of distressing, like, okay, now where do I go?
This is just one office, but it's part of a crisis that most people aren't even aware of.
And how did you find out that it closed? From you.
Social Security has existed for 90 years, but right now it's at a breaking point. So we went to Iowa to find out, why is it breaking and who's responsible?
The backlog has just gotten worse and worse. They call in the 800 number, they're on hold for 5 hours, and then the calls dropped.
And for people who paid into this system for their entire lives, it feels like a betrayal.
I'm angry. It's almost like you're being punished for being...
Man, I got this friend, her name is Smokin' Blondie, and she says that I should still pay my taxes in order to get my Social Security back, because if I'm not careful when I'm old, I won't get any of my Social Security money. And I'm like, bruh, I ain't getting Social Security. Are you getting do you think you're getting Social Security? They will starve the beast, break the system, and then privatize it. That's what's going to happen. It won't happen tomorrow, but that is what's happening. They will starve. They talk about it every year. They'll starve the beast, break the system, and then chaos ensues, so they'll privatize Social Security. Watch. Mark my words.
On Social Security.
And what are the consequences for the 70 million people who receive Social Security checks every month?
Everybody has parents that reach a certain age.
What does it mean if all of them don't get their...
And yeah, if you are, if you like music, check out Smokin' Blondie. She's got some cool music.
Checks all at the same time.
That's primarily my income. I worry for my children, is who I worry for. That's who I worry for. The next generation is in trouble. Is it possible?
The next generation's in trouble, says the baby boomer. Yeah, thank you, baby boomers. You fucked us. Thank you so much. You create a system that benefits you and destroys us. You borrowed from the future because you didn't want to, you didn't want to get taxed, but you still wanted all the services of government, so you borrowed money from other countries, and you and I, we will have to pay. We'll have to pay for those loans. Pretty awesome. If you think about it, the baby boomers, genius, right? They want all the government services, but they don't want to pay for any of it. So they just stop paying taxes for older people and any of their assets. They don't want to pay any of those taxes, but they still get all the benefit of the government. So they got to pay for it somehow. So they borrow in the future, and they know that future generations will have to pay off that debt. They sold our future. It's so smart if you think about it. Like, wouldn't you? Hey, you have this nebulous generation coming. Take out a loan they have to pay off, huh? Brilliant. So smart. And then you don't have to pay any taxes. I love this idea. Man, brilliant work, baby boomers. You really fucked us. You really fucking fucked us. Thanks for developing the internet, I guess.
Well, to talk to a representative?
Would you like me to text you a link so you can do it now? Text and rates may apply.
Susan Ludeking is a retiree we met in Decorah, Iowa.
Is it possible to talk to a person?
Sorry, did you want me to text you a link? Text and rates may apply depending on your plan and your carrier.
This is crazy. Now she's 74, and she works part-time.
I work for a couple Dollar Generals. I go over and service the cards. Just took down Easter, put up Mother's Day.
Susan is one of at least 40% of elderly Americans.
That's how I'm going to be working at a goddamn Dollar General when I'm her age. I'll be like, now, how does this machine work? That's going to be me. I'm not making fun of her. I'm making fun of me, the future me. Although it'll probably be robotic at that point. I mean, I went into a Dollar General. They don't even have a teller now. You just ring up your own shit, and there's just a guy standing there like, have a nice day. That guy could also be replaced, right, by a robot. Have a nice day. Have a nice day. The greeter, there used to be greeters at Walmart. I haven't seen, there used to be an old man greeter at Walmart. I was like, can't wait for that job, man. When I'm 80 years old, I'm going to stand in front of a Walmart. Welcome to Walmart. Welcome to Walmart. I can't wait for that job. But no, I can't even get that job when I'm 80. What is old Skyjack going to do? What is Jack going to do? I want to be a Walmart greeter. I want that job, man. I won't even be able to be an Uber driver, man. The 80-year-olds, I keep on getting into Ubers where the guy driving is 85 years old, 100 years old. He's like, what are you doing? Where are you going? Oh, I don't know where I'm. How does this machine work? They're like trying to you get into one of those Ubers. They don't know how the phone work, man. Like you've seen that, right? Everyone's had that experience at this point. It's great. God bless them. They're out there still working. Those are my favorite old people. The ones that are still working. The one that are like, I have retirement, but it's not enough to live. I can't make it. I did not have sex. I don't know why I'm doing my Bill Clinton impersonation is just an old guy now. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. I did not have sexual relations with that woman. Welcome to Walmart. Welcome to Walmart. I guess it's because he's from Arkansas. He's got kind of that like soft Arkansas accent, Bill Clinton. Now, y'all got to come down to Walmart. Make sure that you can... you know what? Walmart's from Arkansas. Walmart was founded in Arkansas. It's the number one business in Arkansas.
Who rely on Social Security for at least half of their income every month.
I did sign up for Social Security when I was 63 because I was considered fully disabled because of the arthritis.
What do you use that $1,500 for?
Well, that pays my rent and my utilities. My utilities are high here because it's an older building.
And since she signed up for Social Security, Susan has had an office to go to nearby to get her questions answered. Like recently, when she got a letter in the mail about a refund and wasn't sure if it was legitimate. How could someone at the office help you determine if it's a scam or not?
Because they can look up your account and tell you exactly. They have access to all that information. And I went in there and it's an office temporarily closed. When it first opened...
Sorry, it's been doged. Sorry, old folks. Do you want some help? Sorry, we got rid of all that. You're still paying your taxes, but there's no government services anymore.
They had about 5 people in the office.
Last time I think I was in there was only one guy in there.
Lorraine Borowski is the city's former mayor.
She knows everything about Decorah.
There was a person that had been there for a long time that was ready to retire. He was an extremely dedicated person.
When the employee retired, Lorraine fought to keep the office open, but the Decorah office has been closed since last fall. The closest offices now are in La Crosse, Wisconsin, Rochester, Minnesota, and Waterloo, Iowa. Call the Waterloo office. Waterloo is an hour-and-a-half drive from here.
I mean, I can't exactly hop in the car and drive to a city that I'm not familiar with and drive around for another 15 minutes or better trying to find an office. That would be very difficult.
Well, I think you're looking at how that progresses from local to regional, state, and national.
Thousands of Social Security employees left the agency in 2025, leaving it the most understaffed.
Why would they pay you to do nothing? Because the only value Americans have is as a consumer. They only call Americans one of two things, taxpayer or consumer. That's all they call us. That's what we are. We're taxpayers and consumers. Well, if they take all of our jobs, we can't be taxpayers anymore. So we'll just be consumers. And they'll be the thing that will judge how we'll make shit, right? We'll be like, oh, well, people love playing Call of Duty. Make more Call of Duty video games, I guess. People like AI sex bots, so make more AI slut bots or whatever the fuck they're going to call them. They're going to call them something. So, I mean, that's what's going to be, or they'll kill us all. But the idea is to not let us out of the house, keep us consuming. That's going to be the thing for sure. Don't worry, Jan. There will still be jobs that AI cannot do, like building a chimney. Oh, have you seen? There's an AI that can build a chimney. It does it like this, like a 3D printer. It goes brrr, does this thing that looks like it ends up looking like the topping of a cake or something. It looks like icing on a cake or something, but they can make chimneys now. AI can make chimneys.
It's ever been. And this was no accident. Since Reagan, we've been faced with an environment that says
government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
There you go. There's the beginning of it right there. We're not gonna pay. Listen, folks, do it for the Gipper. We're not gonna pay. You're still gonna pay your taxes, but we need to lower the taxes for the rich. That's what he did. He lowered the taxes for the rich, and then he deinstitutionalized. He grossly accelerated the deinstitutionalization of people with mental health issues, destroyed our healthcare system. Reagan did that. And basically, we've had iterations of Reagan as president since then. Every president is basically just Ronald Reagan.
Treating Social Security as a problem.
During the campaign, I called attention to the fact that Social Security had both a short and a long-range fiscal problem.
Social Security benefits themselves can't be cut like other social programs, but the agency that runs it can be defunded. Jessica LaPointe worked as a claims specialist for Social Security for 14 years. Now she's the president of AFGE Council 220, which represents Social Security workers in field offices and call centers.
Congress failed to meet the demands of the baby.
You know what you guys still have? You still have health care. Like, people forget, like, that guy just got shot on the White House lawn and he died. He had a history of mental health. We don't have health care in America. We spend $3 trillion a year on healthcare in America, and we still don't have healthcare. We have the worst healthcare system in the world, and we have no right to see doctors when we're sick. It's stupid. And healthcare is mental health care. Mental health care is healthcare. And since we don't have mental health care and healthcare, we have people shooting up schools instead, or running at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, or doing weird shit on subway cars, doing weird things in South Carolina and stabbing women for no reason, because we don't have healthcare. It's a lack of healthcare that is causing all these problems. And yet, we have taken our lack of healthcare and we've turned it into a privatized criminal justice system. We've allowed the police to be healthcare providers, especially when it comes to mental health. And so instead of having institutions, like when you cut costs, you don't actually cut costs, you just move them to other things. You move them to the back end. We had institutions where people could go when they were feeling suicidal, but not anymore. And they promised that we were going to take these kind of block community grants from the federal government. That never happened. So where did that money go? Well, we're still paying more money for it, but it's going to private companies to put people in prisons. And that don't work. So, yeah, welcome to America. And we're not going to get Social Security either, so wait till you see all the old people start dying. It's going to be so much fun.
Baby boomer by staffing up the administration.
In 1995, there were 43 million people on Social Security. Today, more than 70 million people are. Woo! But over the same time period, the number of people working for the agency actually declined.
Coming into 2025, we were
classic America, starve the beast. That's how you break it. That's how you long-term break Social Security so you can privatize it and give it to your friends.
An agency in crisis. We weren't getting hires to meet the demand of the public.
Demand just goes up and up and up. You already had the lowest staffing levels in the history of Social Security before Trump took office.
Yeah, like I said, once again, this isn't just a Trump thing. You notice the trend. The trend is rich people fucking you over 50 years. It started with Reagan, and now it's come to root. Now the plant is bearing fruit. Donald Trump is just the last step, the last horrible step of a bunch of horrible steps, which is why I don't get, like, all you Democrats hate me because, aren't the Democrats less bad than the Republicans? Man, what the fuck are you saying? They did the same shit. Bill Clinton defunded everything in order to balance the budget. If you ask anybody about Bill Clinton, he balanced the budget. And Monica Lewinsky, that's all they know about him. Balance the budget and Monica Lewinsky. No one remembers Don't Ask, Don't Tell or any other shit. They only remember those two things about him. And how he balanced the budget was by continuing to take all of your money and not giving you any return on that, not giving you any services. He cut services, but still took your money. That's easy. I mean, if I took all your money and never provided you with anything, I'll balance my budget like that. It's pretty easy.
Retirees are some of the most reliable voters. So on the campaign trail, President Trump made a show of keeping Social Security safe.
We're not touching Social Security, other than we make it more efficient.
But efficiency is just
Make it more efficient, yeah. That's what Donald Trump is saying, the same thing as Reagan. He stole a lot of his shit from Reagan, like Make America Great Again. That's just a Reagan. He just stole it. That's literally just Reagan's slogan. But Ronald Reagan said the same thing. Now, folks, we're going to make it more efficient. We're going to make it more efficient, folks.
Another word for the fiscal problem Reagan harped on decades ago, one that led to hiking the retirement age. And when he took office last year, Trump unleashed Elon Musk and Doge to finally solve it.
We're also identifying shocking levels of incompetence and probable fraud in the Social Security program.
There you go. It's right there. Oh, the perennial favorite. I love this idea, man. It's great. Let's just cut it. We don't need it.
Couldn't just axe Social Security. It's too popular. So instead, they took it out back and let it bleed dry.
That's how they always do. That's what they're doing the TSA as well. Oh, you like being safe so we don't have another 9/11? TSA, we know you don't like taking your shoes off, but hey, everyone's got to do it. And not anymore. They're breaking it. They're taking it out back to bleed so they can turn it into a private company again, so they can sell it to the oligarchs. It's always the case.
Trump took office, Social Security has lost more than 8,000 workers, including at many field offices.
They lied, they pretended, there's all this waste and abuse.
Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme.
I'm not going to, it's Elon Musk. Social Security is the biggest Ponzi scheme. It's a Ponzi scheme because in the first 5 minutes of every year, this dude caps out. He doesn't pay his fair share for Social Security. Social Security would be fixed overnight if someone like him would pay as much as you or me. I have to pay every year, every paycheck, my whole life. This motherfucker pays the first 5 minutes and he's done every year. He doesn't pay a proportional amount. He caps out. It's fucked. There should be no cap.
Full time.
They're trying to destroy it through the side door.
They created a buyout program.
For all of you criticizing my Ronald Reagan, I am not going to work on a Ronald Reagan impersonation. Ronald Reagan, he is dead. He's not. Listen, folks, make America great again. folks. I just remember him always saying folks. I was a little kid when Ronald Reagan was president. I won't do it. I'm not going to become. Yes, Israel has Social Security. Israel also has a constitutional right to go to get child care and health care. America has no health care. We spend more than everybody else, and we still have nothing. Bernie Sanders, his plan was $50 billion a year to get everyone health care in America. And supposedly it would work because of how efficient it would be instead of having different billing systems and different administrative systems for all these different private companies. You have single payer, it streamlines the whole process, and you can get it for $50 billion a year instead of $3 trillion. Seems impossible? Fine, let's call it $100 billion a year. It'll still be cheaper than a war in Iran. Still be cheaper than a war in Iran. Still far cheaper than what we're paying today. But hey, fucking Bernie, right?
50% of our field workers do not make a living wage. You got low.
Oh, by the way, in Iran, they have a constitutional right to go to the doctor to get health care, just like in Israel. For some reason, they can all get health care. We can't. Iraq as well. Iraq has in their constitution that they can go get health care at the doctor. Not us, though. We can't do that in America.
Morale, denigration. Of course, you're going to think the buyout is attractive.
At least 9% of field office workers are gone.
We were at a 50-year staffing low, high attrition rates, and 7,000 more workers left to the Social Security.
Man, Bernie's a thief? How did Bernie become a thief? Bernie's a thief. Wait till you hear about Donald Trump. He just stole $2 billion from you. Did Bernie steal $2 billion from you?
Administration.
And all of this means disaster for the people who need those services.
Long wait times,
Yes,
delays in getting an
Reagan.
appointment. When you're faced with a disability, you don't have the luxury of waiting several months to get through.
A ghost office is an office that doesn't function.
Yeah, Bidenomics, Reaganomics, sure. Clintonomics, call it what you will. It all started with Ronald Reagan, really. And it keeps on going. It's the hits keep coming.
Function anymore. You can't get the services that you need because there's not enough people.
I'm angry. I'm almost 80 years old. I've paid into that system since I was 15 years old, and it's my money.
As more workers leave the agency, many are worried that getting help in person from Social Security could eventually become a thing of the past. It seems like they're really trying to push.
Oh yeah, man. NATO gets $20 billion in U.S. funding, but don't forget, because we're the biggest funder of NATO. Get this. I love this. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. We give NATO $20 billion, but we get to determine what kind of bullets they buy, and what kind of guns they buy, and what kind of tanks they buy, and we get to tell them how many. And so that our companies, the military-industrial complex, creates more billionaires. Isn't that something? And then those billionaires take a little piece of that money and they give it back to our politicians so that they keep doing this. Then they keep going around and around jerking each other off. It's amazing. That $20 billion, we get a lot for that $20 billion. Well, not we, not you and I. Like, we don't get anything for that $20 billion. But Donald Trump gets a lot for that $20 billion. And all of his friends who run all of those military companies like Boeing and the drone manufacturers and all the bullet manufacturers and all the gun manufacturers, we are the number one arms supplier in the world. So yeah, we make a killing off of that $20 billion. You kidding me? We get rich off of that.
Push people to go online here.
Everything's go online. Well, a lot of people don't want to go online. You don't know 100% if you've got a secure website.
The Trump administration set a goal this...
That's sad, man. Some old people, they're like, I don't know if there's a secure website. I don't want to do it.
Here of reducing in-person traffic at these offices by 50%.
But for some people, technology and modernization haven't been an improvement.
Alice has been locked out of the agency's website for years. She's still not totally sure why.
For me, it would be so easy to use the electronic, but I can't do it anymore.
Alice tried calling, going to Iowa City, going to Coralville.
It was 20 hours of phoning and going and dealing, and it's not acceptable. Just not. No. What would I do if I had to change where my payment went? Or if my husband passed away? I won't do it.
You'd be fucked. And this is your money. Your money.
But now, I mean, there's no point. It's too stressful.
In December, an audit claimed that Social Security phone wait times were down to 7 minutes. But the same report showed that 25 million calls to Social Security ended without a caller receiving service. And those wait times don't include callbacks.
The estimated hold time is 40 minutes. To avoid waiting on the phone, we can call you back when it's your spot in line.
And so if there was an issue with your payments, if you need to talk to anybody, what do you do?
I'd have to make an appointment in one of these cities, and that would be a couple of weeks, or for all I know, it could be a month out, and drive there and take the appointment.
It is absolutely a cascading failure situation. If this office in Decorah, Iowa, is no longer accessible to people, it's not that the people are going to stop needing the services.
Is this what you thought life would be like?
You don't stop needing the services, but we stop paying for the services. And then the only way to have services is to borrow money. And so we just end up in more and more debt. Welcome to America. We're the dumbest country on earth. This is the end of the American century. By 2045, it will mark the end of 100 years of Pax Americana. This is it, folks. Are you ready to see an empire crumble? Are you ready to see an embarrassed superpower finally fold? Are you ready for? You got front row tickets. 20 years, huh? This is it. These next 20 years, the last 20 years of this empire, they're going to be a doozy, man. They're going to be a doozy. Our wealth disparity is far beyond what it was in 1789 France, right before the revolution. What did they do when their when that empire started to crumble? What did they do in the last 20 years of that empire? What happened the last 20 years of France? What happened to the Sun Kings?
I'm so honored to have President Trump's endorsement. His endorsement, in my opinion, is the most significant endorsement in my lifetime. So,
man, every time I see this guy, Ken Paxton, this guy's queerer than a $3 bill. This guy's, or in England, I know we got some English people watching. You would say he's queer as a 9-bob note. These Republicans and their closet cases, man. I love Donald Trump, and he is just my favorite. He's the most important endorsement I've ever got to him. Lord, I just can't. I do declare. Down here in Texas, we don't always get endorsed like that. I think that he's the most important endorsement I ever had.
When he endorses, it has a tremendous impact.
Ken Paxton would be an albatross around the neck.
Yeah, why is John Cornyn? John Cornyn seems like a straight arrow. I know he's a Republican, guys, but let it go. He's low T, yeah, for sure. Ken Paxton's super low T, yeah, for sure. I've had to bent as a 9. Is that what it is? Bent as a 9-bob note? I thought it was queer as a bob 9. Is it bent as a bob 9-bob note? Yeah, little foghorn. Yeah. I mean, these guys are super low T. I mean, I know I have too much testosterone. That's why I always want to stick up for the little guy. I always want to protect others. I got that masculine urge to make the world a better place. It's just something in me, man. I got too much of it. I got my testosterone tested. It's like 190 something, bruh. It's as high as it can get. It's too much. It's too much, man. It's coursing through my veins, man. I want to overthrow the government. I've got so much T in my blood, man. I want to overthrow the government. I got so much testosterone. I want fucking full-on total liberation and 100% true democracy. I got so much T, man. I got that T, baby. I got that masculine urge to make the world a democratic place so that we can all be our own leaders and no longer bow to the bosses, no longer bow to the president, no longer bow to the despots and the tyrants. No more. I got too much testosterone, baby. Got to stick up for the animals. Got to stick up for the poor. I got to stick up for the children. I got to stick up for the women. I don't know what it is with you low T cucks. You hate women so much. Only high T guys love women and children. They think that women and children are the best and they don't want to hurt them and they want to protect them instead. High T guys want to do that. Low T guys like that Brian dude, that Brian cuck over on the whatever podcast, always talking about how, oh, women are mean to me. I don't like women. I'm going to try to embarrass women. I don't like them. Hey, suffrage succotash. It's really embarrassing. That's what a man, that guy's not a man. Maybe just low T. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's low T. Could be.
Of the Republican ticket in November. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't literally be running today.
Incumbent Senator John Cornyn and his primary challenger Ken Paxton reacting to President Trump.
Man, where were you, Smoking Blondie? I was just talking about you. Smoking Blondie. Where you been?
Trump's endorsement of Paxton just days before their runoff election on Tuesday. The move angered some Senate Republicans who fear Paxton is an easier opponent for Democrat James Tallarico.
The party? What cult? This guy, the man with the face. Are you a cultist? Sounds like a cultist to me. It's coming from the party that lets men be women and go after children. What? The only men going after children are Donald Trump. What do you mean? Are you talking about MAGA? You're right. You must be talking about MAGAs. MAGAs, the party that lets men be women and go after Donald Trump. Totally. I mean, you guys have that Caitlyn Jenner. That's a trans person. She's really into MAGA. And then you also have you have Donald Trump as a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein, and all of MAGA at this point are aiding and abetting in the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein and their accomplices after the fact. So yes, if you're a MAGA, you are an accomplice of the Epstein class. Congratulations.
Matchup could be decided by a key voting bloc. Latino voters in the Lone Star State who swung sharply towards Trump in 2024. The question now, can Democrats win them back? ABC's John Quinones reports from the Rio Grande Valley.
Maybe. I mean, maybe Tellerico, man, it would be kind of crazy if Tellerico takes the Texas gig. That would be amazing, right? Tellerico? Do you think he has a chance?
Here in South Texas, the sounds of construction are usually a sign of economic progress. But under the Trump administration, with the president's harsh immigration crackdown and struggle to bring down prices, the construction business has been ground to a near halt.
I like to describe it like you're in a boxing ring and you're getting hit with a right and a left at the same time.
Mario Guerrero is the executive director.
You can't get hit with the right and the left at the same time. How are you going to punt? You can't get hit with the right and the left at the same time. What are you talking about?
And CEO of the South Texas Builders Association and a 3-time Trump voter.
I've been a Trump supporter since the beginning.
But as Donald Trump has carried out his deportation agenda, Guerrero says
I sound triggered? I am triggered. Of course I'm triggered. I have that masculine urge to care about America. I have the masculine urge to care about my neighbors. I got too much testosterone, baby. That's what were you not here for the testosterone rant, Shane Lewis? Of course I'm triggered. If you're not triggered by what's going on, you're either stupid, not paying attention, or you're in on it. Are you in on it? Are you in on the buying and selling of children? Are you in on child trafficking? Are you in on making money off of war? Are you in on Melania coin? Did you buy all the Melania coin? Were you part of the pump and dump of Melania coin? Did you invest in Trump coin? I mean, maybe you're in on it. But if you're not, you should be triggered. You should definitely be triggered. There's got to be something wrong with you if you are watching what's happening and you're not triggered. I'm sorry. We just bombed a school full of children, double tapped it to make sure everyone was dead, and no one has been taken, no one has been prosecuted, no one has been investigated, nothing. America intentionally bombed a school full of children on the first day when they had months to plan. They assassinated the leadership of Iran and then bombed, double tapped a school. So yeah, if you're not triggered, then you just hate children, I guess. You're in on it? Are you in on it? Are you making money off the death of children?
Business and workforce have taken a hit.
We've been dealing with all sorts of different cases like ICE, having to come into the construction and start asking people for documentation. We also had to deal with the fact that, people with proper documentation were being apprehended as well.
Here in the Rio Grande Valley, fear and intimidation dominate the immigrant community.
Are your workers here legally?
Yes, sir. They're here legally. Yes, sir.
And some of them are afraid?
Well, yes. Of course they're afraid because,
Thank you for bringing this up. Yes, Donald Trump is a professional victim. I totally agree with you. 100%. Donald Trump has professionalized being a victim. They're treating me so unkindly. I did the most unkind. They're always so mean to me, President Trump. I can't believe that they would ever say a bad word about me. Fire that Stephen Colbert. What a mean man. What a mean little man. I hate him so much. Oh, Rosie O'Donnell, she said a mean thing about me. This guy's a professional victim, and yet, man, you guys, so many people love this guy. It's crazy. It's crazy.
We're brown, right? And when you're brown right now, nowadays, you're being questioned as to what you're doing, where you're at, where you live.
Trump's return to the White House was in part driven by historic gains that he and the Republican Party made with Hispanic voters nationwide.
Oh, that lady right there, the one with just her eyes, she turns out, she came back. She hates Trump now. Latinos hate Trump now, man.
Nowhere was that more on display than here in Texas, where Trump won 55% of the Latino vote, 14% more than he won in 2020, and 21% more than in 2016. Along the southern border with Mexico, Donald Trump turned what was previously solidly Democratic territory into a near Republican firewall. Last summer, with Republicans looking ahead to the 2026 midterm elections, they sought to shore up their narrow majority in the U.S. House by announcing new proposed congressional maps in Texas.
Yeah, it was pretty rad how they opened up that can of beans, and now every state wants to do it. Way to go, Texas. You really fucked us, Texas. Way to go.
It's a very simple redrawing. We pick up 5 seats.
It's very simple. We pick up 5 seats. It's very simple. We pick up 5 seats. That's what I want. We want to cheat. I'm admitting to cheating right there on the news. We pick up 5 seats. We pick up 5 seats. It's not a big deal. Okay. It's not a big deal. Just let it happen, Jean Carroll. Jean Carroll, just let it happen. It'll be over in a second. Just let it happen. Donald Trump is a rapist. He talks rapey all the time. And now we're all having to deal with this bullshit redistricting because of him trying to cheat in Texas. You just heard him say it. We need to pick up 5 seats. Sir, no one has ever redrawn in the middle of a 10-year fucking between the censuses. Why are you doing this? I need 5 seats. I just need them. I need to cheat because it looks like I might be going to jail. So I gotta cheat. Gotta stay out of jail.
Those new maps were signed into law by Governor Greg Abbott, despite backlash from the state's Democrats. The maps took 5 Democratic-held seats and tipped them in the Republicans' favor.
Texas is now more red in the United States Congress.
4 of the...
There you go. Hell on wheels. Greg Abbott, professional drag artist. Look up Greg Abbott wearing drag. In his high school yearbook, he's wearing drag, and he hates trans people. He hates them. But that wheelchair-bound governor, he loves being in a chair because it's easier to suck Donald Trump's cock. He doesn't have to get on his knees. He loves that shit. He's great at it. And he sold out his state for Donald Trump. Remember when Texas used to be independent? No one could tell us what to do. Not anymore. Texas is just a simp for the party. It really is embarrassing. If you're from Texas, give me a shout out. I love Texas. But man, remember when Texas used to mean something? It used to be the Lone Star State. Now you're the Starfish State. You used to be the Lone Star State. Now you're the Starfish State. Just lay there and let it happen. It's going to happen either you like it or not. It's going to happen. Just let it happen. It's going to happen right now. Will the midterms still happen freely? Of course not. No, of course not. No. No, it will not happen. No, they will not be a free. Thank you for the. Oh wait, I forgot. Thank you so much. Can I get a W in the chat for Chip Guy? Thank you for supporting the channel. Happy Memorial Day. Don't forget that most of the people who have died in wars in America didn't choose to do it. They were drafted. Almost all of Americans who died, over 70% of them died because they were drafted. Well, a third of the people who died in Vietnam were drafted, and about 70% of the people who died in World War II were drafted. Never forget. That's why Memorial Day is here. Never forget that the government is a violent, unethical organization that forces us to sell our blood for their power in overseas adventures. Never forget it. That's what Memorial Day is supposed to remind you of. Always remember, they are killing us. They will kill us. You are cannon fodder. If you're boys, you're cannon fodder. If you're girls, you get to get you bought and sold by Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein.
Those 5 districts are majority Latino and were drawn under the assumption that Republicans would maintain their gains with Latino voters in future elections. But Latinos are not a reliably Republican or Democrat.
Shane, you seem to be a crazy cultist, man. I don't know if you've realized yet. I know you've been here before. I'm not a Democrat, moron. What the fuck? Red and blue. You're an idiot if you just see red and blue. You're an idiot. You've been tricked. You're a rube. You've been hoodwinked. Blue and red are so different. The Democrats and Republicans are entirely different. Totally different. Those Democrats, those Republicans, they would never hurt us. You're a cultist. You're just a cultist.
Voting bloc. And with Trump's approval numbers on immigration and the economy below 50% in most polls, Republicans in Texas are worried that a sharp Latino turn back to Democrats might be on the horizon.
Oh, thank you so much for keeping this alive. I really do love it when people call me an idiot and spell your incorrectly. Thank you for doing that. Could I get some MAGA tears for Sean, please? Sean seems like he loves the MAGA tears. What are you? You are missing on the graves of heroes. What have you done? What do you mean? I'm honoring our heroes who died because the government forced them to die. What are you talking about? How are you honoring the people who died? They were forced to go. And Donald Trump, if you vote for Donald Trump, you are pissing on the graves of American soldiers. My grandfather went to America to kill fascists, and you elected a fascist. All my uncles went to war. I got an uncle that went to Korea and an uncle that went to Vietnam. And they didn't come back the same. None of those guys came back the same. You piece of shit, voting for Donald Trump. You hate the military. Donald Trump's a draft dodger. Donald Trump lied so he didn't have to go to Vietnam. And you voted for him. You hate America. If you voted for Donald Trump, you hate America. If you are supporting him on May 25th, 2026, you are an accomplice to crimes. You are an accomplice to crimes against children, women, and the Americans.
At a certain point, there's going to be pushback.
Republican Javier Villalobos is in his 5th year as mayor of McAllen, a border town with a population
Thanks for those wet floors.
Of about 150,000. He praises the GOP for using the issue of immigration to their advantage, but now fears they...
So did Biden. Oh my God, did you just get here, Matt Kelly? Biden? Did Biden dodge the draft? I hate Joe Biden. I'd love to have more ammunition against Joe Biden. I hate him. Did Joe Biden dodge the draft? Joe Biden did not actively dodge the draft, but he successfully avoided military service during Vietnam War through a combination of student deferments and a medical exemption. He received 5 student draft deferment. Yeah, they weren't sending people to the war if they were in college. That's true. First as an undergraduate at the University of Delaware, and later while attending law school at Syracuse. That's the same way. Bill Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar. He wasn't even in the country when it was going on. When his educational deferments expired in 1968, still got 6 more years of the war left, he underwent a physical exam and was classified 1Y, meaning he was medically disqualified from regular service due to adolescent asthma and could only be drafted in national emergency. Yeah, I couldn't be drafted either because I have asthma. So asthma's a little hard to fake, but Hey, he had asthma and he had a stutter, so I guess I guess you can call him a dodger, but I don't know. He was one of our poorest presidents in the history of America. Joe Biden, poor man. I don't think he was paying off doctors and shit. But hey, maybe he was. I hate Joe Biden. I don't care. But hey, so Biden though is the answer for everything. If Biden dodged the draft, does that make it okay for Donald Trump to dodge the draft? It's so weird that you guys think it's okay for Donald Trump to dodge the draft. And when I say Donald Trump dodged the draft, rather than you saying, nuh-uh, no, we didn't, you say, okay, but so did Biden. That's like a five-year-old shoplifting and trying to say, yeah, but Joe did it too. Joe shoplifted too. Yeah, what Joe does is what Joe does. You're not allowed to shoplift. But Joe shoplifted. That's not an excuse for shoplifting. Trump is a great president. Yeah, if you're if you are a billionaire, Trump is a great president. Yes. If you are a child molester, Trump is a great president. If you're a rapist, Trump is a great president.
They've overplayed their hand.
So I have to assume you're one of those things. If you think Donald Trump is a great president, I have to assume that you hate the American military, you hate women and children, you hate your neighbors. That's the only thing I can assume, that you are someone who defends chomos. It's a little sad.
People that are good and productive that have been part of our local fabric.
Prove he is a rapist and a pedophile. Easy. On Howard Stern show, he said that his age limit was 13 because he wouldn't want to be seen with a 12-year-old. There you go, pedophile. In his own words, you can look it up. He also admitted to breaking into children's dressing rooms to look at their beautiful naked bodies. He said that in his own words. He also said to a 9-year-old, "Hey, I'll be dating her in 10 years." Creepy motherfucker hitting on 9-year-olds. So yeah, totally a chomo. Rapist? Well, that's easy. He was convicted by a jury of his peers. He was adjudicated. Sorry, wrong word. He was adjudicated of raping E. Jean Carroll. He also was accused by his own ex-wife, Ivana, who said that he violently raped her in her book and on recorded interviews. So, yeah, rapist, pedophile. There you go. Proof, all you need. What do you mean? All you have is eyewitness accounts. All you have is eyewitness accounts, plane records putting him there. All you have are the victims coming forward and saying he did these things. Yes, we have all of those things. There's a girl who says that she was forced to jerk him off at 13 years old. So yeah, we have these things. We have all the proof. All the proof. You just don't like the proof, so you will say, nuh-uh, and you'll go, la, 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 even though he has gone to court for a lot of these things, and they have convicted him. You don't care. You just don't care. You don't care that he's a chomo. You don't care that he's a rapist. And hey, just be honest. Just be honest. Just be honest.
Are being removed, that made it a little more difficult.
As mayor of a town that's 90% Hispanic, Villalobos has seen how Trump's standing with Latinos has changed. And those 5 districts that Republicans are counting on in Texas to keep their majority in the House, Villalobos says...
There's no proof. There is a fucking mountain of evidence. There's also the Epstein files, where he is incriminated over and over and over again. You just don't like it. You just don't like what the Epstein files said. You loved asking for the Epstein files, but then when it turns out that Donald Trump is the Epstein files, they're the Trumpstein files. They're basically just the Trump files. Now you don't like them now. Now it's not proof. For years we had to hear about how all this stuff about the Epstein files. Now we have them. Well, we have some of them. There's still something like 2 million documents that haven't been released. Why? Because Donald Trump doesn't want them to be. He's breaking the law by not releasing them. He literally just got Tom Massey fired because Tom Massey wanted the Epstein files released. And you guys are like, that's not proof. That's proof. He is involved in a massive cover-up, and so are you. If you're supporting Donald Trump right now, you are involved in the cover-up. You don't want transparency, and you love chomos. You hate children. MAGA hates kids. You hate children. Smoking Blondie, wow, thank you so much. We aren't Democrats. We don't need a daddy or a boss. Born Antifa, made by Antifa. Hell yeah, Smoking Blondie. That's right. I don't understand these people that are so interested in Republicans and Democrats, but that's the thing about MAGers. They're part of a goddamn cult. And so they think you must be part of a cult too. And they think you must be a Democrat. I'm not in a cult. I don't need them. Thank you so much. Can I get some W's in the chat, some emojis? Can I have some jubilation in the chat for what a wonderful contribution to the channel? Thank you for supporting independent media. Smokin' Blondie. Please check out Smokin' Blondie's music. Thank you. That's your second shout out, and I appreciate it. The first one was for free. Thank you so much, Smokin' Blondie. I appreciate all the help and support.
All 5 could now be at risk.
They were changed so that to give a Republican a chance, but I'm not sure it's going to happen.
For their part,
have I looked at the Epstein files? Yes, I've looked at many of the Epstein files. Yes, I'm on Reddit all the time looking at those stupid Epstein files. All the time I've been looking at these fucking Epstein files. Of course I have.
Democrats are targeting candidates they think can help claw back the support they used to have with Latinos.
This was a district that I guess they assumed would never be able to flip back.
Bobby Pulido is a 5-time Latin Grammy nominee and the son of a migrant farm worker. He believes his campaign for a competitive House seat is built to flip the script for Democrats.
What do you see happening with the Hispanic vote come November?
Oh, it's going to be a big change. A huge change. I know, the analysts and stuff say, oh, it's a plus 18 Trump district. Nobody's going to ever be able to win it. It's impossible. Well, you should see in November how we'll do.
Man, I don't know, man. Texas might flip. They're saying that Texas might have a Democratic. And Tellerico's the only Democrat I think I like right now. I don't know. Jury's still out. I don't like Democrats. But Tellerico, man, the more I hear this guy talk, the more I like him.
Opponent is Congresswoman Monica de la Cruz. She says her focus on the community, not national storylines, is what matters.
Are you worried at all about this apparent swing among Latino voters back to the Democratic Party?
Well, I'm worried about making life affordable for the people of South Texas, making sure that I don't look at what's happening in the nation or what may be perceived to be happening in the nation, but that I focus on fighting for the people of South Texas.
As for the Democrats, they will need that swing among Latinos to have any chance of winning the state Senate seat up for grabs in November.
This election is our chance to take power back for ourselves and our communities.
James Tallarico used strong Latino backing to capture the party's nomination in March.
He kind of has a Latino name. He was adopted by a Latino. Pretty cool.
And has given Democrats hope that they could win a statewide race in Texas for the first time since 1994.
I traveled down to South Texas. I came here to San Antonio, showed up in Latino neighborhoods in Houston and in Dallas, and I listened. I heard about how this cost of living crisis is crushing Hispanic families all over the state.
He is keenly aware of how he says Democrats have failed Latinos.
They took Latino voters for granted in this state. I think about South Texas, the Rio Grande Valley. The Democratic Party nationally just assumed that those voters were always going to vote for Democrats. And there's nothing worse in a democracy than taking a voter for granted or taking a community for granted.
The huge prize at stake.
Len Smith, you want to have a debate? Here you go. I'm going to put it in the, here you go. Here you go, Len Smith. You can come on the show right now. Have a debate with me. Call in. Here you go. Links in the chat there. Len Smith, come on, call in. I want to hear your point of view, why you like Donald Trump. I'd love to hear it. Please.
Is a Latino vote that's splintered but not shifted. And that makes it one of the most powerful and unpredictable forces for November's midterms.
Our thanks to John Quinones.
It's a Barbie camper of sorts.
Look at this.
Designed by the guy.
This is how people are getting to work now in America. This is American ingenuity. This is how Americans get to work now because we are a third world country. This is some shit you would see in fucking Singapore. But now we're seeing it in America. Thank you, Donald Trump. Make America Singapore, huh?
It's a Barbie camper of sorts designed by the guy driving it there, 30-year-old Molly Hightower, a handyman.
This is how 30-year-olds are getting to work now. Nice.
And not far from Atlanta. He says he started with a go-kart base and the engine from an old power washer, and what he got is maybe the ultimate answer to higher gas prices.
Gas is getting too high, so I got to do what I can. I can't do my regular cars. I got to do my little mini cars. So if I can get $1 on pump 6.
Yes.
$1 on pump 6. $1 on pump 6. It's like 1995 all over again, man. Remember in 1995, we used to dig through the cushions of your mom's couch. You'd be all like, I know, in 1995, I think that J.D. Vance was probably fucking his mom's couch because, J.D. Vance loves fucking couches. But I would just look for change for gasoline money so I can go hang out with girls. I never thought about fucking a couch. But I looked through the couch looking for change so that I could go hang out with girls so I could drive my car that I worked since I was 13 to buy. I worked at 13 years old so I can buy a car, and then I worked for gas money, and I never stopped working. I'm not gonna stop working until I'm 80 years old, or I'm dead. If I die before I'm 80, but I'm gonna work till I'm 80 years old. I'm gonna be like, what now? Welcome to Walmart.
It's $1. That little mini car, as he calls it, costs all of $3 to fill up entirely, compared to about $60 for his real car, a minivan. And while he can't pick up the kids in the mini car, he did install a rack for groceries.
Len Smith, call in. You could call in. I know you're getting off. What are you doing, man? Call in, Len. Call in. You said that I don't want to debate. Here you go, buddy boy. Debate me. I don't care. Call in. I want to hear your point of view. I'll be nice. I just want to hear you out. I just want to hear how you feel about things, I just want to hear why you love Donald Trump so much. Why are you part of that cult? Why would you let him rape your 12-year-old daughter? Why would you do you have a 12-year-old daughter? Are you trying to get a daughter so you can give her to Donald Trump? So you can sell her to Donald Trump? I would love to know. Please.
And as long as he stays off the highway, he says the local cops have been understanding. Oh, and yes, he says this is for real.
Gas has always been.
The local cops have been understanding. Man, that's what's so nice. It's nice. A black man won't get pulled over for driving one of these little guys. What threat can he pose? Nice. Thank you, police.
Issues go up, it goes down, things like that. But this time is when I'm actually starting to feel it.
And there it is. Maybe not the Barbie Dreammobile, but at $3 a tank, pretty close to a dream.
$3 a tank. That's how you get to work now in America, is in a little Barbie car. Way to go. Texas is just California 2.0. Nothing is California 2.0. Sorry. California's got all the money. Texas has got all the, sadness. Texas. Poor Texas.
We have an update now on a high-profile court case stemming from this protest against the immigration crackdown in Chicago. A stunning mea culpa from the U.S. Attorney today. Andrew Boutros announces that he is dropping all charges against the so-called Broadview 6 protesters. But wait until you hear the reason why. NBC5's Paris Schutz joining us in studio with...
They just threw it out. All those protesters, Donald Trump said it was Antifa. We found it, Antifa. We found it. Remember when Kristi Noem and Pam Bondi said that they caught the girlfriend of the founder of Antifa? Which, Antifa was founded in 1935 or some shit. But yeah. You found their girlfriend when we're gonna get the Antifa. We're gonna get them all. We're gonna catch the Antifa. We're gonna catch them all. They're terrorists. Lefty, loony left Antifa. They're the real fascists. Antifa, the anti-fascist, is now fascist. It's like the dumbest shit in the world that you guys believe. All you maggers think that yes, the anti-fascists are the fascists now. It's like your government will never tell you it's becoming fascist. Your government already is a little fascist, and it's going towards that with every president. Every president gets more fascist. And now that we're taking a giant leap into fascist, like a swan dive, woohoo! Every time now we're just diving in. We're diving into fascism like Michael Phelps. And we love it. We love fascism in America. It's our favorite thing. We're really into it, man. So now that we're going full speed ahead, now they make being against fascism illegal. They'll never call themselves fascist. They'll call themselves alt-right. They'll call themselves MAGA. They'll call themselves all these things. They'll never call themselves fascist. They'll just make it illegal to be against fascism. And they've done it already. It's against the law. But they just threw out these Antifa. They're so Antifa. These Antifa, they're going to jail. Nope. Looks like they're not going to go to jail. Let's find out why.
that part of the story.
Yeah,
Paris.
Allison, U.S. Attorney Andrew Boutros took the extraordinary step of appearing before the judge in this case in person. He drops all the charges for a second time and then stunningly admits it's because his prosecutors, for lack of a better phrase, screwed up. Boutros admitted major errors in the grand jury process where prosecutors were trying to secure a felony indictment against protesters like Kat Abu-Ghazala, who you see here, allegedly blocking federal vehicles at the immigration facility in Broadview last September. But newly unsealed transcripts reveal a grand jury process where prosecutors committing stunning errors like communicating with a grand juror outside of court and dismissing.
Waffle Jackson, welcome to the green room. Please put your age in the private chat so that I know I'm not talking to a child, please. Just put your age in the private chat, and I'll put you on the air.
Missing another grand juror who didn't agree with bringing charges. Now, today, Boutros told Judge April Perry, quote, "It is my very sincere belief that no prosecutor acted intentionally in misleading you. There was no desire to do that." Now, further, Boutros admits that when the judge ordered transcripts of the grand jury process, most of that info of the mistakes were redacted. Whole pages missing. Quote, "I do not believe that whatever errors were done as it relates to redactions were done intentionally," Boutros said.
Look at that big smile. All of these guys, they're off the hook, but now they have hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees. Way to go, America. All right, we have a guest call in for his or her name. I don't know if it's a male or female, man or woman, or anything in between. Waffle Jackson's in the house. Welcome to the morning sky. Waffle Jackson, how are you? What's the deal and how you feeling?
Jack. Good morning, Jack. How you doing, man?
Fabulous.
I'm a British guy, by the way. Excuse me for not having my my camera ready. It's sweltering in the UK, and I got my titties. Excuse me, I got my breasticles out.
You got your tits out, is it?
I got my tits out, mate. I got my tits out.
Oh,
mate.
you get man. When I lived in Germany, one of my best friends in the world was English, and he used to always say, "Getting on me tits. She's getting on me tits."
This, all this stuff about you've looked through the Epstein files. It's getting on me tits, mate, because you clearly haven't.
I have.
Well, that's what I've called in for, though. To be fair, mate. That's all.
Tell me your take then. If you think that I'm completely off base, then of the
no, well, you kind of are off base, but it's more the fact of you saying you went to Reddit to look for the Epstein files.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Have you been to the library, the actual library itself? And you can be saying, "Oh, you're British guy. What are you doing?"
No, have you?
Of course I have, mate. Prince Andrew's all up in there, mate.
You've been to the library?
A lot of British MPs are in there, so of course I'm curious to look in there. And there's, you pull one thread and the old bloody curtain falls apart.
Oh, you're talking about the website that you could go on. Yeah, I mean, I've been to the website. Sure, I've been to the website, but I mean, like, yeah. I've been.
Jack, if I can interrupt a second, there's the Gmail. Someone's compiled all the whole Epstein files essentially, as it would be Jeffrey Epstein's Gmail account. That's pretty interesting to go to, man. That's a more accessible way of going through the files for some people.
Yeah, I've messed around on the internet and looked at those things, man. I mean, if you
so
what are you Are you calling me out for not being like 100% expert on everything in the XP files, or what?
No, of course not, mate. It's like 3 million files. I'm not going to say.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, what am I supposed to do? I'm like everybody else. I'm poking around on the internet.
You're saying, sorry for interrupting, dude. I'm not used to these streams.
No, you're good. You're good.
It's just like saying that Trump is a chomo, mate. It's just raw off, mate. As we said, because I'm a black man too. That's raw off race, my brother. That's raw off base, my brother.
Why? Do you think? Wait, hold on. Do you think that Prince Andrew's a chomo?
Oh, of course, mate. He's a sweaty nonce. What's wrong with you?
Why do you think he's a chomo?
Who, Prince Andrew?
Yeah.
Because them allegations have been spread around for ages. Virginia Giuffre been saying it since bloody Adam before, the hate against Trump was a thing. Virginia Giuffre been saying that for years. That Prince Andrew was involved with Jeffrey Epstein. In the UK, we called him Randy Andy. They're all family unknown for being linked to a lot of child endangerment, should we say? Because Prince, they're supposed to be the king now, but Prince Charles was very good friends with Jimmy Savile, who's a prolific.
Yes, Jimmy Savile. Yeah.
So of course, mate.
Okay, so you think that he's a chomo because of the overwhelming mountain of evidence and the long stories about this, and probably some of the shit that he said himself, I'm guessing, right?
Prince Andrew, he hasn't really said anything, mate. Once he said he doesn't sweat, you can't really believe anything he says.
Yeah. So, I mean, we have the same issue with Donald Trump. We've known Donald Trump is...
Sorry to interrupt again, Jack. No, you ain't.
Please.
No, you ain't. Fair enough, there's the old, I'm going to date you I'm going to date you in 10 years thing. That's a bit off-key. There's the thing, if I can, I don't understand too much like a bootlicker, but I can make not an excuse, but I can understand why Trump would say if I'd date someone like my daughter, you know what I mean?
He did say that. Okay, he did say
Right,
that was a
I
weird one.
I could say that, mate. But most
If she
fathers-
wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her. Pretty weird,
most
right?
fathers would want to say their daughters are pretty.
Okay,
They're pretty.
would
And
would
Ivanka? Let's face it, mate. She's a gorgeous lady.
Oh yeah, but she was like
objectively,
underage. She was quite young when he said that. But he also said about his infant.
2000 or something like.
He also said his. That's 26 years ago, man.
No, bro. No, not 2000. It's like 2000 and maybe like 8, 9. Yeah,
Okay, so over 20 years ago, the woman's only 40
It's less
something.
than 20. It's less than 20. But we're splitting hairs here, bro.
Oh yeah, but yeah, I mean, she was quite young. But furthermore,
but would the father not want to be like? If she didn't say I would date my daughter, you know, I would
okay,
date
so
her.
you
He
gotta
said
let me
if
talk.
She wasn't my daughter, I would date her. It's not
Okay,
the
you
same
gotta
thing.
let me talk a little bit. So,
Oh, sorry, bro.
not only
call me
this, you brought up the Ivanka thing, and that's fine. You want to dismiss it, okay? When Tiffany was born, he said that she had legs like her mother, and we can't wait to find out about if she's got it up here and did this about his own daughter, when she was an infant. So you're going to dismiss that too. When he was on Howard Stern's show, he said that he rushed in to teenagers' dressing rooms to look at their beautiful
I don't
bodies.
think you've listened to that clip in the recent last week or so. But no, I didn't say that at all.
Yes, he did.
You
You want me to bring it up? You want me to bring you? I played it on the show multiple times. What do you mean? Why are you making excuses? I could say the same shit about Andrew. Giuffre was a liar. All those rumors about the royal family are all lies. People who just hate the royals. Like you could say the same shit.
You could say that, but it'd be overwhelmingly false. You saying that.
And so is what you're saying when you're holding water for chomos like Donald Trump. Donald Trump is the same as Andrew.
Please, you have to let me finish this. The thing with the Stern tape is he didn't say it was Miss Teen. It was Miss World for one, so that's over 18s. He didn't say he rushed in back to dressing rooms. He said he went backstage to check on the contestants. Right?
And he got to see their beautiful bodies.
Yeah, man, he didn't say.
And they're all standing around naked.
Well,
and he's bragging to Howard Stern about it.
Yeah,
he also told Howard Stern that his age, Robin Quivers, he told that he wouldn't date anyone under 13.
Under 13, yeah, but he's saying not on Howard Stern. I mean, Howard Stern had a countdown clock for the Olsen twins. Come on now. You're talking about Howard Stern, mate, the most prolific shock jock. Like, we know about Howard Stern in the UK. Dude,
so does
right?
Does Howard Stern's disgusting nature make Donald Trump less disgusting? Donald Trump.
Nature of the show. To say outrageous stuff on a shock jock's station, yeah, of course it does.
And Donald Trump was a willing participant. It's not like he was tricked. He called in.
Dude, it's not. Well, he didn't call in. He was there. He was there for that one. But
a lot of the times he was on the phone. Dude, I remember when it was coming out. I was remembering when it came out, he was calling in to the Howard Stern show to regale him of all of his disgusting exploits.
Mate, you gotta let me finish, dude. Right? I can't remember what I was gonna say now. But so the nature of the Howard Stern show, mate. Let's not forget the nature of the Howard Stern show. I mean, the dude was in blackface most of the time, said most outrageously racist stuff. Yeah.
Does any of that excuse Donald Trump? I don't need to let you finish because you're making you can vilify Howard Stern all you want. That does not let Donald Trump off the hook.
Jack, I'm providing context for the nature of the show. Would you please let me finish, dude?
You are making excuses for a child molester.
I haven't though. I'm not though, mate, because I haven't even got to the Epstein files yet. Right? I'm just giving the context within the show, the Howard Stern show.
No, we all know who Howard Stern was, man. I listened to him when I was a kid.
That someone said ridiculous.
Because he's president of the United States.
Well, mate, where's the proof of him?
Howard Stern is not president. Donald Trump is.
Mate, but the context of this show, Jack, was to go on there and say gross out things, dude.
And he did.
Yeah, all he did was say gross things.
And he said it about children.
Gross things. Because people are bringing up that he went to behind stage of Miss Teen World, which he didn't. If you listen to the show, it was Miss World.
Women who were there, U.S. teen, and the women who were in the Teen USA pageant say that he was there. Say that he was coming into the dressing rooms. Like you just discount
this is what I was about to say, Jackie.
everything that women ever say about this guy.
This is what I'm saying. This is not how conversations go in the UK. Please, you have to let me finish, right? For every one contestant of the Miss Teen World, there are 3 that said nothing happened. What was her name? Victoria Hughes put out a massive thing. Well, not a massive thing, but there's an article. I've got to say.
And other women say it did.
And there's more that say that didn't, mate.
And other women say it did.
There's more that say didn't.
It doesn't matter. That doesn't fucking matter. That's like saying Jimmy Savile. There's lots of kids that Jimmy Savile never touched, so Jimmy Savile's innocent.
Well, not really.
That's your logic. He didn't touch all the kids.
No, it's not my logic at all.
It is. Lots of kids were not molested.
To put your bloody TDS spin on it.
Lots of kids went to Jimmy Savile's house and nothing happened, so Jimmy Savile's innocent.
That's not true. I don't think many kids went to Jimmy Savile's house, mate. He's more known for doing stuff.
Then use Michael Jackson. Lots of kids went to Michael Jackson's house and nothing ever happened, so he must be innocent.
That one I believe, though. That one I genuinely believe.
Must be innocent.
Yeah, Michael Jackson's innocent.
Even though he himself admitted to spending the night in bed alone with 9-year-olds. You're defending child molesters. Because you're defending child molesters with bullshit, saying that because Howard Stern was a sleazeball, it's okay for Donald Trump to be a sleazeball about children. That's your logic.
If this was a debate, this could be considered my opening statement. I ain't even finished anything yet, blood. I ain't even said nothing. Right?
Well, then get to the fucking point and say what you want to say.
All I've done is to give context to the things you're jumping in. You won't even let me finish. So if we can go back to what I was saying before about the Epstein files, have you actually looked through them properly? Have you looked at the cases? Don't stop yet. Don't just stop taking a pause. Don't mean you can jump in. All right, chill. Let's be polite. I'm British. Have you seen the files?
The British have known to be very polite.
No, we are. Come on, mate. Yeah. I'm being very cordial.
Tell that to India. But go ahead.
Come on, bro. I'm Jamaican, bro. Come on. I've got past that colonial stuff.
Tell that to Jamaica. Yeah.
I've got past colonial stuff, mate. Well, I live now, mate. Who cares about slavery?
We're all past it. Yeah, we're all far past it.
We've got PS5s, mate. I don't care about slavery, bro.
Yeah, who cares? Who cares about history and shit? The English are so polite.
You can learn from it. Why dwell in it, mate? You know what I mean?
Well, I love that the aristocracy always wants everyone else to be polite. But please finish.
Well, I'm not an aristocrat, mate. It's just politeness. It's just, come on, let's treat man as man each other. Let's have a nice convo.
You're defending the most impolite man who ever walked this earth, but sure.
Oh, no, he's just raw, bro. Donald Trump, DJ Donny T, bro. He just raw, bro.
Yeah, he's not. He's totally polite. So much tact. That's what everyone says about him.
He's full of grace, mate. Some say. I've heard
grace. This. Yeah, he's full of grace. Yes.
I've heard this as a rumor. Some say like he controls the wind and the seas. Others say he puts craters in the moon with his mighty golf swing.
Indeed.
Shout out Donny T, the golden line of the West, bringing Western culture back to what it could and should be. Anyway,
a chomocracy.
But I digress. How have you looked at the files properly? Like I say, because there's this, as you say, to quote you.
What do you want to say? Stop asking me what I've done. Stop. Make your point.
Okay, I'm making the point. If you'd stop interrupting me, bro. As I'm saying, you keep.
Make the point.
Anytime I call into these shows, you get talked over. Right? The point is, have you seen the statements from Joe Biden's FBI that say none of these stuff led to anything? Like one of the cases where a girl said she was raped, yeah, or whatever, she had to jerk him off, was an unnamed, unverified call, left no information, no details, so they couldn't even get back to him. So you can't really trust that. You know what I mean? That's just a salacious call, my friend. Have you seen the Jeffrey Epstein arrest, the Palm Beach arrest? I'd love to know what's happening in chat as well, mate, because everyone's probably like, Waffle's a dickhead.
They think you're trolling because you're not coming to a point. You're just asking me if I've seen this. You're asking me if I've seen this.
I've only just now got to the original point I was making.
You're asking me a lot of questions, and I'm letting you talk.
Yeah,
you're like,
I'm asking you a lot of questions because lefties don't really like answering them. I know you're.
I'll answer. I'm waiting till you're finished because you still have not made a point. You're asking me a bunch of questions. I'll be happy to answer them if you'd like. But every time I try to answer a question, you tell me I'm not letting you finish. So I'm allowed.
No, exactly. But I mean, to fake jumped in when I did say, have you seen? Look, there you go. I made a point, to be fair, and you just ignored it. Have you seen?
Yeah.
I mean, you're peppering me with questions, mate, and I'm asking you a couple. You're going mental, right? But have you seen the Biden FBI's where they've gone through the? Have you seen these files basically where they corroborate Trump fully? They say no, this didn't happen. He did, in fact, cooperate with the FBI in Florida to get Jeffrey Epstein arrested. I'm not saying he's an FBI asset or anything, you know what I mean? But I'm saying he did cooperate with the FBI to get Jeffrey Epstein arrested. That's in the files. there's a couple files from survivors as well that say thank you President Trump. If it wasn't for you, I would not be alive. That's from Sarah Ransom. Have you seen any of them kind of files?
Yeah.
Oh, you have not. Of course you ain't, because the name Sarah Ransom doesn't appear in this actual.
I mean, I know who Sarah Ransom is, but I've seen all the files you're talking about. How Donald Trump
Have you read her 1,000-page chain of emails? I'm only myself 100 emails through.
No,
dude. So what? So right.
What the fuck are you saying?
Right.
What
So
is it? What is
bruv,
right? What
I'm
are
saying
you
is
trying to say, mate? What are you trying to say, mate?
Overwhelming amount of evidence, my brother. What does it amount to if there's no context, right? And if a lot of it is exonerating Trump from actually doing anything.
Nothing has exonerated him because the FBI thanks you for helping. The FBI thanked Big Pussy in Sopranos. That doesn't make Sopranos.
Brother,
doesn't make
life
Big
is
Pussy.
Not TV, fam.
It doesn't
Life's
make
not
Big
TV.
Pussy not a criminal.
Life's not TV, brother.
I know the FBI. The way they work is they turn people who are criminal co-conspirators in order to turn on those people. How do you think Donald Trump could possibly help the FBI if he weren't in on the crime? You think the FBI just goes around asking people, randos, to help them? No, they ask people who are in on the crime. That's who helps the FBI. That's how FBI works. That's how they fucking took down the Black Panthers. They got people who were working at the Black Panthers to turn and slip Fred Hampton drugs. They put FBI people in there in order to turn more people and use them as assets. The FBI doesn't just randomly find Donald Trump in all of this. The reason why he was involved is because his proximity to Jeffrey Epstein. He was a known co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein, and that's who the FBI exploited.
That's conjecture, Jack. That's conjecture, really. On your
That's not conjecture. That's how it works.
It is, because there's no proof. No, there's no proof for that. Right?
That's standard operating procedure. You're delusional. Why? Okay, let me ask you this. How would Donald Trump how would Donald Trump ever in a million years be able to help the FBI when it came to Jeffrey Epstein?
Well, he wasn't a known corrupt. He wasn't.
How was he qualified to help the FBI?
He reported him to the Palm Beach police. Who referred it to the FBI. I don't think you've actually looked at these files, dude. I don't think you've.
Yes, I have. You are looking at them, and you're looking at them through rose-colored glasses, like Donald Trump is your friend or something. He's not your friend. He's a guy who invited Jeffrey Epstein to his wedding. Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania to Donald Trump. This guy, they were close friends, and before that, he was close friends with Roy Cohn, another famous fixer and creep. These guys are not good dudes, man. And the FBI doesn't go trying to find good guys to help them. The FBI has good guys that help them. They have not good guys. They have people who work for them to help them. They don't need extra investigators.
Jack, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you just a question? How? I mean, suppose you could call me a conspiracy theorist, but a lot of them are coming true. But how long before the Epstein files became an issue? How long had you known about Epstein's link to the shady world? How long did you known about it?
To the shady world? Because
his name came out for me in not what I'd consider not even the mainstream, but the underground, say 2008. So I've been looking at this stuff for a while.
I was about to say I was going to say like 2009 or 10.
In the preceding 18 years, was Trump really an issue with it? The first time anyone
he was. Donald Trump was a known entity with the Palm Beach Chomo Club way before. Just because you're in England, you just don't.
That's just lies, dude.
It's just lies. It's just lies. It's just lies. Yeah, it's just lies. The fact that he partied with him, hung out with him, went to his house, flew on his plane.
I'm not saying whatever he rented it.
He bought his plane off of him. He bought his plane. Like Donald Trump bought Lolita Express afterwards. Owns
but was
it.
he flying on the Lolita Express though?
Because a lot of people did it. It's okay.
Bro, he didn't. Bro, we're going off the topic anyway because that's not the question I was asking. I know this is what you people love to bloody do. just distract from the main point.
You're distracted. What?
Because Jack,
you're defending Chomos, but Andrew did it, right? But Andrew did
Let
it.
me talk. I know it's your show, but please just let me talk for a minute, please, because you've had at least 17 of them, right? How long had you known about Epstein before Donald Trump had run for president? 2015, 16. How long had you known about Epstein?
Like 5 years, probably.
For real, nigga. Sorry,
Yeah.
bro. Sorry, bro. Sorry, bro. That slipped out. Bro.
Probably for about 5 years. I follow the news. It's kind of like a thing that I do.
About Epstein from 2010, yeah, but you got nothing to say about.
Yeah, actually, I knew about Epstein earlier on because I was very curious about the actually a lot about the Zorro Ranch. A lot. No, I was.
Gates involvement.
Actually, I didn't know about all that. No, because we didn't have the files. Are you gonna let me fucking answer your question or what?
Sorry, dude. They call me Waffle for a reason.
I didn't know. I didn't know.
I've been able to talk.
I didn't know about everyone who was involved. I was actually curious about how the billionaire class was involved with the cartels because I was convinced way back then that the bodies that they were finding in Juarez and El Paso were sex crimes that were being carried out by child traffickers on our side of the border, and things like the Zorro Ranch and what was going on in Palm Beach seemed to expose that. So I did know about the Epstein files. Of course, I didn't know all this stuff today, but all this stuff hadn't been released. All we had was conspiracy theories, and I mean, literally, it was a non-prosecution agreement. They had an NPA with Jeffrey Epstein, which was very suspect, and they sealed his co-conspirators, of whom they said there was up to 10 co-conspirators, and they sealed all that, and all those people went off scot-free. So of course I knew about it, but there wasn't much to know until later when suit was brought up in New York, and then all of a sudden, and that only happened because the press was actually going after and finding these people who were victims. The press was what actually got this thing to light. So we didn't know all that. I mean, I knew
there's more Prince Andrew being pictured with him in 2000 or whatever.
I mean, there's things that I knew. I mean, I wasn't.
Fair, Jesus, sorry, Jack, as well to interrupt. I'm sorry, but for being a British person, like we kind of had the. I mean, our press works different, like as well, because they name their sources over here. It only just came out now, but Peter Mandelson has in 2000. I want to say 2008. There was like a list of maybe 8 names: Larry Summers, Reid Hoffman, Prince Andrew, Peter Mandelson, Eden Mubarak, and that's 5. Who are the other 3? Tom Hanks, believe it or not. I said Bill Gates, probably not, and someone else. And they're the names that have been consistently on these files. Like, they've always been in the files. There's been other people as well that like his masseuse, his personal whatever, Blaine, what they call the Podesta brothers. They've always been linked to him as well. But
and who else? Brett Ratner.
Even Julian Assange tried to dig up some stuff on Trump and Epstein's connection, and he said there's nothing. That's Julian Assange saying that, mate. That's Julian Assange.
Julian Assange,
my brother.
Julian Assange doesn't have access to everything, and Julian Assange again. Just like you said, how Andrew and the rumors have been going on for years about Andrew, the rumors and what we've known about Donald Trump have been going on since long before we knew who Jeffrey Epstein was.
And I'll give you that.
In the mid '90s, we knew Donald Trump was a creep. In the mid '90s, he was posing with his daughter in Playboy magazine. We knew the guy was a weirdo.
Was it Playboy?
Yeah, he was in Playboy. I'll look up the video. I'll look up the pictures for you. But Donald Trump.
But I thought it was a bit creepy because you've seen Devil's Advocate, obviously. You've seen the film Devil's Advocate. I think everyone has.
Yeah.
The building magnate who killed his wife and then gets away with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then that's supposedly supposed to be about Trump as well. But I don't believe that is Trump. I think that's just a tenuous link, as they say. But there's a lot of speculation and attributes you can give to anyone, mate. You know what I mean? But there really isn't like enough evidence. I'm not asking for, to see videos and I don't want to see that shit. There's people out there who do, man. I ain't one of them, bro. I don't want to see no CP. That ain't my line of work, man.
I don't want to see it either. But you defending Donald Trump out of hand is exactly what I'm talking about, exactly part of the problem. You're defending him without if there's enough. Actually, there's more than enough to go to trial.
There's less evidence that suggests he's a paedophile than there is the fucking Joe Biden, crying out loud. Joe Biden was sniffing kids. Ashley's diary came out and said he was fucking taking showers with her.
He's not in the Epstein files.
Yeah, he is, mate. Wanna have a look?
He's not. All right. Thank you so much for joining me, Waffle Jackson. We have another guest. We have another guest. He's
That's how I know, blood.
Donald Trump is in there more times than Jesus is in the Bible. So give me a fucking break.
Great,
Thank you, Waffle.
Great. What does that do without context, though, mate?
A lot. If you're in the biggest blowout of the history of the world when it comes to child trafficking, and you're in there millions of times, it says a lot. Thank you so much. All right, we got you, the one. Thank you so much for coming, the one. Welcome to the show.
I just really wanted to talk to Waffle.
You want to talk to Waffle? Fine, here you go. Here's Waffle back. Waffle, are you still there?
I was about to go, to be honest.
Hey, Waffle, I have a question for you.
What up, Neo?
All right. So, do you know what Donald Trump did in the 1980s, 1989, I think, for the Central Park 5? Do you know that story?
He took out an ad because one. But do you know that literally everybody in 1989 thought they did it, black, white, or whatever?
They don't all ask to have him killed.
He wasn't racist.
He wanted him killed. Do you think he would have taken a full page? He would have taken a full page ad. Would he have taken a full page ad out for white people?
Jack, please let Neo talk.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a good point. Would you take a full page out for 5 white guys? Probably not. I mean,
probably would, because it was a vicious crime that happened to him.
Well, he hasn't done it since. I wonder why. You know, he was also, his corporation was also found guilty for redlining. Do you know what redlining is?
Is that because I'm British, we don't call it redlining, we call it something else. But is that where he supposedly, allegedly, he didn't want?
No, they called him
people of color, as you people say, people of color, which is equally racist. He didn't want black people living in his apartments and that. Because I think you'll find it was low income. Low income doesn't equal black.
I mean, it was specifically black and Latino low income.
Well, low income.
It wasn't just low income. It was all black and Latino. It wasn't just low income. I mean, literally, Woody Guthrie wrote a song about it, dude. And Woody Guthrie was low income when he wrote the song.
The point is, all the signs are pointing towards that this guy's a racist. Why would you even care? What happened?
Why would I care? I mean, what signs point to him racist, mate?
I just explained it.
Dude, I mean, Neo, please, let me speak. Right, the Ellis Island Award of Brotherly Love that he took with Rosa Parks and Muhammad Ali. That's kind of a strike against. Then that's a chip against the racist bloc, right? There's also Jesse Jackson endorsing him endorsing Jesse Jackson. Another chip off the block. Him giving what's the name? Kelly Hudson, Jennifer Hudson. But her family got killed in their house. Donald Trump put her in a one of his hotels for free, paid for her security for free. That's a chop off the block.
No, it is not. That's so Andrew Jackson killed tens of thousands of Indians, but because he adopted one and raised him as his son, that gets him off the hook, right? The genocide didn't happen.
Everything else I've said before that. Everything else I've said.
The genocide didn't happen because he was nice to a black guy once. He's not a racist. Awesome.
He dated a black woman, blood. He stuck the orange meat in the fucking thing, blood.
Rad.
He was dating a black woman. He's helped out Jessica, what's her name? Jennifer Hudson's family when her family was slain. So I'm sorry, that he didn't have to. If it's a racist,
Donald Trump did not finance or promote Jesse Jackson's presidential campaigns in 84 or 88. In the late 90s, he offered free office space at 40 Wall Street. Huh?
I didn't say finance. I said endorsed, Jeff.
For the Wall Street project. He did not endorse him as president ever. He did provide office space in the late 90s for his Wall Street project. Jesse Jackson's Wall Street project.
He gave him all that. That's one I forgot. Sorry, man. He gave Jesse Jackson the Wall Street project buildings for free. Why would he do that?
I don't know. The same
I'm
reason
sorry,
he
man,
lets
but
Scott
it's all
Bessent. He
Chinese
gives
links
Scott
to-
Bessent a
it's all
job.
Chinese links to
He
everything
hates the
has to be
gays, but he
racist.
hangs out with gays. He does
How
what
does
he
he hate the
can.
gays?
Maybe, you know,
You know what, as well, Neil,
Waffle,
sorry,
how,
before you start, Neil,
Waffle,
before you start, Neil, sorry.
do you think he realized that maybe it's more financially good for him to be helpful towards some people, and maybe his financial aspirations outweigh his racist aspirations? Is that possible?
I would say there's a financial benefit for him suing Palm Beach for allowing Jews and black people to go to.
Yeah, so maybe there's a financial
that's more
interest
revenue for him. But
just because there's a
would he choose to do
financial
that
interest,
if he's
doesn't
racist,
mean-
why would he advocate for black people and Jewish people? Why would he sue Palm Beach to let golf courses allow Jews
Money.
and black onto their courses?
Yeah, it's
Power.
It's all money.
Money and power.
You people are mad in your heads. Sorry, man. Sorry.
It's money and power. It always has been. It's always been about money and power, and it's never going to be about anything
I
else
still
for
can't
Donald
get
Trump.
past the Central Park 5 thing, because why would you buy a full-page ad calling for
people
murder?
survive on race,
Why would
that's
you
why.
call for murder? Why would you call for murder?
Because it was a gruesome, horrible murder at the time, bro. And you know
He took out a full-page ad
But
calling for the
everybody-
executions of
I mean,
5 innocent black men.
You don't let me finish ever. Everybody in New York. thought
Everyone's
they did
letting
it.
you finish.
It wasn't just Trump.
Just because everyone did it does not make it okay.
Everybody
Not
thought
everyone
it
is
was-
president.
Everybody
Why is that? Everyone
just
thought
Trump. Why-
everyone
Jack,
thought
Jack,
slavery was
Jack,
okay.
why you
That
only
is not an
singling- why you only
excuse.
singling out Trump? Why you
Because
only singling out
because
Trump
your
when the whole
because
city
your
thought they did it?
logic
Why
is
are
the
you
logic of a
singling out Trump when the whole
2-year-old.
city thought they did it.
The whole city didn't think they did it.
The
There was
majority of the
it was
city thought they did it, mate.
that's not true. There
That's
was
what
a
they want you to
controversy.
say. That's what he
It
wants
was
you to say.
it was a
Jack, why do I
controversy.
know these things, but you don't, mate? You're being ignorant to facts, bro. I'm
You're
sorry.
being horribly ignorant by saying something so stupid as to say all of
I'm
New
not,
York,
dude, I'm not,
all
like-
of New York thought that they were guilty. That
Okay,
is
mate, that might be-
idiotic.
That might be a bloody an exaggeration, but the majority of the town thought they did.
The majority,
Yeah.
you can't even
So why
say
are you
that,
singling out
dude.
Trump as the one
It
that
was
only
a
won?
controversy at the time, and he decided to weigh in because we all need to know what Donald Trump thinks, and he took his own money and took a full-page ad out in the New York fucking Times, which was very expensive at the time, full black page, all black, white text that called for the assassination of these people.
Well,
Now,
not the assassination. Come on,
well, the execution. He called for the execution of them. That's what that's what it's for. He wanted to bring back.
It is what it is.
It's state murder. You don't even do it in England. This is what I mean. You
Yeah,
fucking
well,
English
we're bringing it
people.
back, mate. We're bringing it back. We're getting very progressive. We're bringing it back for the Chomos.
Yeah, bring it back because the English were always good at chopping off heads.
And here's the thing, Waffle. You don't understand. I guess you probably do understand. America has had a long history of accusing black people for crimes they didn't commit. So when you put a full page ad calling for them to be murdered, it shows people exactly who you are.
That's right.
Well, mate, black people, white people, yellow people, brown people, purple people, if they've been they're left in a ditch somewhere. No. They all thought he did it, blood. Right,
You know what's weird? You know what's weird? You know what's weird, Waffle? It's what do you why are you so into Donald Trump? Let me ask you this. Like forget about it all. You want to forget about all the evidence. You want to discount everything anyone's ever said about it, anything that he said about himself. Why? I want to know why.
Let me explain why I like Trump. Yeah, ultimately questions why I like Trump in it.
Tell me why.
Question. Because he beat the media machine, bro. He beat the media machine, and he's still breaking it. That's why. I mean, remember when Howard Dean? Let me finish, man. Like, remember when Howard Dean was he was kind of a threat to the Democrats, right? But remember when he did that thing? Yeah. That that went for that made it to England and stuff. You know what I mean? We all laughed at that. Everyone laughed at that destroyed his political career. Just a weird sound he made. Right? And he was leading the Democrat charge. Like the media machine tore his ass a new one, and no one ever heard him again. There's a lot. There's various other.
He became. Hold on a second. Hold on.
Well, on a mainstream level,
he became the head of the Democratic National Convention committee. He was a very important Democrat in that party for a very long time.
On the mainstream level, he wasn't really out there, was he?
He wasn't going to be a candidate anymore. That's for sure.
So, he's lost his place.
Waffle, it wasn't just.
The one I haven't finished explaining why I like Trump.
All right,
Come on,
fine.
brother.
Let's get it. I mean, you're giving us a whole bullshit history lesson of Howard Dean.
You take one thing.
I'm giving
You
context
take one
to
thing.
the media machine, bro. You didn't even let me finish that. Donald Trump came down in golden elevator. No, I was like you people too, man. And then you felt I was more of a, like I leaned to when he was running. I leaned towards Trump because you trust Hillary really. Let's face it, but no one trusts Hillary. Hillary Clinton, mate. No one trusts that. Right? So I was like, fair enough. As long as another Bush, as long as another Clinton doesn't win, it shows that there isn't like a political dynasty. There isn't like the political families don't run anything. So I was, it uprooted the scales of power. So I was, I'm cool with that. But I still thought, he's going to start wars all over the shop. He still probably have stocks in Lockheed and Boeing and all that. So he's going to drop bombs everywhere. Didn't happen. Then
it is now.
It is now, mate. But that's Iran. That's another whole other thing. I think you people are missing the point with that.
All right, here's the thing: is you're rambling.
Yeah, I am. Waffle for a reason, bro. Let me finish what I'm
guess
saying,
what?
Blood.
No. Guess what? Trump coin came out 4 days before he became president.
Give a shit
And
about
he's
Trump,
taken billions of dollars in bribes from foreign governments.
Really?
Yeah, so he's the most corrupt president. Hey, he's the most corrupt president ever, and thank God he destroyed the media machine, right? Because we got a great one, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
It's being the most corrupt, mate.
It's crazy to me. Like you defend him because you think that he destroyed the media machine.
No, I said
he is. Man.
You got to stop putting words in my mouth.
He is. You said destroyed the media,
and he's still destroying it. Like
he beat. Okay, he beat the media machine. He is the media machine. He exploited our worship of the media. That's his superpower. That's always been his superpower.
I'll say he broke it.
He's good at branding. So you like it because he's good at branding.
I think it's more the fact that he's himself and he's not like a. He's not
he's himself. He was a Democrat fucking yesterday. The guy is a fucking liar. He's not himself. He flip-flops. He'll be whatever it takes. He'll be whatever it takes. He'll be whatever it takes in order to get power. That's all he's ever wanted. And you're like, well, he beat the media machine. Okay, great. So I have my answer. You think that he's some kind of maverick, and so you'll hold his water.
Listen,
what?
He may be. Listen, hey, Waffle, hold on. I think I got it.
There's no reason.
I think I got it. So he may be a racist. He may be a misogynist.
Yeah, maybe.
Misogynistic. He may be corrupt. He may be a pedophile. He may do all these things, but at least he beat the media machine.
That was just put. They call me Waffle for a reason. There's more than one point. That was what led.
Oh, there's a lot more points against him. You're right.
Well, there's a lot more points in favor of him, to be fair. But
okay, give me another point besides beating the media machine. What's the other one?
There's a historic funding to the HSBCs. That's a bank. The historic black colleges overwhelmingly funded them. So that's another point for him not being racist.
You don't care about black. We already figured that out.
Huh?
You don't care about that.
What? No, I don't care about slavery, but he gave overwhelming story. I mean, hold on, mate, hold on.
So you're a vegan? You don't care about slavery?
No, oh my God, don't even bring that up yet.
No, I'm not a vegan. I mean, you can hold dual opinions as well. You can hold dual opinions. I mean, battery farming is an abhorrent practice, like an unnecessary slaughter of animals. It is pretty cheesy, but I do love a burger.
Trump signed a bipartisan legislation that permanently secured more than $255 million in annual funding. So he signed a law, and you're saying that means that he supports blacks. Is that what you're saying? Because he signed a law? Well, because he didn't veto the law that was bipartisan in 2019?
Well,
like he didn't veto. So he didn't veto the budget for black colleges. So that must mean he supports black people.
It's annoying.
No, you have had plenty of time to talk, and I'm actually done.
Yeah, and you keep filling up the space.
Because you're saying nothing. You're not telling me why you like Donald Trump other than he beat the media machine, which is not a what. And then you're like picking straws that I'm fact checking you on and finding out they're bullshit. He did not endorse Jesse Jackson. He did not fund black colleges with his money. You're lying about Donald Trump.
With his money. I didn't say with his money.
You said that he funded black colleges. Who the fuck? How would someone say that? If I said I funded black colleges, does that mean I took someone else's money and did it? What are you saying?
Well, well, I'm going to make this a what about. Did Ilhan Omar take her? Did Ilhan
Oh my
Omar
God!
take her own
All right, all right. So,
There
you have
go,
no.
there you go.
All right, I'm gonna give you one more chance, Waffle Jackson. One more chance. Give me one policy then. Anything, one thing that Donald Trump has actually done that makes you support him.
As someone who lives in a country with unfettered illegal immigration, I'd say closing the border down, or at least getting the limits down, is actually pretty good. Because it's a strain on your resources, dude. Giving out this net negative money to them.
Okay, so border, fine. The border was never.
But there's more. But you don't. That was the first one that came to mind.
The border, of course, was never open. It was always.
Shut up. Shut up.
I actually crossed the American border multiple times during Biden's administration.
Miss me with that one, because
and it wasn't.
I've seen a lot of interviews on podcasts with Border Patrol and their experiences with coyotes. So you can miss me with that.
Coyotes are still sneaking people across the border.
No, they ain't, mate. No,
yes, they are. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course, you think that there are no illegal immigrants? Is that what you think? The only thing he did. The only thing he did.
But coyotes are still trafficking people across the border. You're not even making sense.
That's not an open border. That's not what open border is. That's.
Let me talk.
Coyotes are breaking the law.
Jack.
Waffle.
No,
if they come over,
it was one more thing I was supposed to go.
If they come over, they will get arrested and sent back. But here's the thing: I would rather have a random immigrant come over looking for a better life than a billionaire stealing billions from the American people and getting foreign investments in the billions.
Cool. Neo, that's cool, but would you prefer a child rapist to come over the border?
Donald Trump is a child rapist, and he's president of the United States.
But we're not talking about Trump, are we?
Trump is a child rapist, and he's president of the United States.
We are talking about Trump.
Yes, and people, and just because, workers trying to come to this country to pick strawberries are not child rapists. They're not child rapists because they're from another country.
I guarantee if any other candidate was in the Epstein files as much as Trump, they would not even exist as a political person anymore. So.
Yeah, because people like Waffle Jackson think that he beat the media system.
Let's take this back to the Epstein files. Okay, right. So he's in there a million bajillion times. What does that prove? That context? If you haven't even read it,
I'm saying no other politician would be in office. No other politician would be in office.
Neo, please.
All right, I'm going to call this. This is boring. All right, thank you all for joining.
Anyway,
I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. Thank you. All right, thanks everybody. That was fun. Going around in circles is not really what I'm into, but appreciate everyone for calling in. Thank you. That was a fun little detour. Jack says stays up being a Democratic influencer. Democrat. I'm not a Democrat. Unless you are performing or over, he is admitted he has looked at no files. I looked at the files. I've looked at plenty of files. I think I've looked at more files than most people. Thank you. If anybody else was in the files as much as Donald Trump, they'd be on trial right now. If Donald Trump, the only reason Donald Trump isn't on trial right now, and the only reason he's not in jail right now is because you idiots made him president. Now, what does that say about our country? Well, just like Waffle just said, he's not even American, but he just hates Hillary Clinton. That's great. I hate Hillary Clinton. I thought Hillary Clinton was a horrible candidate. I don't want another asshole named Clinton as president. I don't want another asshole named Bush being president. And what were the options? People literally thought that in 2016 we would elect another Bush or another Clinton. I don't like dynasties. I don't like the idea of inherited wealth or aristocracy. So of course I was against those things. I can even understand why in 2016 someone might have voted for Donald Trump. I completely understand it. In 2020, if you're voting for Trump, I think you're a fucking psychopath. There's something wrong with you. In 2024, if you're voting for Donald Trump, holy shit. In 2026, if you're still supporting Donald Trump, you are aiding and abetting a child trafficker. You are aiding and abetting Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump has tried to cover up the Epstein files for a very long time. He continues to do so. He refuses to obey the law that he signed in order to release the Epstein files, and he refuses to order his attorney general to do so. Oh, wait, he fired his attorney general. Dang it. Now his sex crimes attorney is the acting attorney general, Todd Blanche. literally his sex crimes attorney. That's who Todd Blanche is. Now, you could go on and say, well, you just hate everybody else more than you hate Donald Trump. I completely get that. Completely get that, because I hated Biden. I hated Biden and I hated Trump. That is different than supporting him in 2026 and holding water for him and defending him like he's your best pal. If you're defending Donald Trump like he's your best pal, you are aiding and abetting a pedophile. That's what you're doing. And it's sad, because this is America. We're supposed to care about stuff like that, but we don't anymore. What a bummer, huh? Slava Israel. Yeah, perfect. Thank you for joining, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Thank you so much for joining the Morning Sky Show. It is the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, and in YouTube history. It's the #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. Can you believe it? Can you believe it's the #1? The #1 news reaction show in the history of YouTube. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. If you'd like to call in, there's a link in the chat, but I'll be happy to put it in there again. Here's the link in the chat. If you want to call in, you can call in and tell me whatever you want. You want to call in and tell me you love Donald Trump? Do me. Tell me how many Melania coins you have bought. How many Melania coins have you bought, everybody? I'd love to know. Buy Melania coin today. It's the greatest financial tool for the future prosperity of America. Donald Trump says so. It's endorsed by the First Lady and the President. Of course you should buy Melania coin. You should literally sell everything you own and buy Melania coin today. I know it seems like it might be a rug pull or a pump and dump scam by a very famous con man named Donald Trump. But I assure you, this is the most important financial tool for the prosperity of America, the Melania coin. Thank you so much. Buy Melania coin. Why does this dude look like he wants to be Timu Elon Musk? Elon Musk has spent millions of dollars trying to look like me, because this is what a real man looks like, full of testosterone. And Elon Musk, he just has spent a lot of money to look like me. Thank you. I'm flattered by it, because the richest man who ever lived is spending so much money to try to look like me. It's flattering to be the template of a real man. So I appreciate you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Jack here has actual paper telling him to stay away from children. Yes, totally. All in on the Melania. Yeah, ape in on the Melania coin. Ape in while Trump is chimping out. Ape in. $5,000 each, man. Go, man. Melania coin is going to the moon, and I can't wait. Please join. If you Venmo Skyjack Morgan 23 or Skyjack 23 or Cash App Skyjack Morgan, you will you'll be funding Melania coin. I'll be buying Melania coin with all of it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for being here. You should be careful walking to your car. You see, what is it with all you maggers always wanting violence? You see, this is how maggers are. Always threatening violence. Walking to my car. Don't worry. I'm already careful walking to my car. I have a gun. Thank you. Don't come at me, boy, because I'm going to shoot you. Yes. There you go. Thank you so much for joining.
Tonight, a new LAPD report is raising serious safety concerns inside Los Angeles public libraries. Now, city leaders are considering
they're going to close the libraries, everybody. Look out, the libraries are going to get closed.
major security upgrades, including metal detectors and more officers, as librarians describe growing problems tied to violence, drugs, and homelessness inside branches across the city. Fox 11's Ed Laskos, he's live in Mar Vista tonight with this story.
That's what happens when you have no health care in America, and the mentally ill end up in the streets. And then if you are in the streets and they crack your skulls, where are you going to go? The library.
Ed?
And Marla, you said it, and I can tell you a lot of folks down at City Hall are talking about it, thinking about that possibility. Imagine at a library having metal detectors and other high-tech security measures. It could be a reality. Mikey, take us into the story. This is the entrance here to the Mar Vista branch, and it's really the branches over here in the West Bureau, as they call it, because of that report by LAPD talking about all the calls of service they've had at the branches here in this area because of...
I'm so tired. I'm so sick and tired of these cultists. Mr. Frost, you're a cultist. I'm not a Democrat. I don't care if you hate the Democrats. You're such a fucking cultist. You think that the Democrats are the bad guys. And they're the same as MAGA. They're the same. Democrats and Republicans are the same. They've always been the same. They're so alike. They'll switch sides. They'll do a switcheroo. They'll do all sorts of funny shit where they'll work together on all the things that matter, like keeping billionaires out of pocket, keeping billionaires out of jail. They'll for some reason they always agree on all that. Always bipartisanship there for some reason.
Unruly behavior, loud behavior, threatening behavior. And when you talk to a lot of folks who use the libraries, they all seem to have a story of their own.
There you go. The classic. Oh, you reported me for terrorism. Very nice. Very nice. This person threatens me online and then reports me. Fucking professional victim. Sora, the professional victim. So much. Can I get some wet floor, some tears, some MAGA tears, please? Can I get some MAGA tears, please, for Sora? Sounds like Sora's had some problems. Poor Sora. Threatens me on the internet and then reports me. Brilliant. We need some wet floor signs for Sora. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Listen.
In this neighborhood, things aren't in a good place, so yeah.
But a library of all places.
A library of all places. Yeah, well, a library is open to the public.
And now it seems open to anything but quiet library behavior. LAPD out with its list of service calls, thousands of them, to the city's public library, showing it's a lot more than just reading going on here.
Am I anti-MAGA? Of course. I hate chomos. I hate billionaires. I hate wife beaters. Of course I hate MAGA. Sponsor give it a bad review. FCC contacted. Wow, you're on a roll, Sora. I'll be famous by the time you're done.
Nearly everybody having their own stories you can find in the crime section.
I have a friend who was working at the library on Santa Monica Boulevard, and he had to deal with a lot of issues with people coming in that were irate, looking to cause problems, putting people in danger, and he told me stories that are real stories.
And others say this is not unusual. Seeing this, huh? An LAPD black and white here in front of the Venice Abbott Kinney branch, the very spot of hundreds of those 911 calls, dangerous and chaotic situations inside the library, from assaults to drug overdoses to finding needles here inside the restrooms to loud, violent outbursts. As one library user was telling me a little while ago, quote, "It's the homeless. They're always inside and high on drugs." And that's bringing growing safety concerns with talk about...
Jeffrey Epstein was a donor to the Democrat Party. You mean the Democratic Party? So was Donald Trump. Donald Trump was a donor to the Democratic Party. Donald Trump was a Democrat for most of his life until he realized that it was easier to pull out all the stops for all you suckers and rubes over there in the right wing of the Republican Party, the Rape-publican Party, when they found out that he had so many chomos and rapists in the Republican Party that he could totally just walk in and take it over. Even Greg Gutfeld, he didn't want to be a Republican. He wanted to make the Republican Party more like him, and he knew that's where all the rubes and suckers and hayseeds, that's where all the marks were. So that's what he did. He jumped in and took it over. Way to go. You're right. Epstein and Trump both donated to the Democratic Party. Wow. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes. It's almost like it doesn't matter. He'll wear whatever hat you tell him in order to get into power. What? I'm a Christian now. I love being a Christian. Or how about when he says that he hates the military, wouldn't join, dodge the draft, and then calls them suckers and losers. But now I love the military. I'm supposed to love the military. Can we get a parade? I need a parade, everybody. He'll do whatever it takes to be in power. You stupid idiot. Like, if you believe Donald, he's just a huckster. He's just a phony. And if you believe him, you're just another moron rube getting ripped off in Times Square, where all the rubes go to get ripped off by New Yorkers. You're just being sold a fake Rolex. Donald Trump literally sells fake watches, fake sneakers, fake phones, fake steaks, fake universities. That's what he's famous for. Selling fake shit to rubes. Stop being rubes.
Adding metal detectors and other high-tech security, especially for the library branches here on the west side from Mar Vista to Westchester, just to name a few.
It is an incredibly frustrating problem, but it is symptomatic of a citywide crisis.
The councilwoman, as you know, represents
The citywide crisis is no health care in America. We have no health care in America. There's no place to go when you are sick, no place to go when you're feeling suicidal, no place to go when you have addiction problems, no place to go. So where do you go? The street. And because we refuse to pay for any place to go, we instead pay for the police. The police can get all the money and the prisons can get all the money. Great idea. Does it solve any problems? No. But it's a great way to put money in the pockets of billionaires. It surely is. Way to go, America. Good job, America.
The Memorial Day weekend is the symbolic start of summer, and a lot of Americans are on the move. But this year, traveling will cost you more. CBS's Chanel Call is in New York City with all the details. Chanel, good evening.
Jerika, it's an expensive start to the summer travel season, with everything from gas to groceries costing you more this year. Many Americans will be forced to make some tough choices.
Many Americans are being forced to bend over.
Families stocking up for Memorial Day barbecues this weekend are feeling the heat.
All the prices shock me, just that they seem to go up every single time I go to the grocery store.
Americans now paying 20% more for food than...
Dang, do. From January 2022? I mean, 2022 was bad year for groceries. It's 20% over that? Donald Trump said that they would go down in the first 12 months, and here we are 18 months in, and Donald Trump still hasn't lowered the prices. What the heck? How come the prices aren't lower? How come I'm paying double for coffee?
4 years ago. Inflation rose nearly 1% this month, mainly due to higher gas prices.
I don't even fill it up all the way anymore. Yeah, it's because prices are so expensive.
The war with Iran has raised the cost of fuel by 41%, the highest price in California, an average of $6.11 a gallon, the lowest in Indiana at $3.93.
I think the trajectory that we're on, we could see the national average at $5 at some point in June.
All of it hitting Americans hard. The University of Michigan Sentiment Survey finds consumer sentiment dropped to its lowest level on record in May. Americans feel worse than they did during wars, 9/11, and even the COVID-19 pandemic. Recent polling from CBS News shows 77% of respondents said their income is not keeping up with inflation.
77% of Americans. Yeah, I mean, let's face it. We're all making less, and it's costing us more. We're taking it in both ends. Squish. We're like Stormy Daniels getting it in both sides on one of her movies. Remember Stormy Daniels? Donald Trump paid her as a prostitute and with campaign finances, and he was convicted of 34 counts of felony fraud. Remember that? Stormy Daniels. We're all Stormy Daniels now. We're taking it in the mouth and taking it up the butt and taking it in the hoo-ha. All because of Donald Trump. Thanks. All because of Donald Trump.
Despite bad sentiment, Wall Street is soaring. All major indexes have reached or are nearing record highs. A starkly different picture from what many Americans say they're feeling.
We just have to stay focused on working and continue to make the income from our family and keep a roof over our head.
Yeah, man. It's like we're all like Charlie Kirk getting fucked in all three holes. We're like Charlie Kirk in hell getting fucked in all three holes. And we're like, who's doing this? It was Donald Trump the whole time. What do you know? Dang it.
And travel experts say over the course of this 4-day holiday stretch, Americans will collectively spend $2 billion more on gas this year than last year. Jerika?
Chanel Call in New York. Thank you.
I want to begin this hour with a...
Way to go. Way to go. In New York, they're looking at almost $5.50 a gallon already. Shit, in California, it went down a little bit. No, it didn't. It's at $6.50 still in California. $6.50 for regular unleaded gasoline. Can't go anywhere. Can't go anywhere, man. I can't even drive down the street. I'm like, fuck, should I walk? Should I walk? Unfortunately, gasoline only has like a 6-month shelf life, and the more ethanol you put into it, the less of a shelf life it has. And they're saying that they're going to go up to 20% ethanol in order to bring down prices, but that means that your gas will have even less of a shelf life. So even if you try to drive less, it'll fuck up your engine more. Ding dang do. Oh, ding dang do. We got anybody with a ding dang do? We got any ding-dang-doos in the chat? $5.50 in Oregon. Well, hey, at least in Oregon, someone will pump it for you. Am I right? Hey, at least someone will pump it for you. That's nice.
Simple question that many of you have been screaming at your TV screens for some time now. To whom does this democracy, whose 250th anniversary we are celebrating this year, to whom does this democracy actually belong? Same question raised earlier this month by the Hawaiian Republican State Representative Kanani Souza as she opened the floor debate.
Shades, you're so dumb. The reason why Biden did nothing is because he didn't want to. Because Biden, his friends and donors were in the Epstein files too. You think he wanted that heat? No. And he had an excuse. Ghislaine Maxwell was still under prosecution, her trial was still going on. So he had an excuse and he didn't want to release the files. Oh, that's it. That's it. Biden sucked too. What do you know? What do you know? All presidents kind of suck? Yeah. They all get money from the same people? Uh-huh.
On a bill that effectively bans corporate spending on elections in her state. If you haven't seen Sousa's speech, you absolutely should look it up.
I love paying more for coffee, let me tell you.
Watch it. Here's a clip.
Hawaii is not waiting for permission. Not following the lead of others, we are leading. We are making history by restoring a fundamental truth. Power belongs to people.
Yes.
Not corporations.
Yes.
Especially political power. For too long, we have lived with a legal fiction that a corporation can stand shoulder to shoulder with a human being in the political arena, that it can spend without limit, influence without accountability, and project a voice so powerful that it overwhelms the very people our Constitution was written to protect. But here in Hawaii, we are not bound to accept that outcome as inevitable.
Love it. They're trying to get rid of the Citizens United case because they could pass a law and make the federal government, make the judges declare it unconstitutional. So Hawaii is passing a law to basically just say Citizens United is bullshit and that corporations don't have freedom of speech. People do.
This is a very big deal. Hawaii.
What is this jacket he's wearing? It's summer, dude. It's fucking June. What are you doing? It's almost June.
Did something remarkable and genuinely historic. It passed a bill into law with near unanimous bipartisan support that effectively bans corporations from spending money to influence state elections. And it did this by redefining what powers a corporation actually has. Hawaii Governor Josh Green signed it on May 14th, making Hawaii the first state in the nation to take on Citizens United and doing so in a way that no state has done before.
It's exciting.
This is good news because it's a model that at least a dozen other states are working on following. Now, obviously, you know the story of Citizens United, but it's worth repeating. In 2010, the United States Supreme Court ruled 5-4 that corporations, like people, have a constitutional right, a First Amendment right, to spend unlimited money in elections.
Fucked us up. What year was that? 2010 or something? What did he say?
Soon after that decision, the floodgates opened, as you would expect. From 2010 to 2024, outside groups spent more than $4 billion.
One of the most controversial cases in the history of America, and they didn't overturn that one. They overturned Roe v. Wade because that was so important.
With a B on federal elections alone. Dark money, spending by groups that are not required to disclose their donors, hit a record $1.9 billion in the last presidential cycle. State Senator Carl Rhodes, the Hawaiian bill's lead author, noting the scale of the problem, said, quote, in 2006, dark money was less than $5 million nationwide. In 2024, there was over $1 billion with a B anonymously spent in the presidential election.
Look at that. 2024, over $1 billion. In 2006, dark money is $5 million. Less than 20 years later, 18 years later, over $1 billion.
Alone, end quote. For more than a decade since that infamous ruling, Americans were told that there was nothing to be done. You want to fix it? Good luck. Amend the Constitution. Good luck waiting for a different Supreme Court. But a senior fellow at the Center for American Progress named Tom Moore did not accept that. And what he came up
Tom Moore, wasn't he the one who wrote Utopia? Uh-oh, we got another Tom Moore looking to make a utopia.
With is frankly very clever. Moore's insight was this. Citizens United asked whether the government could regulate a corporation's right to spend money in elections. The court said no, it could not. But the Supreme Court was never asked, nor did it ask, a different, more fundamental question. Does a corporation have the power, not the right, the power to spend money on elections in the first place? And that question, it turns out, belongs entirely to the states. Here's the key to understanding this. Corporations are not born. They are, in fact, created by state law. Unlike humans who are actually born, corporations are created by state law. They are given their powers by state law. They are dependent on state law for their very existence, which is why people choose to incorporate in various different states based on the rights that that state offers. Anyone who even has a small company knows that a corporation in America is a state entity. Chief Justice John Marshall established this principle in 1819, writing that, quote, a corporation is an artificial being, invisible, intangible, and existing only in contemplation of law. Being the mere creature of law, it possesses only those properties which the charter of its creation confers upon it, end quote. Pretty simple writing. In other words, corporations...
I mean, yeah, Donald Trump is a treasonous bastard. He hates America. There should be no surprise. Like, the fact that he stole $2 billion should be the surprise. He wanted $10 billion, just so you know. But he settled with himself for $2 billion. $2 billion. Just sold it. Just stole American money. That's how it works. SPLC paying racist groups to cause trouble is pretty sad. The Dems create the problems they are supposed to exist to fix. Yeah, the cops do the same thing. Cops pay for crimes to be committed. They have insiders. They're called confidential informants and stuff like that, and they pay them billions of dollars, actually, in order to get in on those crimes. Sometimes they create crimes, and SPLC was involved in the same tactics. So if you hate SPLC, I guess you hate the police. They're doing the same shit, same thing.
Only exist because states created them and gave them their powers. Things like the right to own property, to sign contracts, to sue, and to be sued. That 200-year-old Supreme Court decision has never been superseded. So Tom Moore's strategy, he calls it the corporate power reset, builds directly on this concept. States create corporations. States grant corporations their power. States have always retained the authority to rewrite that list. And what the state grants, the state can take back. So instead of trying to restrict corporate speech, which is where Citizens United dwells and where states have lost repeatedly in federal court, Hawaii simply decided that it will decline to grant corporations that power in the first place.
Love it.
It is a subtle distinction, but it may be a legally and politically consequential one. It makes Citizens United irrelevant, at least within the borders of states that adopt this new way of thinking about it. Hawaii's new law, which takes effect on July 1st of next year, redefines corporations doing business in the state as entities that do not possess the power to spend money on elections or ballot measures.
So
it does not
cool.
eliminate super PACs, but it cuts off their most corrosive fuel source, anonymous corporate money. Super PACs can still operate, but only on money raised from human beings, whose names must be disclosed. State Senator Rhodes noted that anonymity isn't just a transparency problem, it's actually a national security problem. Quote, it's very difficult to know whether Russia or Iran or China are funneling money into American elections, end quote. That's true. And here's the important part. If a corporation in Hawaii violates the new law, the consequences are really serious. Loss of tax privileges, suspension of the right to sell products to the state government, potentially the loss of the right to do business in Hawaii altogether. The Hawaii Attorney General opposed the bill, by the way, warning that it would face immediate legal challenges, and she's probably right. Lawsuits are coming. But legal experts like Avian Soifer, the former dean of the University of Hawaii's law school, studied the measure closely and wrote to Governor Green, noting that, quote, states have exercised such authority for over 2 centuries. And the U.S. Supreme Court has affirmed this state authority repeatedly.
I think they're gonna decide on the states. I think this might be the end of Citizens United. This could be a huge difference in the future if other states adopt it, because that's what'll happen. Hawaii will do it, just like Hawaii legalized gay marriage. And in order for them to, when they legalized gay marriage, it opened up the floodgates, because that meant that because of the 14th Amendment and a few others, reciprocity, all states have to recognize the marriage of other people in those states. So if you're married in Hawaii and you're gay, you're also married in Texas, and there's nothing they can do about it. And so people from Texas were going to Hawaii to get married. And then they tried to change the constitution of a bunch of states and stuff to try to, and then finally the Supreme Court had to step in and say, you cannot make a constitutional amendment to say you're not going to recognize marriages from other states, because then you don't have a country. So the Supreme Court was forced through the 14th Amendment, equal protection of the law, they were forced to make a decision. Pretty sick. And Hawaii did that. Hawaii. People keep on saying Hawaii. It's so interesting. Hawaii. I love it. Hey, the real McGoy. Thank you so much, the real McGoy. Sky, I think you're hurting people's feelings, wimps. Well, I do hurt people's feelings, but facts aren't feelings, and feelings don't care about your facts, and facts don't care about your feelings, right? Real McGoy. Can I get a W for Real McGoy for supporting independent media and the channel Skyjack Morgan, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube? And it's the #1 news reaction show in YouTube history. And I appreciate you all for being here. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. It does hurt people's feelings. We're going to go a little bit longer, and then we're going to start the chill zone. We're going to start chilling out. I'm going to play a little guitar for everybody here pretty soon, and we'll take some requests, practice guitar on the other computer in the other room. So I've been standing up for about 4 hours. No, about 3.5 hours. And we'll be going sit down and play some guitar.
Repeatedly. And even skeptical legal voices acknowledge that there is something genuinely new here.
Elon Musk has a ketamine and alcohol problem, so yeah, I get what you mean. Elon Musk has spent a lot of money trying to look like me. Thank you for reminding everybody that the richest man on earth who ever lived is spending hundreds of millions of dollars to look like me. He even got himself a penis implant to try to look just to try to get a big schlong like me. It's really sad that the richest man alive is such a loser. He has to try to look like a real man by getting surgeries. But, chat! Humans have always been like this. The earth was always evil. We now can see it. Well, I could see some. Yeah. Sora's been sitting on her ass for 8 years. Sore ass? She's got a sore ass. Sore ass. I think that's why she's called sore ass. She's got a sore ass sitting on her ass for 10 years. 8 years? 10 years?
University of Pennsylvania business law professor Jill Fish told The Atlantic that it's, quote, novel enough that it's hard to predict how a conservative court would react. She called it a great creative initiative.
Pretty
rad.
rad.
One of my next guests, the state representative Sousa, the one who asked so powerfully to whom this democracy belongs, is a Republican. I'm noting this because the bill passed the Hawaii State Senate 24-0.
What?
It passed the state House 50-1. The incredible bipartisan turnout is not surprising when you look at the polling. A new Politico poll found that 72% of Republicans and Democrats agree that there's too much money in politics. The Roberts Court may have given corporations this power, but the people never wanted them to have it, and Hawaii is not going to be alone for long in Montana. A state with a century-old tradition of fighting corporate influence in politics, activists are gathering signatures right now to put the corporate power reset directly to voters this November. The Montana Supreme Court has already cleared the path, unanimously dismissing a legal challenge from a coalition of business groups that tried to block the initiative from even reaching the ballot. Meanwhile, legislation based on Moore's framework has been introduced this year in 14 other states, from California and New York to Georgia, Minnesota, and Vermont. Sponsors in Connecticut are planning to introduce similar legislation in 2027. If states as large as California and New York adopt this framework, the impact on American political financing would be, and this is not an overstatement, seismic. We're living through a moment when the concentration of wealth and power in American political life has reached levels that alarm most Americans regardless of party affiliation. Citizens United played a central role in that, opening the floodgates for dark money, for anonymous corporate spending, for the kind of influence that makes ordinary voters feel correctly that their voices matter less. Hawaii just found a way to start addressing that, not by fighting the Supreme Court on its own turf, not by waiting for a constitutional amendment that may or may not come, but by reaching back 200 years into the bedrock of American law and using an authority that was always there. One that Tom Moore says simply went unused, untested, and unmentioned.
Pretty sick. I think it's fantastic. It's a beautiful thing that's happening. I love this idea. I think it's beautiful. I can't wait to see what happens next. So here's Elon Musk. As you can see, Elon Musk looks, people say he looks like me because he wants to spend so much money trying to look like me. As you can see, he's had a bunch of work done down here in the bottom, trying to get himself a nice, big, strong jaw. He's had his face stretched out. He's had some work done as far as like having it pinned back and stuff, trying to make himself look younger. All his hair, that's all hair plugs. All that's fake. So he spent a lot of money trying to look like me, He makes women sign an NDA before he takes off his clothes because he has a penile implant, because he heard that I got Ghislaine Maxwell, that she called me Bubba. They call me Bubba for a reason. I'm hung like a horse. That's why they named the horse after me. But Elon Musk has spent lots of money to try to look like me. What did he look like before surgery? Before surgery? Before surgery and hair implants, what did he look like? Here we go. I have a picture of him. Here's what he used to look like. Let's see. This is what Donald Trump used to look like. As you can see, he looks a lot less like me in this picture. Donald Trump, Elon Musk has spent a lot of money to try to look like me, which I find flattering myself. I find it incredibly flattering. I think it's quite nice to have someone spend have the richest man who ever lived trying to look like me. I think it's cute. He looks a lot better, right? He's had a lot of work done. This is clearly the work of a skilled surgeon, right? And now they keep on trying to say that he looks like me, which is fine. They can't turn his eyes blue. He'll never have these baby blues. But he had his teeth redone. He's had his jaw redone. Look, his jaw is completely different line. He's had his skin stretched. He's older. This is him like in his 30s. This is him in his 50s. He's had hair plugs. So I heard he might have even gotten the height thing where they break your legs and make you taller. I've heard that he had that as well, but it's hard to tell. They say he's 6'3", I'm 6'5", so he'll never be as tall as I am. But I heard that he used to be under 6 feet, and they gave him like 3 inches to make him like almost 6'3". So he spent a lot of money, dude. He spent a lot of money to look like this. So pretty cool, right? Pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The rumors are he's had the height surgery and the penis surgery as well to try to look like me. But I don't know if those rumors are true, obviously. I've never seen his penis, and I don't really know how tall he was before he was really famous, you know? But now he's over 6 feet, and all the pictures of him back in the old days, he's always like he doesn't look like he's over 6 feet, so, you know? So I think it's really, yeah, I've heard that his penis doesn't work anymore. Like he has a botched penis surgery. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah. But who knows? Who knows if it's true? Nobody cares. I mean, people say it every day. Every day someone calls up. Every day someone in my chat is talking about Elon Musk. And here you go. This is why he spent a lot of money to look like a real man. A lot of gender-affirming care. This guy's had lots of gender-affirming care. Yeah. So it's nice. Pretty cool. Good for him. And people always want to talk to me. I don't mind being bald, but my chin can't be bold. It's okay to be bald. It's okay to be who you are, yeah? You know? It's okay to just be who you are, not do all the surgery and the hair plugs and everything. I think you should accept who you are. But he couldn't. He wanted to look like me. And he's still a loser. He's just a very rich loser. A very rich loser. I think it's kind of sad, honestly, trying to look like somebody else your whole life. But maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. Fox
Jeff
and
Bezos
Friends.
is pushing back on tax the rich politics, saying that raising taxes on the wealthy won't help struggling Americans, while calling for zero income tax on the bottom half of earners. Watch.
So there's this tale of two economies, and they're using this age-old technique of, picking a villain and pointing fingers. The top 1% of taxpayers pay 40% of all the tax revenue. The bottom half pay only 3%. We have already.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with you that Elon Musk is pathetic, but it's just, I feel sorry for him. I feel sad for him, to be honest. It's but I'm still flattered. I'm still flattered. Thank you.
I think it should be zero. I don't think it should be 3%. I think it should be zero. You could double the taxes I pay, and it's not going to help that teacher in Queens. I promise you.
New York City Mayor Mondani quickly fired back on X, saying, quote, "I know a few teachers in Queens who would beg to differ." Joining me now is the host of Making Money on Fox Business, Charles Payne. All right, your reaction to this debate between Mondani and Jeff Bezos?
Well, it's not
He's going to be
new.
a trillionaire soon, maybe.
No, the first trillionaire will be Elon Musk. Last night they filed their IPO, their paperwork for the SpaceX IPO. That's going to be the biggest financial event in decades, maybe ever. It's going to be the biggest IPO ever. So, and this is when we're going to hear this argument. It's going to go crazy when they say Jeff Bezos is official.
When they do IPOs, the banks get first dibs and they get a much lower price than regular people. Isn't that cool? They get to sell to all their friends and the bankers way before you get to have anything. Pretty cool, right? And then they get to raise a bunch of money. IPOs. Fucking totally weird.
A trillionaire. There's going to be a lot of Mondanis popping up all over this country, and they're going to be stoking the anger. Here's the problem. So, yeah, what Bezos said was right. The bottom 50% pay to the 3%, $913 on average. The top 1% pay an average of $537,000.
Yeah.
The problem, though, is the Bezos of the world, they're so rich. And this is what's happening. They campaign. These politicians campaign using Bezos. It used to be Gates, soon it will be Musk. But what happens is they hurt small businesses, right? So
Small
the top 1%,
businesses.
The average income is 3.1 million. Take a plumber who files his taxes, right? And he's finally made $2 million, $3 million. But he started 40 years ago with just himself. Now he's got 7, 8, 10 trucks. He's hired a whole bunch of local folks, and you start to beat him up.
Yeah.
Well, because you're going after Bezos or Ken Griffin, who can pick up his entire company and move it from Chicago to Miami. The local plumber can't move it.
Why the fuck would the local plumber? They're hurting small business. Fucking lies, just lies. Smoking Blondie, what the hell? Thank you so much. Here's another super chat to add to the 100 earlier, just for Soros's stupid ass. Thank you so much, Smoking Blondie. It looks like somebody's going to have a good Memorial. Think about this. I was thinking about not going live today because it's Memorial Day. But thank you so much, Smoking Blondie. Thank you, Smoking Blondie. Everyone like and subscribe. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Smoking Blondie. Please check out Smoking Blondie's music. She is rad. She's rad. Please listen to her music. She's rad. Thank you for being here, Smoking Blondie. I'm so glad I went live today.
This entire company, you're crushing the local economy. You're crushing the local economy.
I totally agree, Charles. But I do think there's another piece of this, right? Capitalism, our country, the way it was based on free enterprise, was always meant to be married.
Capitalism. Oh, yeah. Capitalism. It's the best. It's the way our country was based. There was no such thing as capitalism when this country was founded. Just so everybody knows, the word capitalism came out with Adam Smith. Let's just do a quick Google search, shall we? What year did Adam Smith coin the term capitalism? He's the founding father of modern economic theory. His writings heavily focus on concepts like commercial society, free enterprise. The actual term capitalism did not enter the English language until long after his death, though, which first appeared in 1854 in the Makepeace Thackeray's novel, The Newcomes. Okay, in 1854, Smith's foundational ideas were introduced in his 1776 work, An Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations. I read The Wealth of Nations when I was in college, and it's fun, you know, but it came out the same year that this country was invented, which means this country was not a capitalist country. It was just a country, and they had economic ideas that were based on Enlightenment theory and stuff like that. It wasn't capitalism. In fact, it was more akin to mercantilism for like the first 100 years. And I think Donald Trump is really making this like a mercantilist economy again, like 18th century spheres of influence where Russia, you get this part, and China, you get this part, and we get that part, and we're all going to compete for a zero-sum game where losers and winners. And thank you so much. Oh my gosh, the real McGoy. Thank you so much for Sora, stupid ass. Thank you, Sora. Thank you so much, the real McGoy, for Sora's stupid ass. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Sora, for really encouraging people. Thank you, Sora, for encouraging people to support independent media and this channel, the Skyjack Morgan channel. It is my flagship show today. It's the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, The Morning Sky Show. Thank you all for being here for the Morning Sky Show. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you. No, thank you. I'm here for you, and you're here for me, and I appreciate that so friggin' much. You'll have no idea. So friggin' much. Thank you. Thank you. You're the best.
With Christianity and with moral
Christianity.
Ethics. So you have people becoming billionaires, trillionaires.
Capitalism and morals and Christianity. Wow, you pulled out all of them, huh? How does that have to do with anything that Jeff Bezos is talking about?
And they're divorced from feeling any type of responsibility to people below them. So could Jeff Bezos, for example, on his own, just say, listen, I make so much money, I'm going to give a raise to everybody. I'm going to make sure everybody has a better wage.
He could do that. That's what Henry Ford did, one of the great monsters of the 20th century. Henry Ford, one of the people who really inspired Adolf Hitler. He was actually mentioned in Mein Kampf, Henry Ford. His big thing was that he wants everyone who works for him to be able to afford a car, and he was going to pay them $5 a day, which was outrageous at the time. No one could compete with him. Everybody wanted to work for Ford. He even gave people free English lessons if they came in and asked for them so that they could work, because he thought that everyone should be assimilated into the American experience, unless, of course, you're Jewish. He hated the Jews. Like I said, he was one of the great monsters of the 20th century. But even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Within its own company. And I'm sure some of these people probably have. So I wanted to pick up on that. Since 1976, the top 0.01%, not 1%, the top 0.01%, the wealth is up 3,000%. These are mostly the innovators of the world, right? And here's your problem, to your point. We're the AI age. All of a sudden, AI, it's taking jobs. I don't care what anybody says.
It is.
So
I don't care what anybody says.
Zuckerberg says he's betting on AI, and he got those jobs.
Meta's going up, but here's the part that really, there's a big, huge financial company called Standard Chartered. They're going to cut 8,000 jobs for AI. But the CEO said they're going to replace these jobs. They're going to replace, quote, low-value human capital.
Low, that's what they think of their laborers.
Yeah,
Low
yeah.
value. When you have people that think of human beings as low value
Low value,
capital, that's a problem. Maybe that's why we saw this reaction to a commencement address. Watch this.
She's like, what you guys, is this Fox and Friends? Fox and Comrades, they should call this. What are they? Are these guys turning communist on me? Oh, what? That's what they think of their workers? How dare they? Fox and Comrades. I love it, man. We're starting to have Fox News talking like some commies over here. That Jeff Bezos, man, well, that's what he thinks about his people. Right here on Fox and Comrades.
Listen to what the young people who are graduating think about AI.
AI is rewriting production as we sit here. I know it. Deal with it. Like I said, it's a tool. Hey.
I love that people are just booing college professors now at their, like, openly booing the people who are speaking at their graduations this year. When I had my graduation, I think I had Ishmael Reed. Ishmael Reed spoke at my graduation. Nobody booed him. Nobody booed anybody at my graduation. My God, just booing. This guy, deal with it. Just deal with it, okay? Deal with it. Fuck you. String him up. Deal with it. Eat cake. Eat cake.
Like I said, you can hear me now or you can pay me later.
What's your reaction to that?
Listen, I always tell people I'm a natural born
Who was that piece of shit?
Right, in the sense that I'm always worried about new technology.
Yeah.
This is the fourth industrial revolution.
Yeah.
In the first industrial revolution, there's a guy named Ned Ludd who was upset that these weaving machines were taking all the jobs from all the women.
Yeah, give us, okay, you guys ever heard about the Luddites?
And they went down and
Not about they weren't taking away jobs from women, you fucking moron. Oh my God, weavers. Yeah, there were weavers, and the machines were taking money away from the textile workers. That weren't all women, you dumb fucking weirdo. Weird only women work in textiles, right? What the fuck? Anyway, they went and they smashed all the machines. Now they're called Luddites. Now Luddites are considered people who are anti or just out of touch with technology, but that's not what they are. They're actually people. They went and destroyed the machines because they didn't want to be replaced by machines.
he broke them up, and that's where the term comes from. But historically, all the first three industrial revolutions have initially been so disruptive that they have hurt jobs, but ultimately they created better jobs and human beings lived better lives. We hope that's the promise with AI. We want AI to be a tool. A lot of people say within 5 years, 60%
Better
of the jobs that will exist don't exist at this very moment. But there's a gulf, right? Whether it's 5 or 10 years, and what happens between people who lose their jobs today and don't necessarily get the qualifications or the ability to get those jobs in the future. And that's going to be a huge social economic problem for the next 5 to 10 years.
And those graduates know that very well because they're going to be the entry-level jobs.
Right.
Many of which
Dude, Fox and Comrades. This is crazy to me. I've never heard anyone on Fox and Friends talk like this. I watch Fox and Friends every day. I've never seen them talk like this, ever.
Graduated last year, still trying to find a job in something that they spent the last 4 years, maybe longer, studying.
Yeah, but we need to think about this. And we need to think
like,
about
I expect them to be like, well, fuck them. They didn't learn how to study something that we need, so screw them. No one's able to get jobs out of college anymore because everything's going to AI. They're laying off thousands, tens of thousands of people. People are losing their jobs. I'll probably be you know what? In fact, on YouTube, I scroll YouTube, and you know how many things are AI now? It's crazy how many people are doing AI. It's insane. It's crazy how many AI generate. Even just every time I hear that voice that talks like this, I hate it. I hate the AI voice. I want to kill when I hear the AI voice.
Spiritually and economically.
Absolutely. A lot of these CEOs never think about it spiritually. It's just the bottom line, and that might be where they run into some issues.
Yeah, you need to have morality with capitalism. It works better that way.
Yeah.
It works better that way. You need to have capital. You need to have morality when you have capitalism. Capitalism doesn't have morality. Capitalism says greed is good. That's capitalism. Greed is good. You understand? There is no morality when it comes to capitalism. Capitalism. We need some fucking morality with our capitalism, says Fox and Comrades. Capitalism is amoral. And it's unethical. It's anti-human. It's against humanity. We need morality. Durr.
Breaking news, a Minnesota judge has just sentenced.
Like, if anybody, like, you know, she mentioned Christianity. Jesus Christ was definitely not a capitalist. He said, give away all your money. Give away all your money back to Caesar. Give it all back. It's his picture on it, and God's picture is on you. So give everything you have to God, and give everything that has Caesar's picture on it, give it back to Caesar. He hated the idea of selling anything. Donald Trump is about as anti-Jesus as you can get. First song request. Oops, Sora got Soros again. I was trying to do the Beverly Hills Cop theme. It's really hard to do. I think Britney Spears sang it. Oops, Sora got. I could do oops, I did it again. Yeah, fuck AI. Yeah. Do it. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Oops, Soras, you're making so many friends in the chat today. You should come by more often, Soras.
The mastermind behind the Feeding Our Future fraud scheme, Amy Bach. She just got more than 41 years in prison. The prosecution is asking for a 50-year sentence and her defense about 3 years.
Oh, man, wait a second. I thought they were all Somalis. Wait a second. That's a white person. I thought they were all Somalis who were in trouble over in Minnesota for this fraud thing. They told me they were Somali pirates. Yarg. That's a white lady. She got 40 years. She must have done something real bad.
So that's somewhere in the middle that they got that, but closer to what obviously the prosecution wanted. The scheme involved theft of nearly $250 million in COVID funding. That money was meant to feed hungry children. State leaders claim.
Yeah, thank God they're putting people in jail. Let's put all of the people who were in the Lakers, put them all in jail. The Lakers stole a lot of money. They got caught and they gave the money back. Fuck you. You still stole it. Go to jail.
Claim they were unaware of the fraud. Here's what Amy Bach told our Alexis McAdams from jail back in January.
I honestly believe Keith Ellison and Governor Walz need to be held accountable. There needs to be an investigation done. If they weren't aware, that's concerning.
So if she's going to prison, is there anybody we know?
The lady who's going to jail is blaming, well, they didn't stop me, so they need to go to jail too? Sure, put them all in jail. Fuck it, I don't care. They stole money.
Know the names of who should as well is the question now.
If you didn't stop the criminal, if you didn't notice you were being stolen from, that means that you should go to jail as well. Rad. I love that idea. If you were a victim, you should be also. It's a weird idea. That's fine though. Yeah. Okay. Let's put all of Minnesota in jail at this point. You know, there's such troublemakers over there trying to fight for their freedom of speech by taking to the streets during ICE raids. Let's put them all in jail.
Our senior correspondent Mike Tobin. Anything that maybe Keith Ellison, the AG, is saying these days, Mike?
Well, what we know right now is just from the sentencing. 41 and a half years in prison for the woman at the center of this massive Feeding Our Future scandal. Amy Bach is also on the hook for $243 million scam from taxpayers. She's supposed to somehow pay that back. Now, that came down just a short time ago.
She ain't paying that back.
In a Minneapolis federal courtroom, Bach was convicted.
What'd she do with all the money? Where's all the money? What did she buy with it?
In March 2025 on charges of wire fraud, bribery, money laundering, and conspiracy. Prosecutors say she was the kingpin in this massive fraud that promised to feed poor kids during the...
Holy shit, a white person was a kingpin? Dang it, a ding-dang, dude. This whole time, all these MAGers and Republicans have been telling me that it was the blacks that were doing all these bad things in Minnesota. And here we are. I thought it was the Somalis. But no, the kingpin was the white lady. Strange.
The pandemic and instead billed taxpayers for phantom meals. Bach sobbed in the courtroom and said, I understand I failed the public, my family, and everyone. Now, in a pre-sentencing filing, U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen wrote, the brazen and staggering nature of her crimes, meaning Bach, has shaken Minnesota to its core, leaving lasting damage and eroding public trust. Bach has stated that she trusted the people working with the program and was clueless to the fraud. Her defense argued pre-sentencing that many of the actors were entities outside of Ms. Bach's control. Meantime, the Assistant U.S. Attorney for Fraud Enforcement, along with HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. and the U.S. Attorney for Minnesota are all...
Yeah, of course rapists and murderers get... Yeah, of course, because mostly they kill women. Rapists and murderers are usually killing women and hurting women. So, yeah, of course they get... Yeah, fraud. Fraud's a big crime. You get lots of time on fraud. Unless you're, of course, President of the United States, you don't get any time at all. But yes, fraud is way worse. You're stealing money from rich people usually when you do fraud. Usually when you do fraud, you're stealing money from the government or from a business, and that we cannot abide in America. But raping a woman, you only get like 7 years. Maybe. Killing a woman, 10 years for killing a woman. America hates women. We live in a we hate women more than the Taliban, especially with this Taliban president we got, Donald Trump. Donald Trump's basically just the Taliban. MAGA's just Taliban.
Going to appear in Minneapolis in just a short time. So far, there aren't many details we can release related to the announcement. The Department of Justice just says the announcement is related to the fraud, and it will make a significant step in law enforcement. Harris?
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
Oh, man, I love the way she said that. Be sure to like and subscribe. Be sure to like and subscribe to Skyjack Morgan so you could get all of the news and the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. In the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, be sure to like and subscribe. Thank you. Thank you for liking and subscribing. Thank you, Sky City Rebels, for being here. I appreciate that. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. 1%. I'm 1% of the world for sure. I have a refrigerator. If you have a refrigerator, you're probably in like the top 1 to 5% of the rich people in the world. And I have 2 refrigerators, so I'm fucking rich. America hates women and children. It absolutely does. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I love that, man. That was great. Harris Faulkner brings the heat, man. I love her. She's doing a great job over at Fox and Comrades.
Emergency crews in Southern California are racing to prevent a potentially catastrophic...
Oh my God, it's Waffle Jackson. It sounds like Waffle.
...explosion after a tank holding thousands of gallons.
This is what I think Waffle looks like. I'm a black man and I look like this. And I sound like this. I'm English. I love Donald Trump.
...of a toxic and highly flammable chemical began overheating at an aerospace facility in Orange County. The team is bringing you some live pictures of it just there. It's very dark. You can kind of just...
Did you see this? This thing is blowing up, baby. They say it's either going to leak a horrible chemical or explode a horrible chemical. Friends of mine, this is near my house, had to evacuate. Friends of mine had to evacuate. They're on the run. Woo! Been on the run. Band on the run. Trump don't care, bro. Don't care about that. Waffle, stupid ass Jamaican British black dude. What a fucking idiot. I mean, Waffle, he's had a lot to say. Thank you so much for being here. I always liked my women willing IDK just better. Yeah, I like it when women consent. They tend to do tricks. They come up with so many surprises. You know, when women consent, they come up with all these wonderful surprises. It's great. It's fantastic. I never understood why someone would want to go the other route. But then again, I've always been blessed with the affections of women. They've always enjoyed my company. I've always enjoyed them, their company. So I think it's... I like my women when they're willing. I don't want to be around women that don't want to be, they aren't willing participates, for sure. Thank you, Real McGoy, for the supporting independent media. Appreciate you so much. Look at this whole thing. They've evacuated, I think, 40,000 people, and it's all because this company is building the epoxy that goes on the cockpit windows of fighter jets. So this is the hidden tax of the military-industrial complex. You will sometimes have dangerous chemicals dumped into your neighborhoods, and you'll have to evacuate.
See some water being poured on there. California Governor Gavin Newsom declared a state of emergency on Saturday as crews continue their efforts to cool and stabilize the tank. CNN's Veronica Miracle reports for us.
Well, this is a race against time, according to officials who say there are two potentially very bad outcomes that could happen here. The first being that thousands of gallons of a toxic chemical could leak out and spill into the area. The second being a catastrophic explosion. Of course, officials are trying to make sure that neither of those things happen. Fire crews have been working to spray water on the tanks to try and cool them down, but we heard from officials that apparently that hasn't been working. They say that the chemical has been increasing in temperature about a degree an hour. So at Friday morning, it was about 77 degrees, and by Saturday morning, it was about 90 degrees. Officials did.
Have I told you how much into consent I am? I love consent. I consent. She, not so much. She didn't consent as much as I consented, but I consented. And that's all you need. You just need one to consent. And that's how we do in America. You consent. In the United States, that's how you do it. Okay. Fucking Donald Trump, man.
Talk about what could potentially
Tell me what's going to happen in California. They're going to blow up. All this horrible shit's going to go into our lungs.
happen if there was the worst case scenario explosion to happen. Take a listen to what they had to say.
So if this tank fails and we have an explosion, these represent our blast zone. The innermost circle represents areas where we can expect severe structural damage and significant harm. Beyond that, you'll see an orange oblong. That represents areas that are immediately dangerous to life and health, where it would cause injury if anybody inhales or is impacted by the product in question. And then the yellow is our non-hazardous zone, which is our odor threshold. This product has a very low odor threshold and can be smelt very easily, so that's why that representation is very large. But again, it is non-hazardous at that level.
MMA, the chemical in question, is a chemical used to manufacture plastics. And officials say smelling it doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be bad for your health. However, residents in the area have apparently been reporting some issues like dizziness and other respiratory issues. It could potentially be hazardous to your health. About 15% of people in the evacuation zone actually have not left the area. They're refusing to leave. But officials say if you are outside of the evacuation red zone, then that there are no concerns to your health and that you don't even need to be wearing a mask. So that is the good news. Now, what officials are hoping will happen is that they will be able to cool the chemical enough that it will harden from the outside in, and they will be able to neutralize this issue. But there is...
Oh, maybe they can do it. They can harden it from the outside in. Sometimes I harden from the inside out. Maybe they can harden from the outside in. They harden. They get it cold on the outside and hardens on the inside. Hard. Soft.
no guarantee that that's going to happen. Of course, officials monitoring this every step of the way and communicating every step of the way. Back to you.
This woman's really pretty. I don't normally make comments like that about news broadcasters, but she's like, I don't know, are maybe these women that we throw out into the into danger in America, maybe they're prettier in California. This woman is very, very pretty. Shockingly pretty. All right, anyway, forget I said that.
For more, I want to bring in Dr. Elaine Bernal.
You think she looks evil? Maybe I'm attracted to evil women. I know I probably am.
In chemistry and biochemistry at California State University in Long Beach. Thank you so much for being with us.
California, you've been waiting for this. She's like, I'm a scientist from Long Beach.
You just bring us up to speed on where things stand
Thank
right
you for having
now.
me.
You're so welcome. Based on what authorities are saying and the latest developments that we're seeing. I mean, what's happening inside that tank and why are officials so concerned?
So basically what's happening is that officials are cooling the tank from the outside. So that's to control the temperature of the tank. So currently there is what's called a thermal runaway, which officials have said. So what happens is that typically in a storage tank like this.
What if you just put dry ice on it? I'm just spitballing here. We got dry ice in America. Why can't we just take a helicopter, drop the dry ice on top of this, cool that fucker down?
Liquid methyl methacrylate is typically a monomer. And what happens is, under certain conditions, those monomers will link together. So think about chains linking together. And then that becomes a reaction, and then the polymer becomes to solidify, and that creates heat. So that was the biggest concern of the officials as they were reporting today. So what's happening is as the methyl methacrylate cools from the outside in, so ideally it solidifies, and the volume that the methyl...
Yeah, I think I'm attracted to evil women because it's like, is this what love's supposed to feel like? You abusing me? Is this what it's supposed to be? You must love me because you're harming me. It feels so horrible. This must be what love is, right? Right?
Methacrylate the MMA takes within the tank shrinks, therefore alleviating pressure and then buying time as far as monitoring the temperature to see if there's any spikes or any other changes within the tank.
Dude, people are leaving. They're leaving like I'm seriously, a friend of mine, he got evacuated. It's getting serious. But seriously, I would drop the. I'm thinking just drop the dry ice on top. Like head on over to the store, get some dry ice, get a bunch of it, and just take the helicopter, drop dry ice on that motherfucker, man. Or hear me out. Concrete. Put concrete on top of it. More concrete. Like just bury it in like a mound of concrete. I feel like we can fix this. Why is this so hard? And also, how is it still burning? How is it burning if there's no oxygen in there? Just cut the oxygen off, like with concrete. Like, won't that put a big blanket on it? Put a big blanket on it.
Hey, thank you so much for that. Appreciate it. Authorities do continue to focus on cooling and stabilization efforts. What exactly are they trying to achieve? And what signs would tell respondents?
Achieve? What exactly are they trying to achieve? I'm so sick of hearing English people on American news, man.
Senator Blumenthal, Senator Slotkin.
Thank you. I apologize. I sound like I'm smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. I am not, but I'm a little bit under the weather. I want to start out by thanking Secretary Meg and General Wilsbach. I just, we had some important things culminate in Michigan in the past week on Selfridge Air.
Slotkin, man, she shows up even when she's sick. Way to go, Slotkin. Remember when Donald Trump said that she was going to go to jail for treason because she said that American troops shouldn't follow unlawful orders? Remember that?
Force Base. We worked with you all on commitments after the president made the decision to replace the fighter mission at Selfridge Air Force Base. And I know that's
water ignites it. How does water ignite? No, I don't think it. What happened was there's this burner that's malfunctioning inside of it, so it's continuing to cook, and it's either going to explode or it's going to leak. And they're trying to contain it by trying to keep it cold, but it's epoxy in there, and this epoxy is really fucking toxic. So they're trying to cool down. So they're fighting the fire, but it seems weird to me. Just cut the gas off, right? There's no fail-safe for this. But clearly there's no fail-safe, which is a little surprising. Why can't you stop a fire inside the thing that causes fire? It seems like if that happened in your house, you could just cut the gas. And if you can't cut the gas at the thing, cut the gas for the whole block. Cut the gas for the whole city. If you have to, stop the fuel, whatever the fuel supply is. But apparently, it burns and it burns and it burns, and they can't put out the fire because it's inside of this thing. So they just need to cool it down and maybe contain it. But to me, it's like, if you got to cool it down, we got colder shit than water. They're spraying hoses on it. Well, this will cold water, that'll do it. Dude, we can't drop 2,000 pounds of ice on this thing? Just get that thing cold. But maybe I'm crazy.
Been a really big and complex problem set for you all, and I just want to thank you for doing that. Yesterday, the state of Michigan, per our discussions, approved on a bipartisan basis. We have a split Democrat and Republican House and Senate, approved $152 million to start work now on the runway at Selfridge, which I know unlocks a lot of what we're able to do there. So thank you for putting into the fight up in the next 5 years, almost $800 million into upgrades there. We, of course, would like you to move some of that forward now that we've lived up to our end of the bargain, but this is a genuine thank you.
Sand. Yeah. Couldn't they just drop sand on it? Sand would be good for that. Just drop sand on that shit, man.
And I'm really proud of how my state over the past 12 years have worked state, local, federal, Democrat, Republican. Everyone's done their part. And this is a huge deal for us and a huge deal for our economy.
Nurse Rod likes the military type. But she's upset that the air base is putting PFAS in the water.
So I want to thank you. I also want to say you both should come to Michigan and see it in action. We'd love to have you come through one of our Gantt chart conversations to see the puts and takes, and we'll be sending you a formal invitation. I do also want to raise the issue, break, of PFAS in Oscoda, Michigan. This is PFAS contamination of a very pro-military community that lives near the closed Air Force base, Wordsmith's Air Force Base, that have been dealing for the better part of 20 plus years with contamination that came from that Air Force base. They have been through the ringer. And yesterday, we're told by Air Force officials that they're now further delaying the cleanup commitments they had made for another 5 years. I'm sure no one at the local.
Yo, I always love this. Yeah. White dude companies, they never do weird stuff, right? Overwhelmingly, all the people in the Epstein files are white people. Just
level put together that you all.
Harvey Weinstein's a white guy.
We're coming up here for your hearing, and so I just the Air Force has in recent years been working more productively on the ground with the residents there and made commitments. But there are plumes of this contamination in like under lakes that host YMCA camps. It's at risk of going into other lakes and into the Au Sable River, things that are just fundamentally why people buy property and live up there. And so I have to ask again, this long precedes you.
Thoughts and prayers on those PFA, on that PFA situation. Thoughts and prayers.
But I just ask you to think about what it's like to be a family in that community. Some of the residents there have the highest PFAS blood levels of anyone in the entire world. And they have been put off and put off and put off since 2010. We finally got to a decent commitment. And yesterday, we're told it's another 5 years. So while I'm thrilled with what we've done on Selfridge and genuinely thank you, I have to ask that you pull in the troops, your people on the ground, and say, what are we doing to this community? Because the other thing that happened this week is the Trump administration on Monday notified that they are reverting and going back to old PFAS standards, changing the federal standards through the EPA. So if you're in this community, you're just feeling like whatever progress we made 2 steps forward, we're now going to take about 10 steps back. So can I get some commitment that you'll just pull the folks together and try and understand why we have another 5-year delay after 20 years of waiting on the Air Force?
So, Senator, thanks. Again, thank you for the support at Selfridge, and it's going to allow us to get the airplanes in there and leave them there. So really appreciate that. On this side, we will continue to support. We doubled the PFAS investment in the FY27 budget submission to keep getting after these problems. I think we are making progress there. With a number of things, significant resources spent, and we're starting to do cleanup. I am still trying to get to the bottom of where that 5-year delay is coming from. I will figure out where that's coming from, and I will get back to you on it. But we are not changing our commitment.
Yeah, we'll follow up. I hate to congratulate you in one breath and thank you in one breath and then ask, but you would be doing the same thing if you were in my position for people who have waited 20 years to drink their local water and swim in their local lake.
Can't drink the water. Welcome to America. Can't drink the water. Can't swim in the lake. If you talk about that on Facebook, you'll go to jail like that lady in Texas. God bless America and all who sail in her. Yeah, she's ex-CIA. Was it CIA? I know she was intelligence. I thought it was, CIA, NSA, I forget. Was Slotkin? God damn it, you're going to make me fact check this shit. Was Slotkin in the CIA? Yeah, she was in the CIA. She served in the CIA following 9/11 attacks. She was recruited by the CIA and deployed on 3 tours in Iraq, where she worked alongside the U.S. military as a Middle East and militia expert. Yeah, she was deployed. I know she went to Iraq. Some people like that military look, man. She looks like a tough cookie, doesn't she? Doesn't she look like a tough cookie? Melissa? Is it Melissa Slotkin? I think it's Melissa Slotkin. I forget her first name. I think it's Melissa. Or Ilissa. I think it's Ilissa Slotkin. I can't remember. Ilissa or Melissa. I can't remember. Slotkin. I mean, I can't be expected to remember all of their names, right?
We just saw a Honda Element drive around here, so we got to put a stump over there, I think.
You can't just illegally block the road because
another conflict divides.
You can't just illegally block the road. Call the cops.
North Seattle's Greenwood neighborhood.
It's either this or bullets in my neighbor's houses.
Not gunfire, but how far residents are going to stop it.
Our neighbors put these up in self-defense.
What? In self-defense? What is going on, man? They're putting up roadblocks to keep themselves from getting shot?
The risk of emergency services not being able to get through here is greater than the good that they think that they're doing from putting up this.
Makeshift barricades now.
Yeah, we're worried about the ambulances. We're worried about the bullets.
Block 3 streets off Aurora Avenue, and they're building frustration.
And I just don't think that this is the right fix.
It comes after residents like Kate and Peter say they've documented at least 8 shootings in about the past month within roughly 10 blocks of their homes.
We celebrate when there's not a shooting.
Until that evil is taken care of, we got to deal with this.
That's kind of crazy, right? Americans are blocking off the street because they're afraid of people shooting into their homes. Is that what we're doing in America now? We've entered the purge, folks. This is the purge. Here's the thing, man. Almost every day I tell people, if you're American, one gun is mandatory. You must. You must have a gun. Everyone else has one. All the bad dudes have them. All the maggers have them. All the bad guys that you don't like, they got guns. You're going to be the only guy without one. Damn, maybe they should have bought them. It seems so crazy.
Seattle requires permits to block or place structures in public streets. Unauthorized obstructions can lead to fines or removal orders. Kate and Peter say they were built over the weekend and say they don't know whether a permit was approved.
You can't just...
I don't know how these got here. I think it's pretty hardcore, too. I mean... They see a problem in their community, they're taking action.
Let's move these makeshift barricades out of the way. And you can see here they're made of dirt, gravel, chunks of concrete, and even logs.
But doing it yourself, I don't think is right.
Some say it goes too far.
If I were these people, I'd be like, I don't know how these things. What do you mean? Why are you telling me, buddy? I didn't do it.
It's not a good way to protest. It doesn't solve anything.
It's not a fix for sure. It's a Band-Aid. This is Tylenol for stage 4 cancer.
Conflicts between neighbors ended in understanding and, in one case, a handshake.
I'd shake your hand and give you a hug if you're into it. But,
I'll shake your hand, sir.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Peter.
Peter Clark.
As neighbors push the city to stop.
Great way to meet your neighbors, huh? Just put up a barricade for the gun problem. Our houses keep getting shot up, so we put these barricades in here. I hate these barricades. Well, let me shake your hand. You don't like your house getting shot, do you? No, I don't. Me neither. What should we do about it? I don't know, but not block the street. Got a better idea? We'll do that. I like it. I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't really understand how that's going to help, to be honest with you, but I love that ingenuity. I love that can-do attitude, man. That's what we need more of in America. We're going to block this fucking street. Fuck them. I love that shit.
Stop the violence, their homegrown roadblocks could find themselves at the top of the city's to-do list and be removed.
We're at the point of we have to choose between the lesser of evils.
In Seattle, Alex McClune, King 5 News.
The Department of Justice has removed hundreds of...
I don't understand how people get in and out. How do people get in and out of their neighborhood? Like, how do you, if you live there, like, how do you get there? We could put a stump here. We can't let people down our street. I don't know. I think it's badass. Something cool about it to me. Seems kind of like a Tea Party-ish, you know, kind of like, well, we don't like the fact that you're taxing our tea. We're going to burn it. I love that. I love that about America, man. Americans, we get pushed far enough, we just burn it down. Fuck them. We need more of that attitude. Hey, you're pushing me too far. We're going to take it all down. We're going to take it all down. It's all coming down. I love that attitude in America. I miss that attitude in America. I feel like we used to be more like that. We need to bring it back. Make America revolutionary again. Mara, make American revolution again.
News releases from its website about criminal cases tied to the January 6th Capitol attack. A journalist for the Washington Post noted the move on Friday, highlighting...
Yeah, it looks like they're getting ready for civil war. It looks like in the French Revolution, too, they built barricades on the streets and they would they would have shootouts. There was this really cool scene, man, because like I've seen paintings of it, and in the Young Sherlock show that just came out, Guy Ritchie did, I really liked it, and like it was kind of, I like Sherlock Holmes stuff, like I'm a little biased, but I like the show a lot, and there's a part where they go to Paris, and the revolution is going on, or there's some kind of street revolution, because Sherlock Holmes was in the 1850s, so it's a little bit later. It's not the revolution, but it's like one of the civil unrests of France, and they're like shooting people in the street. It's unbelievable. I like that attitude. Explain to me your view on anarchy. I like it. I think anarchy is the only way. I think that we should be our own leaders. I don't think that we should rely on people to tell us what to do and do what the bosses say. I think that we should trust ourselves and our neighbors to rule ourselves. That's it. We should organize and be in charge of our own shit. We don't need the government telling us what to do or doing anything for us. By threat of violence, we have to do what they say. We should not be involved in any government we didn't consent to being involved in, especially one that only exists by threat of violence. Thanks for asking. #anarchy. Way to go. Finally, someone on Kick says something. I don't get many Kick comments. I get mostly YouTube and Twitch. Every once in a while, someone on Kick notices me. What's up, Kicker?
Social media that the department was quietly removing the releases, including one about a Texas man who pleaded guilty to assaulting law enforcement during the insurrection.
I mean, I don't have time to go into all of anarchist theory and everything like that, but I hope that explains it. If you have any specific questions about anarchy, please throw them my way. I'll try to answer them.
And also face separate charges of soliciting a minor. This is Meryl Cornfield from the Post doing great work there. The DOJ's rapid response account responded saying there was nothing quiet about it. The Post also said we're proud to reverse the DOJ's weaponization under the Biden administration, calling information about the prosecution's partisan propaganda. The AP reports among the releases removed from the site were those concerning seditious conspiracy cases against members of far-right extremist groups, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and Richard Haas. I mean, the campaign continues to downplay, to whitewash what happened on January 6th. And the timing here is so telling that DOJ is going with this amid a real furor that kicked up about the slush fund that President Trump once created to which would give compensation to those who are victims of political weaponization, their words, which includes January 6 rioters, including some of those who were convicted.
Snatch is fun. Like, do you like digs? Do you like digs? Do you like digs?
By a jury of their peers, and some fear it's an incentive to commit violence again.
Yeah, and the pushback against the slush fund, including from Republicans, is actually one of the, I think, a welcome sign that there might be some limits. And the previous story as well. Republican politics for the first time, in almost a year and a half, are getting a little bit interesting. Can I just make a larger point about what's going on with the January 6th thing? I recently read a book about China, and here's the connection. It was the Chinese attempt to rewrite history. And that's what we're seeing here a little bit. We're seeing it in some of the museums. We're seeing it now on this website. History is a powerful thing. It's how we educate ourselves. It's what we're meant to learn from as a people.
Then why aren't we?
And this is actually serious stuff. When people rewrite history, they fabricate history either by what they put in or what they leave out.
George Orwell said, "He who controls the past controls the future. He who controls the present controls the past."
It denies this generation and future generations the chance to learn from it. What mistakes were made? How do we avoid repeating them again? I actually take this really seriously. It's not just kind of short-term whitewashing, but it's actually it's much more corrosive for us because it makes it more likely we don't learn from things and we're more likely to repeat them.
It's an ongoing effort by the Trump administration to do just that.
What's the gun for? The Germans? Is it for the Germans?
Okay, for more, let's bring in Tennessee Senator
The Germans?
Bill Hagerty.
Oh, yeah, we're still at war with Iran, guys.
Senator Hagerty, your thoughts on what we just learned from Trey?
Well, first, Jackie, I'd just like to say good morning. And on this Memorial Day weekend, I'd like to acknowledge our veterans and those active duty who are in harm's way today.
Memorial Day is not Veterans Day. It's to remember the fallen soldiers, those who were coerced into going to war when they were just young men and boys and sometimes women. But I don't think women really got drafted yet. But like I've been saying already, about 70% of the people of the Americans who died in World War II were forced there against their will. They were drafted. Almost 30% of the people who died in Vietnam on the American side were drafted. They didn't want to go. They weren't convinced to go. They were forced to go. That's what Memorial Day is about. Those people lost their lives against their will because the government forced them to, because they wanted to exert their might and their influence over others overseas. Thank you for being here, everybody. Don't forget it's Memorial Day. Hey, the real McGoy, you ever realize most pro-anarchists have the largest hearts and souls? It's funny how that works, isn't it? Thank you so much, the real McGoy. I appreciate you. Yeah, of course I've noticed that because anarchism is the only way that matters, the only way that makes sense. Rule yourself. Yeah, of course. Help your fellow man. Help your neighbor. Stop being afraid of your neighbor. Stop believing the bosses telling you to be scared of your neighbors. Don't talk about religion or how much money you make with your neighbors at the bar. Don't talk about religion. Don't talk about anything. Don't talk about politics at the bar because you might want to kill the rich. Very scary. Be scared.
All very much appreciate them and want to honor them this weekend. In terms of what Trey had to say, I'm very pleased to see we continue in the path that President Trump has very clearly articulated that he's not going to allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. We've seen their behavior. We know.
The draft is evil. Yeah. That's because your governments are evil. Governments exist by threat of violence, making them inherently unethical.
What could happen? Contrast this, Jackie, to what happened under Biden and Obama with the JCPOA. They clearly put them on a path to obtain a nuclear weapon. President Trump has, instead of used fake diplomacy and bribery, as Obama's administration did, he's actually used military force to put the Iranian regime in a position where they have to negotiate very seriously. And I think it's made it very clear to them that there will be no nuclear weapons coming from Iran.
Yeah, we're obviously still waiting for the White House to put out.
Iran never had nuclear weapons, and we've been saying that they were going to have nuclear weapons any day now for the last 40 years. My entire life, they've been saying that the Iranians, they're almost there. My whole life. And now all of a sudden, they're almost there. And of course, Donald Trump, being the dumbest fucking person who ever walked the face of the earth, is like, I believe them. I believe it. They've been saying the same song, singing the same song for 40 years, but I love 50-year-old songs. YMCA, YMCA. I can't do the hands. I can't do the hands. I can't do the C and the A. Donald Trump dances like this because he can't do the YMCA. He can't actually do the dance, so he only can YMCA, YMCA.
the fullness of what's being discussed here. But there was some early reaction overnight and early this morning that the White House pretty swiftly responded to. You had folks, some of your colleagues, Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, former Secretary of State Mike Pompeo, criticizing what was out there in the media about it. Pompeo said the deal being floated with Iran seems straight out of the Wendy Sherman, Rob Malley, Ben Rhodes playbook. Pay the IRGC to build a weapon of mass destruction program and terrorize the world. The White House Communications Director Stephen Chung pretty quickly swatted that down, saying Pompeo is not read in on this. He doesn't know what he's talking about, and quote, he should shut his stupid mouth and leave the real world.
This guy, this Stephen Chung guy. Look at what a nice looking guy this guy is. Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy. Look at this guy. Oh my God, Stephen Chung. He's the comms secretary for. He's the comms boss over there at the Trump administration. He was the campaign. What do you call him? The campaign manager.
To the professionals. Then this morning, Secretary of State Marco Rubio was asked about all this. He tried to quiet the concern. Here's what he said.
The idea that somehow this president, given everything he's already proven he's willing to do,
yeah, he's willing to do boner bumps, bruh.
is going to somehow agree to a deal that ultimately winds up putting Iran in a stronger position when it comes to nuclear ambitions.
Totally expected. Donald Trump has done that multiple times where he's ripped up contracts and taken worse deals.
Absurd.
So what do you need to hear in terms of a final agreement for you to get behind it?
Well, and certainly we all need to see a final agreement, but what I heard this morning, you just recited it, is exactly what I would expect to hear, that it's been made very clear. Iran, there will be no final agreement until it's clear that Iran has no path to enrich, that they will have no path to have a nuclear weapon. The exact opposite of what Obama and Biden did. I think what we've seen is the Obama administration officials, those that were cited.
Biden had a deal that also Obama had. Obama had a deal. Sorry, Biden didn't have the deal. Obama had a deal with the Iranians saying that we can go in anytime and inspect anytime, anywhere. Donald Trump ripped that up. And then he tried to kill, and then he killed one of their generals. And then they said they wanted to kill Donald Trump. And then Biden, he basically did, he did nothing. He was kind of asleep at the wheel. I'm not really sure what the hell he did when it came to Iran. And then Donald Trump came to office, and now he wants to bomb Iran. He always wanted to. It was always going to happen. He lied to you when he said there were no more wars. No more wars, remember? The peace president, remember? Remember? Mr. Peace President never wants to have a war. Cool.
Basically praying that they're not going to be completely embarrassed, which I think they will be, because President Trump is going to come up with a fundamentally deal that is the opposite of what the JCPOA addressed. So I'm looking forward to seeing the terms. I think the terms will be strict. I think they'll be very enforceable. And remember, Jackie, President Trump has used military force to basically annihilate the economic, the technological, and the military capacity of the Iranian regime. They're in a fundamentally different place. They don't have the room to negotiate the way they did with Obama when Obama was basically trying to bribe them.
Because you killed them all. Cool. Obama did not try to bribe them. Obama tried to do it cheaper by not bombing them, because it costs hundreds of billions of dollars to bomb a country, and bragging about bombing them doesn't change that. We've spent now $100 billion bombing them. The Pentagon says they want $200 more billion. And by the way, we already gave them $1 trillion. $1 trillion? Yeah, that's your money. That's your money going to them. So, you still want to give them money? Keep giving them money, dumb shits. All right, Clarksville, Tennessee. That's Chud the Builder. Look, there's Jake Lang. He gets arrested. Jake Lang, the Nazi, gets arrested. Why are they arresting him?
Sir, you're not speaking one today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but take your time.
What the hell? Jake Lang had to get arrested at Chud the Builder's. Chud the Builder, he is the one who goes up to people and he says chimping out, and he has a gun a lot of times, and he says offensive things to people of different ethnic backgrounds, trying to get them to provoke them. Yes, Crazy Jackdaw, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Check it, Jackdaw. Today, you know what I'm doing, Crazy Jackdaw? Oh, I'm going to tell you later. I'll tell you later, Crazy Jackdaw. I'll tell you later what I'm doing. But I'm doing something crazy today. I'm packing up all my stuff, and they're taking everything, Jackdaw. They're taking everything, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you for supporting the channel. Can I get some W's in the chat for Crazy Jackdaw? And for everyone, can I get some jubilation in the chat for everyone who has donated today? We got the Real McGoy. We got Smokin' Blondie, who came in clutch with some great. She's really put some money down for this channel. Thank you so much. And then that Chip guy also. And we even have Crazy Chat. Can I get some jubilation in the chat for all the people who have supported this channel today, please? Please. Thank you so much. But why is Chud the Builder even on trial? Chud the Builder is on trial because he's known as, his name is Dalton Etherly. He's facing attempted murder and aggravated assault charges following a shooting outside the Montgomery County Courthouse in Clarksville, Tennessee. And there he is in Clarksville. The incident unfolded on May 13th when a verbal confrontation outside the courthouse escalated into a physical fight. Police state that during the scuffle, Etherly drew a firearm and shot another man in the stomach. Etherly also accidentally shot himself in the arm. These fucking guys. You should practice more not to shoot yourself. Before this incident, Etherly made a living creating rage bait videos that involved confronting strangers in public using racial slurs. Days before the courthouse shooting, he was also arrested at a Nashville steakhouse for causing a disturbance using racial slurs and refusing to pay a $400 bill. Due to the severity of the shooting and the number of bystanders he put in danger, a judge has set his bond at $1 million. What do you know? What do you know? Why was Jake Lang arrested at Chud the Builder's trial? I don't know. Why was he arrested? Jake Lang was arrested for contempt of court after disrupting. He couldn't shut the fuck up. Prior to the disruptions, Judge Poland III explicitly forbade courtroom attendees from speaking out, interfering, or using electronic devices. Lang defied these rules through a series of actions. He interjected loudly during the proceedings, making disruptive public comments about a two-tier justice system. And then he did a physical disruption. Courtroom accounts note that Lang was nodding along aggressively with Etherly's defense attorney and continued to speak out despite explicit warnings from the judge to remain silent. Man, you got to shut the fuck up when you're in there. He's going to be in jail for 10 days now. They took him into custody, and he might be there. He has the maximum sentence of 10 days in jail. Jake Lang, the self-proclaimed Nazi, just got arrested. There he is.
All right, for the record, this week he's down the courtroom with future justice. All right, thank you, Mr. Custom.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Custom. I told you, sir, you did not have a speaking role today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but thank you, Mr. Custom.
Goodbye, Mr. Nazi.
However, anybody on that side of the bar does not have a speaking role in any of these proceedings today. There's not going to be any hoopla or shenanigans from the gallery. You're going to be removed.
Gotta love Tennessee. I don't want no hoopla or shenanigans. Don't want no hoopla or no shenanigans. So if you're on that side of the bar, I do not want no hoopla, no shenanigans.
I'll talk about that in a second.
Can you read what these posts say?
The initial part says, I will defend my life with lethal force. Do not approach me with intent to threaten bodily harm.
I think it's reasonable to have a gag order on the defendant, should he make on, I guess even while he's in the jail and has his iPad or whatever, but he cannot live stream, post, or anything that indirectly or directly encompasses these offenses.
But the First Amendment is very important to a free country. Without us being able to talk about ideas freely, we can't really be a free society. Now, I mean, repugnant ideas are still protected under the rights of free speech. So.
It's so funny. Repugnant ideas. Nazis are always protected under free speech, but Martin Luther King Jr. goes to jail 30 times.
People are free to go say whatever offensive things they want to say, as long as it's not calling for someone to hurt somebody else.
Fucking liberals. It's okay for them to say Nazi shit. It's all right. Freedom of speech, right? For some reason, liberals are always willing to defend the freedom of speech of Nazis. Every single time. Every time. Donald Trump's a liberal.
That's a $1 million bond. For the following conditions: no weapons, GPS monitor. There will be a gag order for Mr. Etherly regarding social media live streaming about the facts of the parties involved in this case. That's going to help him as much as anything.
It'll help him more than anything. I mean, I think they should have let him do it. Hey, go online, talk, buddy. Stream. In fact, do it again. Give him his gun back. Have him do it again. Sure, why not? I love it. Gays for Trump went basement grinder parties. Yeah. Do gays or Joe want basement grind? Well, that you got to call up your boy Jesse Waters for that shit. He's like king. He's like the grinder poster boy, man. You know that. All right, I think this is the last one. I think this is it. We're done. We're done, I think. I want to play some guitar and go downstairs, do some chill out. I know I had a lot more, but I wanted to see why Tulsi Gabbard, Chuck Schumer, let me see, Richard Blumenthal. I just want to do one last thing, because the thing was, one last video. Great stream, change is good. Thank you, Sid Life. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm gonna switch it up. I'm gonna go play guitar, and you guys can join me for the chill out portion. I'm gonna get out of the monkey suit, play guitar down in my living room here pretty soon. But first, I wanted and thank you. Can I get some W's and jubilation and emojis in the chat for Sid Life as well, please? Thank you so much for supporting the channel and supporting independent media. Thank you. Hey, is it Purple Belts or regular Afterglow? Afterglow's regular on Monday through Friday, and it's purple on Sundays. It's because Chip is always talking about some saucy stuff on Sundays. So Sundays is like a special thing, you know. So perfect stream, way better than a podcast. Thank you, Kuka. It's not over yet. We're still gonna watch. We're still gonna play some guitar and hang out a little bit more. I did want to just talk about Tulsi Gabbard here, because I called this shit with Tulsi Gabbard, and I'm doing a victory lap. Everyone's like, no, I think Pete Hegseth or Kashyap Patel. Tulsi Gabbard. I knew Tulsi Gabbard was next, and now she's out. Let's see why. Why do you think she's out?
Tulsi Gabbard has stepped down as President Trump's Director of National Intelligence. In a resignation letter released on Friday, Gabbard said she's leaving the administration to care for her husband after his diagnosis with what she called an extremely rare form of...
Extremely rare. Think he'll make it?
Bone cancer. Principal Deputy DNI Aaron Lucas will serve as acting intelligence director. Gabbard's tenure was marked by internal clashes over foreign policy and intelligence matters, including disagreements over Iran and reported tensions with the CIA. Gabbard's now the fourth cabinet-level departure of Trump's second...
And 3 of them are women, right?
Term, I believe all 4 women.
All
David
4
Rhodes.
women. All 4 are women. Man, oh man, I called this from day one. I said they'll get rid of all those women. I said it with Kristi Noem. Her days are limited. I said the same thing about Pam Bondi, and I called Tulsi Gabbard too, man. I called it. All women.
You know, we certainly wish Tulsi Gabbard and her husband best of luck in his fight against cancer.
Homily. That's a homily.
But this was happening soon anyway. She had been largely cut out of the process, sidelined on Venezuela, sidelined on Iran, had tried to sort of ingratiate herself to President Trump by diving into some 2020 election conspiracies. But her legacy here was just how, frankly, it would seem, how irrelevant she and that post became during the second Trump term.
Yeah, that's probably true. And I also want to say it was a bone cancer diagnosis. It's a horrible thing for her husband and her. And on Memorial Day, and thank you for mentioning Memorial Day earlier. You know,
Democrats, though. Democrats. I love this. It's like you point out anything. Hey, Donald Trump just fired 4 women. Democrats. What about the Democrats? I think the Democrats had a woman vice president. I'm pretty sure. I think they've run 2 women for president already, the Democrats. I mean, I hate the Democrats, but if you're talking about women, if you're a woman and you're voting Republican, you must hate women. I mean, I know a lot of you pick-me girls hate women, but if you're a woman and you're voting Republican, you must have some kind of Stockholm syndrome, or you just don't. What do you hate? You hate rape victims or something? I mean, I don't know what you love rapists, because that's the Republicans. They're real rapey.
she served in Iraq, and I want to give her credit for that and for serving this job, which is a difficult one.
Yeah. In fact, she's a Democrat. She was a Democrat and switched sides for Donald Trump to get closer to power. I mean, Democrats.
But she essentially inside the cabinet was in a power struggle with John Ratcliffe, the director of the CIA, and Ratcliffe won, hands down. It took some time.
Yeah, it's true. A lot of women hate women. It's very true, especially white women, man. You got to be careful. But yeah, it's true. A lot of women, they hate other women. Men have done a number on women. I mean, it's rough, man. It's just like how many Like we had a guy on the show today who's a black dude who hates blacks. So I mean, like you have that a lot. I mean, some Jews voted for Hitler. I mean, this is a real thing that happened. Some Latinos voted for Trump. I mean, I've been very connected to the Latino community for a large portion of my life, and let me tell you, there's lots of Latinos that hate Latinos. It's a whole thing. But it's really sad when it comes to women, right? I think it's kind of sad. Anyway, 4 women have been fired. Democrats!
Key thing was Venezuela. The CIA played a central role in just penetrating Maduro's inner circle and planning, getting information that allowed that astonishingly successful raid to snatch Maduro. And then again, Ratcliffe played a central role and gained a lot of credibility, I think, in the planning for the attack on Iran. He now spends most of his time in the White House. He's not in the CIA headquarters, and that's all about being close to the president. And he's part of an inner circle of 4 or 5 officials, Vice President Vance, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Rubio being part of that, and often, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff.
Women aren't a topic? They're 50% of the there's 50% of the population. Women aren't a topic. What are you talking about? Who cares? I care. I care about women. I like women. I don't know. Donald Trump hates women. I mean, Donald Trump thinks that women only matter depending. She's a 10. Remember when he said you can't be a 10 without big tits? Remember when Donald Trump said that? Jesus, man. It's like any other guy says something like that. Even imagine your pastor saying that. Like imagine your priest saying that. But your president saying it's okay. Yeah.
So Ratcliffe won. And just lastly, I see her legacy. She promised the MAGA base that she was going to expose all these vast conspiracies. She did release thousands and thousands of documents about the JFK and MLK and RFK assassination.
Taxes require borders? Why do taxes require borders? That's not true. Nope.
Amelia Earhart's disappearance about UFOs. And most importantly, she publicly accused a former president, Barack Obama, of a treasonous conspiracy.
Yeah.
That was extraordinary. That's never been done. I mean, even going back to the battle days.
I remember that. I fucking forgot about that with Tulsi Gabbard coming out and saying, Barack Obama did some treason. Whatever happened to that? It's funny. That went away really quickly. Remember that? And then all these people were in my chat saying, Barack Obama did something bad. Remember that? What the fuck happened, Tulsi?
The CIA, they never accused a former president of a treasonous conspiracy. She never produced any evidence of that conspiracy, and she didn't produce sort of damning new revelations about the assassinations I mentioned. So she was essentially, her ambitions, I was told by people who watched her closely, got to her, and she promised to reveal.
Borders require tax. Borders are a threat, saying that if you're born on that side of the border, you're lesser than me. And if you cross that line that I drew in the sand, I'm going to kill you. That's what borders mean. And you need taxes to support them. It justifies the military. It is a trick to get your money so that they can pay for a military, so that they can threaten you, so that you can continue to pay taxes. You see, it's a self-perpetuating problem. Borders are unnecessary. Borders are stupid. Borders are a way for the powerful to control you. If you like being controlled and you like having a daddy, well, you're a sadomasochist, and you maybe want to seek help for that. But outside of the bedroom, you really shouldn't bring your masochism toward make everybody else be masochistic with you. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a sadomasochist, I ain't trying to kink shame you, but stop trying to get me to play in your little silly games. I don't want to play in your little silly games. I don't like your reindeer games. I don't like your reindeer games. I never wanted to play your reindeer games.
All these conspiracies and traffic and conspiracy theories, but did not deliver.
MS Now senior national security reporter David Rowe. David, thank you for joining
us. Tariffs, very well said. Uncanny Mountain. You're absolutely correct that tariffs are anti-free market. You're absolutely correct. Donald Trump is not a free market guy. He hates the free market. He wants to make sure. In fact, he even nationalized 10% of Intel. I mean, this is fucking crazy. He hates the free market. He doesn't want the free market.
Yes, we really appreciate it. Richard Haas. John Hammond, a frequent guest on the show, is fond of talking about how with Trump, everything is confession or projection. I couldn't help but note over the weekend in one of his many posts criticizing President Obama and the Iran nuclear deal, he talked about the rank amateur.
Taxes are required for socialism. Well, not necessarily. Some taxes are going to be, when you're talking about the federal government putting programs in place for the entire country. Of course, they're going to have to force people. Socialism, like military, is a socialist endeavor, right? These ideas of socialism mean that you take money from everybody so that we can afford very expensive things that benefit all of us. But really, at the smaller level, socialism is just Kickstarter, right? Like, or, you know, hey, Sally doesn't have enough money to eat. Let's all pitch in and buy Sally a meal. That's socialism. It doesn't require taxes. You know what I'm saying? At the federal, if you're doing something very, very large, like the military-industrial complex, and you're funding that, or you're putting satellites in the sky and shit, you're gonna have to force someone to pay up. That's why they should be taxing businesses, but instead they're taxing you, which is stupid. They're taxing you. The business pays you so that you could do the business's work. Like, you give your labor to the business takes it, pays you money, and then you get taxed on that. That's fucking crazy. What we should be doing is taxing the businesses and private property holders, people who own capital. That would make sense because the capital makes people unjustly wealthy, and they're not selling their labor. Why are we taxing your labor? We shouldn't be taxing your labor. We should be taxing gross income on companies. We could even tax data if you want, but like companies, not people.
That the Obama administration used to negotiate that deal. And I've thought of that as David Rode brings up Jared Kushner, Steve Witkoff, it's such an unorthodox team of negotiators, the usual process completely sidelined. And I know you believe that's partly what has contributed to the bad diplomatic situation the United States currently finds itself in.
Yeah, the deal that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff were offered in late February is at least as good and arguably better than anything we're going to be able to negotiate now. So talk about an unnecessary war of choice. This is going to be high on the list. And the president's already running around talking about how bad the Obama 2015 agreement is. He doth protest too much. People are going to note the similarities. Neither that agreement nor this one will get Iran out of the nuclear business. It's going to place a ceiling on it. And again, we'll see what the details are. We'll see what...
That's what the Obama thing was a ceiling and inspections. That's what we're going to get. Ceiling and inspections. Same thing. Except we spent $100 billion to get an agreement that looks identical to the one that Obama had. And we killed a bunch of little kids. So, cool.
The inspection mechanisms are so we can monitor it. But there's actually much more in common than this president is ever going to be comfortable with.
All right, that's the end of the show on this side. We're going to switch gears. I want to start gaming in the morning, but I don't have my gaming PC hooked up properly. There's all sorts of things. I need a longer HDMI cable. But I need to move some stuff around in order to play. I want to start playing the games for this stream, but since I don't have that, we're going to play guitar. And you can request songs over there. You know what I'm saying? And so now, if you want, I will play any song you want. Donate for song requests. That's what we're doing now. All right. Yay, more gaming. Yeah, I can't do it yet today, but tomorrow I really want to. And if I don't do it tomorrow, it'll definitely be my Wednesday because I'm really pissed off that I'm not using this very expensive machine that somebody bought. Well, I paid for some of it, but somebody else paid for a lot more of it. And, it's an expensive machine I'm not using enough, and it's pissing me off. Plus, I really like the gaming component. But we'll get back to it, Twisted Hippie. I appreciate that. I need to figure that out, how to get it all hooked up. I have it hooked up, but then it's like, it's a long story. You don't care about that. You don't care about all that. All right, we're going to play guitar right now. It's going to happen, and I hope that you guys will stick with me for just a minute. And if not, thank you so much for being here for the Morning Sky Show. I really appreciate you. Give me just a second, and I'm going to do a costume change, and we're going to play some guitar. Thank you. This Morning Sky Show. Thank you.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you. All right, here we are in the other room. I think it's kind of fun to play in the other room. Hopefully, you'll enjoy a little bit of action here. Got my different shirt on. It's a beautiful day. It's kind of cloudy actually, but it's beautiful here in California. I hope that you're having a good one. Thank you all for being here. Of course, song requests are great. I thought it'd be kind of fun to play. There we go. I'm going viral today. Alright, Real McGoy, I'll do it. Just a small town girl living in a lonely world, yeah. Took the midnight train going anywhere, yeah. Just a city boy, born and raised in South Detroit, yeah. Took the midnight train going anywhere. A singer in a smoky room, smell of wine and cheap perfume, yeah. The smile they can share tonight, it goes on and on, on and on, yeah. Strangers waiting, yeah, up and down that boulevard, you know they're shining somewhere in the night. Street light people living just to find emotion, or they're hiding somewhere in the night. I'm working hard just to get my fill. Everybody wants a thrill, yeah. They'll pay anything just to roll those dice, yeah, one more time, yeah. Some will win, yeah, some will lose. Some were born to sing the blues, yeah. Their movie never ends, it just goes on and on and on and on and on. And strangers waiting up and down that boulevard. My intro's still playing? Thank you. Fuck. That's okay. That was my warm-up song anyway. I hope you enjoyed the warm-up song. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. You goddamn morons, is this live? Yeah, it's alive. Thank you. Oh well, that happens sometimes. Let's go. I think I want to play. Oh yeah, I got a request. I don't know that song, so let's try it. I like playing songs I don't know. What was that one? Third Eye Blind? Thank you, Smokin' Blondie. Sorry about that, guys. But hey, that's okay. That was just my warm-up song. Oh, it's closing time. Closing time. Let's try to play it. I've never played that song before, but I love to play it. And I think I had another one, right? We had another one. Oh, we got to do Three Doors Down first. Three Doors Down, When We Were Young. Okay, we're going to do Three Doors Down, When We Were Young first, okay? When We Were Young. I don't think I know that song. When We Were Young. Three Doors Down. I can't find it. It's called When We Were Young? Three Doors Down, Here Without You, Kryptonite, When I'm Gone, It's Not My Time, Let Me Go. There's no song When We Were, I can't find Three Doors Down, When We Were Young. Time of Your Life, Green Day. I love all their music. Okay, so what's their big song? Kryptonite? Kryptonite. I can't find Three Doors Down, When We Were Young. What's Left, Changes, Pages, Citizen Soldiers, Here Without You, When I'm Gone. I'll be your Superman, oh, Kryptonite. G6, they do B minor, G6, A sus2. Took a walk around the world to ease my troubled mind. I left my body lying somewhere in the sands of time. Watch the world float to the dark side of the moon. Feel there's nothing I can do. Yeah. I watch the world float to the dark side of the moon. After all, I knew it had to be something to do with you. I really don't mind what happens now and then. As long as you'll be my friend in the end. If I go crazy, will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you be there, holding my hand? I'll be by your side with my superhuman might. Kryptonite. Secrets I will keep. Call me granted all the times I never let you down. You stumbled in and bumped your head. If not for me, then you'd be dead. I picked you up and put you back on solid ground. If I go crazy, will you still still call me Superman. If I'm alive and well, you'll still be there, holding my hand. I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman might. Kryptonite. If I go crazy, will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, you'll still be there, holding my little hand. I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman mind. Kryptonite. I go crazy, will you still call me Superman? If I'm alive and well, will you still be there, holding my old hand? I'll keep you by my side with my superhuman mind. Kryptonite. Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. 3 Doors Down. I couldn't play When We Were Young, but I played the Kryptonite song because I thought that'd be cool. I hope that I don't fall in love with you. All right, we'll try it out. Okay, we got 3 Doors Down. The next one up is Closing Time. Closing Time. Closing Time. Let's see if I can play that song. I've never played that song before. We're going to try it right now. We're going to try it right now. Right now. We're going to try it. Here we go. Where's my pick? All right. Thank you all. I appreciate all emojis with claps. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sky. Check out all their music sometime. I love their music. I remember them when they were new, man. Thank you. Closing time. Open all the doors to let you into the world. All right, we're going to try this out. Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into the world. Closing time. Turn on all the light. Turn all of the lights on. All right. Again, never played this song before. Here we go. Let's speed it up too. I feel like it's too slow. Closing time. Open all the doors and let you out into. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. Take me home. That chorus is a little rough, but again, first time ever playing this song. Closing time. Time for you to go out to places you will be from. Closing time. This room won't be open till your brothers or your sisters come. So gather up your jackets, move it to the exits. I hope you have found a friend. Closing time. Every new beginning comes from our beginnings, and yeah. I know who I wanna take me home. Oh, I know who I wanna take me home. Oh, I know who I wanna take me home. Me home. What do you think? I thought that was pretty good. I thought that was pretty good for a first try, man. Oh, wait, there's more. Closing time. Time for you to go out to the places you will be from. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home, take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home. I know who I wanna take me home, take me home. Closing time. Every new beginning comes from some other beginnings. That was closing time. Thank you, Sid Life, for donating for that song. I really appreciate you for doing that. That was rad. Thank you for that. Crazy Jackdaw wants to hear I Hope That I Don't Fall in Love With You by Tom Waits. No one has ever requested a Tom Waits song. Tom Waits, man. I hope that... Tom Waits. Tom Waits. Let's see what we got here, Jackdaw. I've never played this song, and I don't remember it, so... Ooh. Let's see what we got. Some fun little chords in here. Some fun new chords to play. That's a fun chord. Doesn't sound like a real chord, does it? All right, we're going to try to play this song. I think it's going to be fun. Here we go. Ready? Tom Waits, everybody. A Tom Waits song I don't remember and I've never played before. Here we go. Ready or not, here it comes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Gun Street Girl was walking down the aisle. All Californians think they can sing just like Charlie Manson. Mm-hmm. Yeah, just like Charlie Manson. Thank you, Rick. Well, I hope that I don't fall in love with you, 'cause falling in love just makes me blue. Music plays and you display your heart for me to see. I had a beer and now I hear you calling out to me. I need to fast. Let's try it one more time. I hope that I don't fall in love with you, 'cause falling in love just makes me blue. Well, the music plays and you display your heart for me to see. I had a beer and now I hear you calling out to me. I hope I don't fall in love with you. Well, the room is crowded as people, and I wonder, should I offer you a chair? Well, if you sit down with this old clown, I'll take that frown and break it. Before this evening's gone away, I think that we could make it. And I hope that I don't fall in love with you. Well, night does funny things inside a man. These old tomcat feelings you don't understand. When I turn around to look at you in your light cigarette, I wish I had the guts to bum one, but we've never met. And I hope that I don't fall in love with you. I can see that you are lonesome just like me. And if being late you'd like some company, well, if I turn around to look at you and you look back at me, the guy you're with has up and split, the chair next to you is free. And I hope that I don't fall in love with you, don't fall in love with me. Now it's closing time, the music's fading out. Last call for drinks and I'll have another stout. When I turn around and look at you, you're nowhere to be found. I search the place for your lost face, guess I'll have another round. And I think that I just fell in love with you. I love that song. Oh man, I remembered it like halfway through. Thank you so much, Jackdaw, Crazy Jackdaw. What a great song to request, Crazy Jackdaw. That was a really good request. I love Tom Waits. That was such a fun song to play. I really appreciate it. You guys got some good requests today. Thank you so much, Sky the Real McGoy. Thank you. Oh, Never Gonna Give You Up. You want to Rickroll everybody? Oh man, it's not really much of a guitar song. I'll try. Rick Astley. Never gonna give you up, never gonna tear you down, never gonna turn around, hurt you. All right, let's try it. Let's try it, the Real McGoy. Man, what a day, huh? Closing time, Leonard Cohen. Closing time. All right, let's put this up there so everyone knows what song I'm trying to play. Gun Street Girl, Tom Waits. Why can't I find this? All I can find is like... all I can find is like piano music, like notes for this stupid song. I don't know why I can't find... Oh wait, maybe... Hold on a second. Okay, here we go. I think I got it. Shit, this song. Let's see if I can do this. B minor. It's a bunch of weird chords. We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. Full commitment's what I'm talking about. Wouldn't think of, you wouldn't get this from any other guy. I don't need this fucking Let's see if I can get a decent version here. Here might be better. GB. It's a fucked up like chord progression. A, B, F minor, BBM. Fucking EBM. Any other guy, 'cause I don't wanna feel it. Oh, we're no strangers to love. Oh, we're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. And don't admit me to what I'm thinking of. You wouldn't get this from any other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. This fucking, it's fucked up. Like this got this other. I could see 100% how it could be difficult to get into guitar with how it goes. Yeah, I mean it's kind of like, it's not a really made for guitar song, but I think there must be a version of it that someone. You'd think that someone would have put it. It's got like. I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. I'm surprised that it can't like. Any other guy, and I just want to tell you how I'm feeling. Man, I tried. I can't play that stupid fucking song. I hate that song anyway. Got any other one you want to try though? I'll be happy to try a different song. Never gonna give you up. Any other song, The Real McCoy. You got something else you want me to play? I'll try. But that song's like a little. Get a pick on you, sure. I'm sorry. That song. I just. Sora's threatening actual harm. I know, she's always, like, sore ass, always trying to threaten me. That's how she does, man. Don't worry about it too much. Gun Street Girl. That's kind of interesting, like that, those people in that town, in that part of Seattle where they're putting blockades in the street because they're afraid of people shooting on their street. Gun Street Girl by Tom Waits. Okay. Deceptively Easy. I don't know how the song goes. Fallen James in the Tahoe mud. Stick around to tell us all the tale. Well, he fell in love with Gun Street Girl. Now he's dancing in Birmingham jail. Dancing in Birmingham jail. He took $100 off Slaughterhouse Joe. Took $100 off Slaughterhouse Joe. Brought a new Michigan 20 gauge. He got all lickered up on that Roadhouse corn. Blew a hole in the hood of a yellow Corvette. A hole in a yellow Corvette. Secondhand Nova from a Cuban Chinese and dyed his hair in the bathroom of a Texaco. at the pawn shop radio. 4:15, he left for Waukegan at the slamming of the door. Left for Waukegan at the slamming of a door. What do you think about that so far? I said, John, he's long gone to Indiana, ain't never coming home. I said, John, he's long gone to Indiana, we're never coming home. You're sitting in a sycamore in St. John's Wood, soaking day-old bread and kerosene. Well, he was blue as a robin's egg and brown as a hog, staying out of circulation till the dogs get tired of circulation, till the dogs get tired. Shadow fixed the toilet with an old trombone. He never gets up in the morning on a Saturday. Sitting by the Erie with the bullwhip dog, telling everyone he saw they went that away, boys. Telling everyone he saw they went that away, boys. How the drains like gravel on a old tin roof. Burlington North pulling out of the world. Now a head full of bourbon and a dream in the straw. And the Gun Street Girl was the cause of it all. The Gun Street Girl was the cause of it all. He's riding in the shadow of the St. Joe Ridge, hearing the click-clack, tapping of a blind man's cane. He was pulling into Baker on a New Year's Eve, one eye on a pistol and the other on the door. One eye on a pistol and the other on the door. Miss Charlotte took her satchel down to Kingfish Row, smuggling a brand new pair of alligator shoes. With her fireman's raincoat and her long yellow hair, well, they tied her to a tree with a skinny millionaire, with a skinny millionaire. Said, John, he's long gone to Indiana, ain't never coming home. I said, John, he's long gone to Indiana, he ain't never coming home. Banging on the table with an old tin cup, saying, I'll never kiss a Gun Street girl again. Never kiss a Gun Street girl again. I'll never kiss a Gun Street girl again. I said, John, he's long gone to Indiana, ain't never coming home. I said, John, he's long gone to Indiana, he ain't never coming home. That's a fun song. Guess he does this one. That was kind of a fun song to play. Thank you. Thank you so much. Be careful opening the mailbox. My mailbox has a lock on it. I'm all right. I'm all right. I don't need to be so careful. Sky Morgan should stay in his garage and play? No, I'm in my living room. Thank you, though. Thank you. Where's the boy account? It's a bot account for sure, yeah. Thank you so much. Elon Musk, he doesn't want people to know I exist. That's why I've been shadow banned, because he doesn't want people to know that he's spending hundreds of millions of dollars to try to look like me. But thank you. He's trying to keep me quiet. Thank you. Thank you, Real McGoy. Yeah, it has a lock on it. Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry. It has a lock on it. A really strong lock, too. So I've been dealing with maggers for a long time, man. Don't worry. I've been dealing with people who want to hurt me for a long, long time. It's okay. It's okay. I've had lots of people. Yeah, you're cozy. Yeah, I'm the real one, Elon. Elon is spending lots of money to try to look like me. You should have seen earlier, I showed you a picture of before and after surgery with Elon. And I've never had any surgery, you know? So, it's a whole thing. I want to try to play this song again. It was really fun playing yesterday. It's not just boomers smoking Blondie. Gen X skews MAGA. It's not just boomers. Why hurt someone because they have a different opinion? Because they're Nazis. You don't need explanation there, do you? I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Memphis plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, dress me anywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, dress me anywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a blonde bimbo girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up, make it tight, I'm your dolly. You're my doll, rock and roll. I want to play this a lower. I want to make this lower. I'm a Barbie. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, dress me anywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, dress me everywhere. Imagination. all rock and roll. In the glamour and pink. Touch me here, touch me there, hanky panky. You can touch, you can touch, you can play, you can say, I'm always yours. You can touch, you can play, you can say, I'm always yours. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, dress me anywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Yeah. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Ooh, oh, come on, Barbie, let's go party. Yeah. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Ooh, oh. Make me walk, make me talk, do whatever you please. I can act like a star, I can beg on my knees. Come and jump in my bimbo friend. Let's do it again, hit the town, fool around, let's go party. You can touch, you can play, you can say I'm always yours. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. No, 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 no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Whoa, oh no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. No, 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 no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. No, 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 no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. No, 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 no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Oh no, oh no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. No, 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 no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Oh no, oh no. I'm a Barbie girl, live in Barbie world. Life is plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, dress me anywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic, it's fantastic, isn't it? You can brush my hair, dress me anywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. No, no, no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Oh no, oh no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. No, 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 no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. Oh no, oh no. Come on, Barbie, let's go party. No, 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 no. Come on, Barbie. It's only my second time really playing that song, but hey. Thank you all for being here. Appreciate that. I look gay? Oh no, oh no. Oh no, someone thinks I look gay. I look well put together, thank you. Space Hog just randomly popped up on my Spotify beat. Forgot about it. Space Hog. He called his manhood Epic Fury, and I about lost it. I did call my manhood Epic Fury. That's the name of my manhood from now on. The name of my dick is Epic Fury. That was a fun. I think that this song could be really cool. I think it needs to be shortened, but I think it's a fun song to play. But you gotta be like, I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair, dress me anywhere. Imagination. Life is your creation. Life is your creation. I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and dress me anywhere. Imagination. Life is your creation. I think you have to play it on. You guys can't really see. If you're watching vertical, you can't really see what I'm doing. But it's like a lot of times it sounds better when it's all bar chords because you're getting like a fuller sound than these open chords. Like this song, like that's already a bar chord anyway. But okay, that's open chords. But then if you go. See, it sounds different. Like, I think it has to be played like that, you know? I think it needs to be played like that. I'm wearing my cowboy shirt. I don't know why that's gay. My cowboy shirt's gay now? Cowboys are gay? That's weird. Skyjack missed my super chat? I didn't. Let me see. Oh, I see it right here. The line in by Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. I'll try it. I love the Black Rebel. Motorcycle Club, where the fuck are you? The line. The line. Are you sure it's called The Line? That's the name of the... Oh, Fault Line? You're talking about Fault Line? Or The Line? Oh, I know, I see it. The Line. Weird. God, it's got this fucking EB. That's alright. There's got to be a better way. Let's see if I can do this. All right, let's try it. We're gonna try it. played this song, never heard this song. I am the line, I hold you near. There's no burden left to bear. I am the line, I hold you near. There is no burden left to bear. I can see clear, you're in suspension. You know love, you know no love. There is no story left to tell. You have no wisdom to pass on. I am the soul of absolution. No man can hide his own illusion. My hands are crippled from the pain. You are the splinter in my vein. You put your head between your hands and understanding nothing it has. Feel the answers keep you scared. I don't know what the fuck. It's all just C and C minor. This whole where are all these other chords? I feel like I'm doing something wrong here. Oh, it's all in the last 2 seconds? What a weird song. Hold on, let's hear this. I don't know what the fuck is happening with this song. Okay, I'm gonna try it. I am the line. I am the line. I hold you near. There is no burden left to bear. I can see clear. You're in suspension. You know no love. There is no story left to tell. You have no wisdom to pass on. I am the soul of absolution. No man can hide his illusion. My hands are crippled from the pain. You are the splinter in my vein. You pull your head between your between your hands and understand nothing it has. I feel the answers come scared and get the harm inside myself. I am the line, I hold you near. There is no burden left to bear. I can see clear. I am perfected. I know the void. I have no conscience to keep clear. I understand there's nothing more. You try to kid yourself with questions, bleeding inside for some correction, and I found you tied unto the cross. Your judgment owns your every thought. You know my worlds all mean the same. You buried here to isolate all you do this prison in your mind, where you were born without a spine.
stop caring? I mean, I never heard that song before, and I've just played it, so I feel like it went okay. When the what starts caring? When did you stop caring? When did you stop caring? Thank you, Jackie. Thank you. It was my first one. You can't like violent kid. Febs would be fascist. Yeah, I thought that was a fun song, though. Sight reading? I mean, I was trying, man. I had to listen to the opening of the song, but, you know. It was a fun song to play, though. I mean, it's real easy. But I feel like I fucked up, and you paid for that. You paid for that song. I am the lion. I hold you near. There is no burden left to bear. I can't see clear. You're in suspension. I know your love. There is no story left to tell. You have no wisdom to pass on. I am the soul of absolution. No man can hide his own illusion. My hands are crippled from the pain. You are a splinter in my vein. Put your head between your hands and understand nothing it has. I feel the answers keep you scared. I put the harm inside myself. I am the light. Hold you near. There is no burden left to bear. I can't see clear. I'm perfected. I know no void. I have no conscience to keep clear. I understand there's nothing more. I try to kid myself with questions like bleeding inside for some correction. I found you tied unto the cross. Your judgment owns your every thought. You know my words all mean the same. You buried here to isolate into this prison in your mind, where you were born without a spine. Best I could do. Thank you all for me. Thank you all for that. That was a fun recommendation, an honest doubter. That was fun. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for the request. I appreciate that very, very much. That was fun. That was fun. Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. Okay, I just want to play this one song and then I'm done. This is it for the day. This show is about to be over. It's a 6-hour, about a 6-hour Memorial Day stream. This is it. It's by Sufjan Stevens. I've been learning this song. I really like playing it. Goldenrod on the 4-H stone, the things I brought you when you found out you had cancer of the bone. Your father cried on the telephone and he drove his car into the Navy Yard just to prove that he was sorry. In the morning, through the window shade, when the light pressed up against your shoulder blade, I could see that you were reading. Of the glory that the Lord has made and the complications you could do without when I kissed you on the mouth. Study, we lift our hands and pray over your body, but nothing ever happens. I remember at Mikhail's house in the living room when you kissed my neck and I almost touched your blouse. Up of the stairs when your father found out what you did that night and you told me you were scared. Oh, let the glory when you ran outside with your shirt tucked in and your shoes untied and you told me not to follow you. Find the card where you wrote it out with the pictures of your mother. Oh no. On the floor at the Great Divide with my shirt untucked and my shoes untied, I was crying in the bathroom. Head hung low and a cardinal hit the window. Morning in the winter shade on the 1st of March on the holiday, I thought I saw you breathing. On the glory that the Lord has made and the complications I see his face in the morning in the window. For the glory when he took our place, and he took my shoulder and he shook my face, and he takes 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 and he takes, 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 he takes and he takes and he takes and he takes, he takes and he takes. That was my song. I hope that was my song by Sufjan Stevens, called it's called Casimir Pulaski Day. I really like that song. I hope you enjoyed it. Suffering, passion develop the same art. Thank you, Jackdaw. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. I appreciate you. You have every instrument you can think of. That's pretty fun. We should practice. We should go to, we need to go to Indiana. Kokomo, and you do it fast, and then you take it slow. That's where we wanna go. Way down in Kokomo. What? That forklift tooth into a pallet, and it went into a box, so eBay claimed it was fine, so I gambled, but there... where the tooth went in was a space between the case and the box. What? You got a good discount. Sounds great. Gave you the chills? Thank you. That's a huge compliment. Thank you. That song is like so emotional, man. When I first learned that song, the first time I played that song, I started crying. Because it reminded me of a friend, and I played it for that friend, and we were both crying. It's so... You know, there's certain songs that just speak to your life, right? Certain songs just do that. You know. Yeah, I'll come to Indiana. As soon as I get some money, we'll go to Indiana. And as a creator, I should be able to tax deduct that as a business expense, right? I get right off whatever I spend hosting. You're my chief financial officer. Yes, chief finance, your CFO. Sweetwater is only 40 minutes from here. It's an awesome place to try out anything. Sweetwater is an awesome place to try out anything? What's that mean? Okay, I lied. One last one. Come on, skinny love, just last year. For a little
I told you to be patient, and I told you to be fine, and I told you to be balanced, and I told you to be kind, and in the morning I'll be with you, but it'll be a different kind. I'll be holding all the tickets, and you'll be holding all the fines. What happened here? Suckle on the hope and the life runs here. My, full slow on the split. I told you to be patient, I told you to be kind, and I told you to be balanced, and I told you to be fine. Now all your love is wasted, and who the hell am I? The end of all the bridges, breaking at the bridges, and I'm end of all your lines. I hate that line. I'm burning all the bridges, and I'm end of all your lines. Way better. Who will love you? Who will fight? Who will fall far behind? All right, that really is the end. I thought I would try to play that, but I'm kind of like burning out. But I'm the one playing violin. Nice. Skinny Love is the saddest song ever. You like that song? I'm trying to play it Bon Iver. I was trying to play it too fast. I kept on losing the rhythm. But so I usually play it way slower, but for some reason I felt like the pressure to play it more quickly because I said it was my last song, so I played it too fast. But hey, this is the end of the show. This is the end. Thank you. Thank you, Crazy Jackdaw. Thank you. Thank you. You have a pink electric? Bon hiver. It means like, doesn't bon hiver mean like good, like happy winter or something? Yeah, it means good winter. Bon hiver. Yeah. It gained popularity as a warm winter greeting from the 1990s TV show Northern Exposure. Band founder Justin Vernon adopted the name after watching the show while recovering from a severe illness in bed. He changed the spelling slightly, inspired by its phonetic closeness to the word liver. Bon hiver. Bon hiver. I vaguely remember that. I used to watch that show when I was little. I thought that show, Northern Exposure, was such a good show. Bon hiver. No sky? What's no? Why do you say no sky? What are you talking about, no sky? We're going to do the poetry reading. This is the end of the main stream. For channel members, Sky City Rebels, you can join me on the other stream. But this is it for the main stream. We're going to do the poetry club. And if you are a channel member, please do that. And I cry the pain and the song is strong. All right, I'll see you in just a second. If you're a channel member, see you in a second. If you're not, Godspeed Rebels. I hope you have a great day. Thank you for hanging out with me this morning for the Morning Sky Show, the #1 news reaction show on YouTube, and now also with guitar. Thanks, everybody. Like and subscribe.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.